You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. When you're coming back around, you've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. When you're coming back around.
Games of the future. Games of the future.
журналисттер, әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Mobile is an esports discipline based on Mobile Legends Bang Bang and consists of a digital stage only. 16 teams compete in 5v5 matches played in a best-of-3 format. Throughout the tournament, all matches are played as best-of-3 series, with the first team to win 2 games claiming the series. The first game begins with a physical coin toss. The winning team chooses either its side of the map or first pick in the hero draft. In the second game, the choice automatically passes to the opposing team. If a third and deciding game is required, the right to choose is once again determined by a physical coin toss. Teams earn tournament points for each series victory in accordance with the tournament bracket.
Games of the future. Games of the future.
And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the mobile MOBA division here at Final Games of the Future 2026. You've got me getting Q as one of your casters alongside with LaFell to take you through some of the games that we're going to be having here today. 4 best of 3s, of course, as per usual, to determine who's going to make it on to the next round and qualify for the potential playoffs. And of course, LaFell, you saw yesterday's games. I mean, you've got your impression on it. Do you think it's going to be any different today?
I honestly feel like it shouldn't be all that different because what happened yesterday, I would say the only surprising draft was really coming in from Rune Eaters. And I like that kind of innovation, but when it comes to other teams, I think it's going to be more or less the same. I would say the hot pick that maybe we have to look out for is that Selena, where a lot of mid laners have been really showing up with that pick. Other than that, I think it's all the same. A lot of Auroras, a lot of Valentinas, Atlas. And heck, even like stuff like the blue might show up a lot more now.
Of course. I mean, there's plenty of different picks that are currently in the metagame right now, and everybody has been trying to take advantage of that draft. And here you have the entire bracket that we have before you. We are going through round 2. We have 4 teams in the upper brackets and 4 teams in the lower brackets on each side to eventually fill up our 8 slots at the finals to see who's going to make it far. They're going to have to battle each other out. And, well, I think for the most part, most people aren't too upset with the majority of the results. I mean, some more than others, but I don't know about you, LaFell. Are there any particular matchups that you're looking forward to, maybe?
For me, definitely is going to be SRG going up against Rune Eaters, because SRG, it does look like they were able to recover from their loss in their previous tournament. And then Rune Eaters, they really showed a lot of creativity when it comes to the draft. We were just questioning whether they can really do it against stronger teams. So we'll see that today.
And hopefully we're going to see a little bit more of that this August 5th. We've got 4 games lined up for everybody here today. I mean, this is going to be played here. It's going to be played on Stream A itself. And don't forget that we are going to be playing another set of games for Stream B. So you got to make sure that if you're looking for your favorite teams, you got to split your attention a little bit to find out where exactly they're going to be playing. But for now, at the very least, we should get excited about the potential matchups that are going to happen. I mean, of course, on the opposite side, we've got Wolf alongside with Renmar casting those games. So if you want to go check them out, go hop over to the other stream. But like you mentioned, LaFell, a lot of these teams have been taking advantage of the draft. A lot of these teams, well, Rune Eaters in particular, have been trying to break out and innovate from the meta. Do you think there's anything left to innovate? I feel like we're starting to hit our ceiling here overall.
I feel like actually Selena makes it so that you can actually innovate, because playing position 1 in the jungle, some heroes just take way too long, but Selena can really accelerate that. So I feel like maybe somehow teams will find a way to make the lane work. We tried even using an Angela. It really didn't work out because her shield is just way too small. So I don't know, maybe adding a Selena just to make the farm much faster maybe could really help out. I feel like Selena is, I would say, the one that's really innovating the meta right now. Other than the Selena, I'm honestly not entirely sure. Maybe picks like the Rafa as well. You know what, not that I keep talking about, I feel like mid laners are that piece where you can kind of pivot your draft. It's just the question of what mid laners can really do that other than Selena and Rafa.
Selena and Rafa have been pretty devastating in the current metagame, and I think that some people have even understood, you know, the purpose of both. Selena, much higher skill cap ceiling, and not to mention the influence that she has on the game has been felt. You know, a lot of teams and mostly players have to continuously think about dodging these abyssal arrows and information being given away by these traps, and especially at the highest level, a lot of these teams end up being influenced by the trajectory of these arrows, forcing them to take bad paths on their way backwards. But speaking of the chase here, we've seen a couple of junglers, Yishin Shin in particular, alongside with Ling. I would say that at least for Yishin Shin, it feels pretty straightforward. But Ling, do you think that maybe it's just because of the emblem set that we don't see Ling as often in comparison to the Shin Shin?
I would say the biggest problem for Ling is survivability. Like once you go in, one stunning and then you're out. That's the big difference, where Yishin Shin, he can attack from afar. But now we're going to be looking at Team Spirit, the newly crowned champions of MSC, where I would say until M8, they are the best team in the world going up against Entity 7, which even though they had a rough time going up against DianFengYaoGuai, you know, some people don't like to hear this, but they were able to beat Team Liquid from Philippines. So, hey, maybe that's enough to let them know that we're actually good. We just got to, you know, get our stuff together.
They got to come together. They got to recalibrate here, especially from our MSC winners. Team Spirit are no pushovers and truly have earned the title of the best in the world for now. Hiko, Kid Bomba, Sawo, Sunset Lover, and Zara Egoist, their youngest player, now having an international championship underneath his belt, has really solidified this team as honestly just the favorites overall. And I don't think anybody can dispute that at this stage. But their opponents, on the other hand, they have a lot of information to work with. I mean, TS played a lot of games during EWCX MSC. I would imagine they've got something prepared.
My only problem is some people, they know what they're going up against, but they're trying to like outplay them. What a lot of teams have been doing, like, oh, Team Spirit, Aurora, they like to play fast, so we'll draft a scaling composition and then beat them once time has reached. But the problem is, these teams really know how to end a game before you really get your stride together. I hope they don't make that mistake. It kind of feels bad going up against Team Spirit. You kind of have to fight fire with fire. It means their fire is just way too much, especially against players like Bomba as well as Hiko. They just need small advantages to take over the game.
That's the thing. I think that Team Spirit is the most well-rounded team for the metagame right now. Whether it's playing for the early stages, whether it plays for the late stages, it feels like this team has coordinated so well with each other to the point where it's really, really difficult to kind of find the whole. Are they playing Doodle Jump right now? Of course, the two youngest players are playing Doodle Jump on browser right now.
Dude, I gotta say, we also need to get these tennis balls because, hey, they're honestly, Sunset Lover, his reaction insane. So something about this tennis ball trick that they're doing, I feel like we gotta pick it up as well.
Yeah, I think maybe that's the one thing that we're lacking for becoming professional players. You know, it has nothing to do with our age. It is clearly just the right tools and the right ways to actually practice as a professional. God, yo, he's going for a while there. I wish I could see his high score at this point, but he's still ripping the doodle jump at this point, propeller as well.
Yeah. Dude, I gotta say, like, seeing some of these professional players, like, that doesn't matter, like, Malaysian, Major, or whatever, right? Where, like, you know, you're good at ML, that's it. But then, like, I had solos play, like, this, you know, like those music, what you call it? Like, Guitar Hero and stuff. Like, that kind of genre. Like, he's just like, oh, I have no idea. I'm just gonna, like, legit, they just download it on their PC, and then he just picked the hardest thing on the hardest difficulty, first try. Pretty much got a perfect spot. I'm like, what the hell? You guys have insane reactions. Speaking of, we got NT7 here. He didn't bush. I don't bush. Shin as well as Vanguin. I just want to have a proper front line for the team and not just hope for Vanguin, and then they should be good. Although we did see a draft where Rune Eaters using the C dominate against Mumu on that Barats, but I don't know, man. Going up against a player like Kit Bomba, I don't think you should take that chance.
Exactly. It kind of feels like, you know, as Team Spirit have kind of set the tone of how they like to answer a lot of the different questions that the metagame has offered them, they seem to be the most decisive team in the tournament as of right now. I would say that at least Entity 7, I agree with you that they probably should have, you know, maybe a secondary frontliner on top of, you know, Vanguin, or just a secondary means of engage so that Vanguin just doesn't have to do it all by himself. Usually that falls into the category of whether or not you pick up Aurora, but I mean, nowadays, I think that teams are more than happy to ban it out, especially when they are on red side. It is a pretty difficult pick to deal with overall, but then that begs the question, what are they willing to give up? Because nobody wants to let go of the Fanny, nobody wants to let go of the Freya.
Yeah, I feel like if anyone will let the Fanny through, it might be Team Spirit. I feel like they're the kind of okay, hold on, let's check. Okay, so that's the kind of thing that they do. All right.
They're just practicing.
Looks simple enough.
I mean, it's based on reaction time, right? Sao is basically making Zara guess, hey, left or right every single time, and he's got to put his hands on top of his so that it's a base starting point to train their reaction time. And honestly, it's not a bad exercise. To do. Arguably, he should get Sunset Lover to get another 2 tennis balls and then double up on the difficulty.
I legit want to try that now. If that improves my game, then hey, shots, you know, like they figure out ways to make professional players much better.
There's also like human benchmark. That's also a pretty good way of kind of dealing with it, you know. So if they just maintain and hold on to that level of, you know, degree, that level of standardality that the whole team can control and attest to, I think they absolutely have what it takes.
Yeah. Right now for Entity 7, I want the more from Shin, but at this point I feel like it's definitely not enough. It's definitely not enough. Doom had moments where he should have been able to carry. I remember him on the Harif, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's the big with Entity 7. They're still not super consistent just yet. Like, they have a pretty good baseline. It's just a little bit all over the place. I don't know whether it's conditioning coming in from their league in NA, where because they're going through the global ban system, it does make it so that it's less consistent in terms of the playstyle, because you have to constantly readjust the heroes, you know, power spike and all those kind of things. So yeah, I don't know. It's something that we really have to look out for, because the reason I brought it up because people are like not liking global ban, and I'm thinking the reason why it would be bad because the stuff like be very inconsistent.
No, I agree with you. I think that global ban is an unfortunate byproduct of not having enough relevant heroes in the current meta. So I think at the very least, it's something that we should be thinking about, but we need to also continuously innovate.
Oh, we're just waiting for the drafts. Looks like the drafts are ready, so we're just about to go in there. Yeah, looks like there's already a few bans. Okay, so the bans are going. I mean, I don't know. It could just be them testing the ping, but just assume that we have started here. Actually, because we can see that Hiko is still playing with a PC, and I'm pretty sure when you're in the game that you can't be using your PC like that. I mean, maybe you can. I honestly think it will be pretty cool if the players can at least like open up the dick or something. But yeah, integrity, etc. People will be like, it's probably not. So. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here. We are waiting for Team Spirit as well as Entity 7 just to get ready for their matchup here. I'll be looking at the other stream as well to see Vamos going up against the Bushido. Wow. Just to see how they really up. They also have Bigetron by Vitality going up against Food Esports. Pro Esports going up against Alpha. The final match in the other stream will be ONIC going up against Geekay, where I gotta say Geekay was actually pretty impressive, able to take down Alpha 7. Sorry, having a lot of coughs because my water is a bit weird for today. Speaking of, for everyone watching, it will be interesting to see when it comes to the coming in. Team Spirit really shouldn't have to that much. It really is just all on Evan, where I feel like for Entity 7, they gotta ban out the Barats, willing to let the Barats go. They tried to counter with the CC yesterday. It was just not working out, and it felt pretty bad because the idea is pretty sound, right? Like have a shredder going up against a very heavy tank. You should be all, but it's just the thing. That's just the thing that it's just unfair that just some Barats players are just.
Yeah, some Barat players are just above and beyond and really just making the game generally difficult from actually going through. But hopefully that's just going to be the way that, the metagame is forced to play, and maybe we'll come up with some new tech to try and deal with the Barats overall, despite the wave clear and despite the way that they can influence waves. And of course, the Lord Dance is just, it's frustrating to deal with for a lot of junglers and even mid laners at this stage, because nobody feels safe when you're dealing with the Barats, and I think the Purifies just have to come through. There's a certain degree of respect that needs to be had when you are dealing with this Barats, because not only is it good in lane, it's great in team fights, and if you don't respect it, you just might be the one who gets gobbled up and spat against the wall.
The unfortunate thing, Gideon, is that the supports in this game, it's very balanced, and I'm talking about support, not like roamer support. It's just support. I'm talking the Diggies, the the Matildas, and all those because I really feel like there is a lot of metas that Diggy could counter, but Diggy is just not good right now.
Whoa, I think we're getting a little too crazy there. We're gonna take a bit of a cool off time. Please enjoy the promo in the time being.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. For the next several days, Astana will host one of the most exciting sporting events of the year. But this isn't a regular sports tournament. The Games of the Future bring together the best of both worlds, traditional sports and cyber sports, in a unique format called Phygital, which combines physical and digital competition. In Phygital sports, athletes have to perform both on the screen and on the field. They need fast reactions, smart decision-making, teamwork, and physical fitness. Winning here takes much more than mastering just one side of the game. This year, the tournament welcomes more than 800 athletes from more than 50 countries, competing across 8 different disciplines. Players, coaches, fans, and technology brands have all come together in Astana to be part of this global event. The competition is fierce, with a prize pool of over $4 million. But the games of the future are about more than just winning. They show how sport is changing and how technology is creating new ways to compete. The event has already attracted a huge global audience. The tournaments are watched by hundreds of millions of people, most of them between the ages of 18 and 34, a younger generation who are invested in both sports and digital competitions. It's clear that phygital sports are becoming one of the fastest growing trends in the world of competition. Over the next few days, we'll take you behind the scenes, meet the athletes, hear their stories, and find out what it takes to succeed in this one-of-a-kind tournament. From quick interviews and fun challenges to exciting matches, we'll show you everything happening at the Games of the Future. So stay with us as we explore the future of sport, right here in Astana. Let's get started. Did you know that Games of the Future has symbols representing it? That's right. There are 4 characters, which are called Guardians, whose purpose is to represent the spirit of competition. iBoat, a robot made out of titanium and neon parts who believes in inner strength and power of friendship. iBot has a special ability too. The robot is able to cut off enemies' power supply and breathe life into inanimate objects. Arlon, a cyber wolf with a rich silver fur and holographic glow, a great mentor and a formidable warrior in the field. He is able to accelerate time and predict the movements of his foes. He is responsible for the territories of Battle Royale and Phygital shooting. Eileen, she is truly fearless and wild. Her sporty outfit and gaming equipment are truly wonderful, along with her useful backpack that is there to help out in any situation. She keeps the areas of Dota and MLBB to herself. Finally, last but not least, Alum. This eagle is a fighter with golden feathers who likes to wrestle, play football, and basketball. Everywhere he flies, he leaves a trail of petroglyphs. His special ability allows him to analyze the situations at unimaginable speeds. He is a keeper of many areas, and we love him for it. Did you know that a fan-made map jump-started a whole genre in competitive sports and contributed to the development of one of the adored games of many, Mobile Legends Bang Bang? Multiplayer Online Battle Arena, abbreviated as MOBA, is a subgenre of strategical games which started out just as a game called Aeon of Strife. Though it was far less developed than the typical games in the genre, since the characters didn't have any abilities, but the principle for the gameplay was established quite clearly. Players controlled a single hero unit fighting on 3 lanes, which were protected by defensive towers. Might be unusual to hear for us now, since the MOBA genre is so popular, but it was not true at all for the first 6 years of the genre's existence. Dota, League of Legends, Smite, Heroes of the Storm popularized the genre and eventually led to the creation of Mobile Legends. Released in 2016, Mobile Legends was designed to appeal to a broad audience, and appeal it did. The free-to-play business model, along with captivating heroes, were enough to win over the hearts of many gamers. Now, Mobile Legends Bang Bang has a rich international presence, attracting many players from Southeast Asia and South America.
Thank you so much, everybody, for waiting around for this game. TS and as well as E7 are finally prepared to start heading on into this game. And first of all, we got to be ready for the upcoming draft. We once again appreciate the patience being shown by all of our audience members because we're excited to see our current MSC champions face up against Entity 7. Now, unfortunately for Entity 7, I mean, they were part of the same tournament and they saw the big uprising of Team Spirit's winning momentum all the way to the very end of the grand finals.
Yep, and now the draft has started. Looks like Team Spirit will be on the first pick here, and we were even talking just a little bit about Glue, but Glue has been banned out alongside with the Atlas, and now Entity 7 banning out the Aurora as well as the Freya. Seeing how Zaro Eagle is this amazing assassin player, I feel like they should consider banning out the Fanny unless they have counters like how, you know, teams are showing us with both the Saber as well as the Kufra. The Kufra from Games Yesterday was exceptionally impressive.
It was exceptionally impressive, but it doesn't convince me that he is going to be the go-to meta pick because how many teams can actually play at that high octane constantly, right? It's not like a one-time deal thing where it's a direct counter like Cho or something like that. It's one of those things that you have to be persistent throughout the matchup. And now that we're seeing that Jushin is also getting banned out too, we get the final ban from Entity 7's side. And honestly, I'm not even 100% sure whether they should go for the Bushido ban here, but I mean, there's Fanny available, and so they got to make do with what you have.
Yeah, I feel like the Bushido ban is... It's hard to say because Team Spirit, it does feel like they have quite a lot of good picks that you have to respect. So one way or the other, you kind of have to let it go. Personally, for me, I would not want to go up against the Fanny. So Team Spirit, they have a lot of first pick options here. Yep, they pick up the Barats. It's like, hey, Kid Boma can carry, might as well give it to him.
Absolutely. I think without a doubt here, I want to see what exactly the answer is going to be from Entity 7's side, whether they're going to take it from the gold lane or whether or not they're going to take it from the mid lane. Either way, that answer is probably only going to show up either Red 3 or in the second half of the draft. First, we need to see what the first picks are going to be for the side of Entity 7. They start off with the Bushido on top of setting up for a Belleric. This should probably mean either Eudora or Valentina for the opposite side in Team Spirit. Or Selena, but Entity 7, they've already kind of set themselves up. Hey, maybe we could be using this Bushido as a flex pick.
Yeah, I feel like for Team Spirit, yeah, a lot is open. I feel like Valentina, it's kind of overkill when it comes to the team fight presence because the Wrath of the Dryad alongside with the Daytona's Welcome, you just have a lot of answers for a lot of different things. So they probably might go for it. And then in terms of the jungle picks, I wonder if they do want to go for the Harley, but instead they go for the Melissa first and the Harley. It looks like there are a lot of mid laners still open, so they're not super worried about that.
Okay, all right. I'm totally fine with this. The question is whether or not it's going to be the Uranus as a potential answer for the side of Entity 7 here, just so that you have something to deal with Kid Bomba, or maybe they might take from the books of SRG and go to Rizla. But either way, I'm still fine with the lineup as is. Claude is going to be the answer here. And it really just goes to show, right, that Akashi is flexible enough to be able to say, you know what, you can pick me last if necessary. You can blind pick me into a lot of different options, and he should be okay in the laning phase.
Yep. Well, I guess this is just a bit different coming in from Entity 7, at least from yesterday. They keep on trying to use the Harry. This time they try to use the Claude, which again is, I would say, pretty good. They probably want a hero that can use a Purify to deal with Kid Bomba on this Barat. Not entirely sure if it's going to be enough though. The Marcel gets banned out and even the Lapu gets banned out. So right now Team Spirit, they are... Why? Are they thinking this Bushido is going in the jungle? Because I guess that's a possible flag because Lapu is like one of the easiest ways to deal with the Melissa. In fact, Lapu was so strong, one of the reasons why Melissa was out of meta, and then eventually she did get nerfed, so that, you know, that just pushed her away more in the meta. So, I mean, okay, you know what, Bushido we've seen in the jungle, I can respect the ban for the Lapu.
Maybe they're reading into it, right? Because again, it was Entity 7 who had to start off the second half of the bans first. They saw the Marcel, and now all of a sudden, wait a minute, if this Bushido isn't going to the EXP, there's a pretty high likelihood it might just end up going into the jungle as well. It's not something that's too out of the ordinary for Entity 7. They've shown it during MSC as well. They ban out the Valentina to make sure that the Wrath of the Dryads doesn't get stolen over, and I think this is a really good approach from Entity 7's side.
Yep. Well, now with the Valentina band out, I wonder what mid does Entity 7 want? They can go for something like the Selena is going to be pretty safe going up against our Egoist here. Or they can even go for a Zushin, but no, they go for the Selena here. They just have to be careful because Selena is good against most things. But if Team Spirit has one more beefy frontline alongside with this Barat, it's going to be quite difficult. And now the Cho gets picked up alongside with the Eudora. Again, Team Spirit looks like they do want to accelerate this game because this is a pretty aggressive comm coming in from Team Spirit on all sides. I'm personally feeling like they kind of win every lane here. I'm not sure Entity 7, what kind of jungler can they pick up that can really slow down Team Spirit?
Yeah, that might be a little difficult. Yeah, there's no real good options here unless you're going for like a complete dive, and even then, Lapu was probably your best bet. Even Yuzong is generally going to struggle with go away from me coming in from this Melissa anyways, on top of like the multiple levels of CC, G Kundo, Ball Lightning, worst comes to worst, even, the Jet expert here in Kid Bomba can also knock him back from some pretty dangerous positions. Either way, Sora is going to be the final pick as a means to not only engage, but to set the tone as their secondary engager on top of the Wrath of the Dryad.
Yeah, I feel like that's actually a pretty solid pick here. So this is going to be Sora going up against the Barats in lane. I still feel like the Barats wins it as long as he gets his big stack. But then when it comes to the team fight, I think his job is to kind of like disrupt our Egoist here. With this Bushido jungle, for me, it's a hit or miss. It really does depend on the player. It doesn't really feel like it's his best role, but it's definitely still workable.
Considering how Entity 7 played yesterday, a lot of their big winning interactions is when they find quick pincer movements around the mid lane. I think that might be the same story here, but it's highly dependent on whether or not they hit the Abyssal Arrow in the first place, because unfortunately, that Ball Lightning is still going to be really, really dangerous for these melee type heroes. Coming into close proximity with Eudora usually is a death sentence, especially when you've got backup ready to follow. We've seen Zara's overall performance on his Harley. He's going to be in and out of these fights as soon as he hits level 4. So let's jump right into it as Team Spirit on the blue side facing up against Entity 7 on the red side. In terms of emblem sets, it's pretty straightforward. A lot of Festival of Bloods across the board here, with Vanguard actually taking Tenacity this time around, but he opts to go for Brave Smite instead of Concussive Blast, so no quick clears.
Yeah, right now I'm looking at Shin as well, having the Veteran Hunter here, probably trying to speed things up. Hide on Bush, tries to help his mid, but unfortunately, he took some damage himself. This is, I would say, a big, strong point for the Eudora when she is paired up with someone like the Cho that can help her clear the lane very, very fast. She gets level 2 basically instantly, and it makes it so that she has a lot of, I wouldn't say kill pressure, but she definitely does quite a lot of damage into mid. Speaking of, Vanguard takes a lot of damage here. Looks like he should be able to survive this one. And Sunset Lover, ni hao.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly how he wants to play this game, right? He wants to continuously harass Vanguard as much as he can with his empowered Fork of Lightning. And Kid Bomba immediately, I love this response here. He knows that the jungler was on the bottom side. He's coming for his camps up top, and if they can just snag one away with or without the jungler, it's still going to start putting Hide on Bush behind. The arrow lands, Ball Lightning is traded out, but man, Sunset Lover is low, but he knows he's not going to die straight away.
Yeah, I feel like this is an okay timing for him to go back anyways. Looks like no recalls is going to be stopped here. Early armor boots coming in from Hiko, but that's to be expected. The plot is quite the lame bully. And now Kid Bomba tries to secure it, did not get stunned up, but should be fine. One of the advantages of having a Barats, when you do have high stacks on the big one, it does make it so that you're a little bit more okay going up against crowd control.
Yep, pretty thick boy overall, but it means that they're not going to have first position over the first turtle of the game. I want to see how Team Spirit actually wants to handle this. If not, are they even going to bother contesting? Because it looks like it's going to be a no contest here. And Entity 7, off of that one play prior to the turtle, have secured themselves a neutral objective as they run down to the bottom side of the map.
Well, it's still good for Zaurigo as he stole the cap away and then gets stunned up. Doom comes in with a blazing red. First blood goes over to Hide on a Bush. Quick reaction, and I would say Zaurigo is maybe overextended just a little bit, trying to secure that purple buff.
Yeah, maybe just a little too much here, but this is a really good read from Entity 7's side. Is there a punish? It lands. I want to see whether Sawa wants to keep on going with this. He can keep messing with Selena for a long time, but at this stage of the game, I don't know if they want to waste this type of time.
Yep. Sao, also known as Stan is Fave. Don't know if that's his, real name, Stan, or he has a dude named Stan that he really likes.
That's his alter ego.
I cannot translate his name, but hey, Hidon Bush gets another kill, 2 kills on Hiko, and I would say in a span of 40 seconds.
Yep, and that's exactly what they want to do, right? Alleviate the pressure for this quad, start getting him that gold plating, unlock him from this T1 down bot side and get him moving. But on the opposite end, you can see that TS, they're not going to waste any time looking for an invasion of their own.
Yeah. It's like the shifting clouds. It was almost dead, but it looks like Zarigos is going to secure the kill onto Akashi. And now, two members got locked. The Hidon Bush secures a kill onto the jungler of Team Spirit, but all the while, Sunset Lover is not touched at all. Kid Bomba gets a double and even gets a shutdown from Hidon Bush. Now, Team Spirit, they're able to equalize.
Yep, I mean, great play here. Kid Bomba was able to sustain through that raw damage overall thanks to his stacks, and not to mention that everybody else who was low just had to flicker the heck out of there. There's no point trying to trade this kill, especially with an empowered Hidon Bush on this Bushido, but they can drag it out, and that's exactly what they wanted. Wait for him to have to sit there with his cooldowns, and unfortunately, his auto attacks just isn't tough enough to punch through that much meat. Now, Entity 7 take first position over this turtle. They're going to keep on dancing here for the longest of times. Team Spirit have to lean back on their insurance policy. They got to get Hiko back up to speed.
And I gotta say, Gideon, this is probably one of the reasons why Team Spirit likes having Zara Egoist as their jungler here, because despite looking like he's having a rough time, he's maintained a level lead against Hidon Bush, despite Hidon Bush getting quite a lot of kills. But Zara Egoist, he knows how to play position 1. He's consistently farming and stealing away camps away from Entity 7. So right now, despite Entity 7 looking like they're having a better trade all across the map, is actually still good, because Zarigos is getting his items and levels very fast.
Yeah, he's maintaining, he's trying to maintain some semblance of a lead here, but really it's coming from Sunset Lover, surprisingly enough, alongside with Kim Bomba after that last fight, netting him 2 kills and 2 assists. Again, majority, oh, wow, big kicks into the Wrath of the Dryad.
Yep, kicks Hidon Bush there, but again, looks like everyone is stunned up there. Vanguard has to get away. Looks like he should die from the deadly magic stunned up there, Kid Bomba, but really doesn't matter. Big AoEs coming in. At this 7, Vanguard tried to save his team, but clearly not enough.
I mean, this is, Split Abyssal Arrow instantly into the lightning form to find another pickoff on the way down to the bot side and then want to punish even further.
Yep, the go away use against the Sora. The Sora CC immune, still able to get away, trying to get a kill onto the Cho. Looks like unable to. Akashi still gets taken down by Hiko. Doom able to escape with his life. Still looking pretty good for Doom.
Overall, this is exactly what we wanted from a Team Spirit, a way to get Hiko back up to speed against the quad, and now I think he has successfully, but they need to start getting these structures across the map. All towers are still up for Entity 7, while Team Spirit, unfortunately, missing down on that bottom side. I would have imagined that Entity 7 would have played the map a little bit more, but Team Spirit, with a little bit of an off-tempo play, gathering his 5 down to that bottom side, has netted them just enough, and slowly this game is going to come into a standstill, where they're going to be fighting for this next upcoming Lord here, and Kid Bomba already in position. This is what Team Spirit have wanted to pull off for a while.
Oh, Vanguard tries to get into position. Daytona's welcome. Looks like Vanguard is going to get caught there, gets kicked as well. Not enough time to use the Wrath of the Dryad, but Akashi goes in with the shifting skies, gets stunned up by the go away, gets taken down. Killing spree, Zara Eager secures the kill. Now with the Lightning Truncheon, have more burst damage. Entity 7 really tries to use their dive capability, but not looking good. Team Spirit able to capitalize on that mistake.
I mean, Spirit, they're positioning really well. Like Sawo, despite trying to disengage the fight, he's still actively looking for off angles that Selena could be throwing these arrows from. He's making sure that he can at least cover Hiko in these moments, especially since he's not exactly the most mobile hero after his dash, and he still has to chain his autos together. Oh, wait, they catch one!
Yeah, but Doom was able to purify out of that, but Doom's taking way too much damage coming in from Eudora. Looks like coming in from the side lane. Stan tries to help his team out, able to purify out of that. Hiko still surviving pretty good, but Zarigo's able to get a kill onto Akashi in the back. Overall, I was afraid for Doom, but he was able to outplay that with the purify.
I thought that maybe there was going to be an opportunity that Kid Bomba is going to get his Purify out and then maybe try and flicker away, but I didn't think he had enough time, instantly getting hit by the stun by Selena. And while this has been happening, right, these waves have been cleared up really efficiently here by Bushido, while they are still trying to get Claude to absorb waves, right? They're trying to attack on multiple different fronts, and I think they need to if they want to catch Spirit off guard. So far, Team Spirit are the ones who can actively look for the pickoffs. Entity 7, generally speaking, it's only really Selena who can set up for this. Wasting the Wrath of the Dryads just doesn't seem like a good use of the ability, and worse yet, if they don't get them low enough, it's even harder for Hide on Bush to go for cleanup.
Never thought we'd watch MLBB and have motion sickness. At this point, Kid Bomba needs some stacks as well if he really wants to be a front line for the team. Looking at Entity 7, they're looking for avenues for them to start the fight. And Vanguin, again, seeing like they really want Vanguin to be the solo frontline for the team, hoping to buy some time, waiting for either Akashi or Shin to start a fight. I agree with you, Gideon. Probably the best is to let Shin start things off with a good arrow. My only problem is I feel like both Kid Bomba as well as Sao is doing quite a good job on making sure that the arrows doesn't have full value, especially if Hiko is around and then Entity 7 just dives in, getting very excited over an arrow. Hiko will just use the go away and basically neutralize, or actually no, even give advantage for Team Spirit.
I mean, that's exactly what we want to see, right? Just have the big shield around your artillery machine, and the sieges will become a lot easier to play. I think they're attacking Kid Bomba here. I'm not 100% sure. We'll check in just a little bit as they continue to fight for position. Team Spirit just hovering around this turtle, and Kid Bomba barely taking any damage from Vanguin.
Ooh, Zauriguez now with the Holy Crystal. Should do, I guess he should be able to one-shot just about anyone, and even if he doesn't one-shot, it should be enough damage to deter them from this Lord. This is 9 minutes in. The Lord isn't that tanky just yet. They can definitely secure this one. Kid Bomba tries to get Vanguin. Vanguin is in position. He should be able to use the Raptor Dry, still saving it for his team. Kid Bomba gets stunned up, but so far, looks like both teams are just, you know, hovering around the Lord.
Dancing away, they're looking for the different angles, and I think that's going to be the kick to start things off.
Yep, Stan, okay, the Lords, our ego is able to secure that one. Akashi tries to go to Sunset Lover as well as Hiko, both able to survive. Akashi, no one home for all of his abilities, but in the back of that, Entity 7 was able to get one member of Team Spirit, and now they're trying to get this turret, unable to. Team Spirit still able to protect that turret.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I think the hard part for Team Spirit is that they can't seem to align all of their item power spikes. Everybody's going to be strong at a different point in the game, and Eudora, as of right now, it's really hard for her to find targets to one-shot. I mean, Selena has been throwing these arrows from so far away. Unless we see Sunset Lover go for a big flicker play, I don't see it happening. There needs to be some better setup overall, and even so, right, they can't just naturally lead in to their pick-off play style because they've kind of missed that mark. Now that we're going into the night, into the 10 minutes, we should be leading and falling back into playing a traditional siege type front to back style. And Team Spirit, I mean, they're trying their best to clear out every single one of their bush. You can see that even for someone like Zaur alongside with Sawo, they're working together to try and open up the maps. Luckily, we have a couple of replays for you guys while we wait for this pause to actually finish. And in a lot of these early game, these early game fights, the big thing is that each member of Entity 7 ends up coming into the fight just a little bit later than the other. They are expecting the big cleanups from not only their Claude, but the Bushido, but you can definitely see the ideas of how the compositions want to work. And I gotta give it to Akashi, right? There are times in this game where you can't necessarily just use the Cloud Shift. You need the iframes of that Thunder Form just to dodge a couple of abilities. Most ideally, you're able to catch somebody with the Cloud Shift, but in a moment like this, with the Go Away From Me, your anti-CC actually works against you in choke points, because once you're done with the anti-CC, you just get pushed back into the wall.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. Now look at this. Zauriguez, he's waiting. He goes on Akashi. Akashi takes quite a lot of damage there. And it looks like he's dead. Unstoppable for Zauriguez. That Holy Crystal doing quite a lot of work there. And then unable to get Zauriguez with the taunt. Team Spirit right now looks like still not able to get that turret with the help of the Lord. But another minion wave is coming through. Should be able to secure that one.
Quad at this stage already has 3 items, looking to get a situational one. And Sawo, he's been very patient with these kicks, right? He's not just kicking for no reason. He's waiting for the absolute right moment to do it. And I think that's what's making Entity 7 just a little antsy, right? That previous neutral fight, the previous Lord fight, you could see that even Sawo is just using that third hit of Jikundo. He's not even using it. He's just holding it for as long as he possibly can. Oh, did they get the detonus catch? No, they did not. Now they just have to back away.
Kick goes over to Vanguin. Vanguin does use the ult, and now Shifting Skies coming in from Akashi, but the damage coming in from Hiko, able to deter Entity 7 from helping the team out. And now Team Spirit is gonna get top inhibitor. It looks like they might want to stay just a little bit longer. No, they're gonna retreat and recuperate.
And still, despite what I thought was going to be a disengage from Team Spirit, Kid Bomba able to catch somebody with the jets like a net in the ocean. The fish eventually fall for it, and now they're going for another inhibitor.
Yep, another good kick coming in, able to get Akashi. And now Team Spirit, like clockwork, is going to get this mid inhibitor as well. Just waiting on Sao to get the Way of the Dragon, and then a clean takeover for Team Spirit.
That's exactly what you want to see right now. Bushido already completed 4 items at this stage, including the Queen's Wings. It's going to be the War Axe, the Hunter Strike on top of the Malefic Roar. He's got plenty of damage to take out some of the squishier members if he can close the distance. And so far, Hiko has been utilizing the go away from me to actually protect his teammates more than himself in a lot of these trades. So if Entity 7 pick up on that behavior, maybe they can get the ult out of him early on and then look for a secondary re-engage with a conceal.
Yeah, although I do have to say the reason why Hiko can do that is just because he's never really in any real danger, because I've seen Shin as well as Akashi trying to get on top of Hiko. Hiko's positioning has been amazing. Same with Sunset Lover, never really caught. There are attempts, they've just been perfectly safe. So this is also helping out Team Spirit, understanding that their damage dealers are actually doing a good job protecting themselves, making it freer for both Kid Bomba as well as Sao just to be a distraction, just to be a wall. No real need to go back and peel for their damage dealers.
Yep, the ref is not pulling them apart here. They just want to make sure that they can at least get a good push off of this. They're synchronizing the waves, and it looks like, unfortunately, mid is going to be where the Lord spawns. As they go for this push, we'll see whether or not Sawo can get another kick to end the fight before it even starts.
Well, look at his Shifting Skies, gets tree, pull them in, and then Dune goes in with a blazing duet, able to get Sunset Lover, but all the while, Team Spirit still survives the onslaught. Good engage coming in from Akashi, but the damage was not there. And now, it's only 2 members of Entity 7. Team Spirit looking to end this game right now. Sao kicks the Selena away, and now all is left is Shin. Team Spirit wins game number 1.
And once again, the signature style of Team Spirit. Cold, calm, tactical. Don't use abilities unless you absolutely have to. Find the trades and find the kills when it matters the most. If there's no reason for it, then blow their battle spells. Even if you die for it, that just means that there's one more step to be done in the enemy territory. Nicely played by Team Spirit, and a very valiant attempt coming in from Entity 7. They definitely had a lot of moments in that game where they could have turned things around, or at the very least, they had strong counter engage, but once Hiko was online, it was just tough to run through muddles.
Yeah, and like you said, Gideon, they were able to get quite a few kills early on, but again, they just didn't capitalize on that by getting any real objectives. Part of the reason why I really feel like Team Spirit just has the very basic of, like, if you're gonna die anyways, might as well clear the wave. But also the other thing is that Zaro Igwes clears his jungle so fast so that they're like, all right, now we won, go to the wait, there's nothing here. All right, now let's go to the lane. Wait, there's nothing here. So it was good on Team Spirit as well, making sure that no real advantages could have been capitalized by Entity 7. So good on them.
I think they just didn't give them any supply lines, and you're absolutely right. The conversions were pretty difficult for Entity 7, but there were a lot of, like, off-tempo movements. For example, you know, Paquito hovering around after this particular fight to try to get this early lead onto Claude. You can see that Hide on Bush, he really camped this bush for a long time after diving the Melissa the first time, and even when Melissa was trying to get back into lane afterwards. So with all that time missing, that's when you see Zara Egoist actually clearing not only the buff, but deciding to go elsewhere or afterwards.
Yep. in this game, Entity 7 has shown that they have a good idea on how to fight, because the first 7 minutes of the game, Kid Bomba as well as Sao was not really the main target. They were able to kill Zaurigus quite a few times, Hiko quite a few times. They got Sunset Lover once, which is quite rare. So their targeting is good. It's just that now what? Right? And I feel like in terms of how they draft, I think overall it's okay. Hide on Bush with this Bushido was able to deal quite a lot of pressure and even kill Hiko twice in lane. But after that, I think this Harley coming in from Zaurigus just proves to be too big of a problem once that Holy Crystal is in, because he always makes Team Spirit win the fight by forcing a 4v5. Other than that, honestly, I really feel like Team Spirit, they just outclass in terms of mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, the outclass mechanics is one thing, but also you're absolutely right about Zaur. And I think that he purposely tried not to interact with Haidon Bush for like a good chunk of the game. Then once he was finally strong enough, I still don't think he was putting himself in front of danger like that, right? He's holding on to his migration, making sure that he still has the hat trick to go in and out of these fights. But mainly, it's to try to bait a reaction from Entity 7. We saw a lot of these fights, especially with the main win condition in this claw to chunk out his opponents, jump into it, but with not enough gold, and I think more importantly, not the secondary situational item. He needed a Winter Crown to be able to kind of stop this overall push from Team Spirit. So maybe it wasn't the most ideal to go into the Malefic Gun, but it's one of those hard decisions you have to make based on the game state.
Yeah, I'm looking at the items here. I feel like the game, I just think that Entity 7, they're just not on the same page, especially Doom, because personally for me, there were some engages by either, well, honestly, mostly from Akashi. Akashi was able to get quite a lot of members, but then Doom is playing away from Akashi, which honestly I can understand, because the more people crowd together, the less damage the Claude will do. So he kind of has to play an assassin kind of style, goes over to Sunset Lover, kills Sunset Lover, and then try to use his basic attacks to deal with the rest of the team, but clearly not enough. Akashi, I would say, is the very oddball here in this team, as well as Vanguin, because I'm really not liking Vanguin taking free hits coming in from Team Spirit and then does nothing with it. They just chain the CC on Vanguin, making it so that there's no Wrath of the Dryad, and it's easy for Team Spirit. Team Spirit just knows how to make every fight a 4v5. Either take Vanguin out or take Akashi out. The rest, easy pickings.
Like you said, it's all about their mechanics, right? They made sure that the chain CC, there were just no frames to give him that space to buffer in any of his abilities. But with that being said, though, that does mean that Entity 7 needs to hit the drawing board one more time. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, more Mobile Legends action. And we are back here. We're trying to conclude Group A so far between TS as well as Entity 7. And so far, Team Spirit already at match point here. After having a bit of a rough early game, they were managed to pull themselves back out of the ditch by getting Hiko back up to speed, especially when it's up against a Claude on the opposite and into the Melissa matchup. And finally, they were able to get the composition online to close out the game. We'll see whether this is going to be a repeat as the draft is about to begin, and we want to see the adaptation specifically from Entity 7. Like you mentioned, LaFell, Entity 7 had a pretty decent draft overall. It's just a lot of disconnection.
I do have to say though, Gideon, despite Team Spirit, which I believe just arrived at Astana, like, they've been doing pretty good. Considering that you and me, we had a pretty long flight back to Malaysia and we're pretty tired after that. Team Spirit, they're not dropping a beat. This is what it means to be a champion. Like, it really doesn't matter what kind of situation you're in, you just gotta show up. Speaking of Team Spirit, still with the same bands here, banning out the Atlas as well as the Blue, and then Entity 7 still don't want to see Zara Egoist on that Fanny.
Yeah, they still don't want to see him on that Fanny, and I think that if Entity 7 have decided, you know, we want to stay on red side, I think it's just going to be minor adjustments to the composition. And I think maybe one of those minor adjustments might just be leading either to the EXP side of things or down by the goal lane. I think that the mid lane matchup and the mid lane trios were absolutely fine for both sides, and we definitely saw moments of brilliance from either composition. I think just now it's really just trying to secure a lead in one of these lanes so that it's a lot easier to transition either from early to mid or mid to late.
And now I would say Entity 7, they're in a very tough spot. They're putting a lot of respect onto Zara Egoist, and he already showed that his Harley is still a threat. Now they're in a position where they have to ban either the Freya or the Barats, which I feel like it's better for them to ban out the Freya. The Barats is very difficult to deal with, but if Hiko gets that Freya, and then there's still a lot of heroes for Kit Bomba like the Uranus, you're kind of cooking yourself.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Spirit are the one who decide to ban out the Barats. I wonder if Cold Star is already thinking one step ahead. Like, oh, they're looking to try and, you know, maybe attack Kit Bomba this time. Let's turn into a 50-50. Let's make this lane really, really volatile.
Or Kit Bomba is like, I don't want to play this anymore. Let's just get rid of it.
Coach, no dinosaur, please. Coach, no dinosaur.
I've played this the entire MSC. Now you want me to use it the entire Game of Future? Come on. It's like, fine, whatever. Whatever. We can do well with that.
Phobias for him. Coach Coldstar's like, okay, you don't want to play Barats? Here, take this and see what you can do with it this time. I mean, that would be a little cruel if they blind pick him first pick on that Phobias, but I don't think Coldstar is going to be that way. And especially when Entity 7 decide to ban out Belleric instead.
Even Hiko's again, guys, I got Freya. How did this happen? And they try to fight back with the Esmeralda, which, you know, sure, you can fight with the Freya, and it's flexible. You can put it in EXP, you can put it in gold. But what, after this, Team Spirit is just gonna get Uranus, and then they're looking pretty good. What other heroes does Entity 7 want now? Do you want to pick up a Harley just to deny from Team Spirit?
I think it's more so Paquito here, just to stay flexible, just to make sure that at least you can like throw it on over into the jungle. And yes, if it is a Harley into Paquito matchup, the early to mid is more Paquito favored, especially if he's able to find that first pick. But then again, I keep forgetting about this Marcel every single time it gets in.
Same. Just because it's always banned out, and we're looking at those flashy side laners. Speaking of Team Spirit, they have picked up the Paquito. If they pick up a mid, they're still gonna hide where this Paquito is going. It can still go either ways. But in terms of the mid, I guess it's just the Valentina, or they're like, Eudora is still open. At that point, I think even Sunset Lover is like, Coach, come on, Coach. I've used it the entire MSC. And then when he's Game of Future, come on.
Anything but this, Coach, please. You don't have to be the first half of your name. You can just be a star. You don't have to be this cold. I don't think it's a bad idea. And yes, you're absolutely correct. They go straight into the Eudora as a means to kind of like dodge around all these melee heroes. Or maybe they're also expecting this double fighter style. I think it's kind of on Entity 7 to deal with Team Spirit in the same manner. But the question is, what exactly is it going to be? Oh, they decide not to reveal anything.
No, I completely agree. Because in my head, I was like, pick up Zushin and then you should be fine. Zushin is one of those heroes that can deal with the Freya as well as the Bushido. So very good pick there. Now, in terms of the ban, you just gotta respect Sao's hero, but the problem is he kind of has a lot of it. The only heroes that I would say it's annoying for the Marcel is heroes that can have constant pressure, which Cho is one of them, Hilda is the other. But at this point, yeah, I think it's too difficult. You just have to assume that this Bushido is going to go to the jungle, so ban out Uranus. Other EXPs that could get banned out. I don't know. If you want to... Here's the thing. I feel like Team Spirit, they might even be asking Bomba, it's like, hey, Bomba, you want to try using a dire off here?
Honestly, not the worst idea, but then this is on the assumption that they get like something like Harley or like Yishin Shin to go into the jungle, I would assume.
Yeah, honestly, probably not. Well, Melissa gets banned out. I think another hero that they can consider is either the Moskov or the Claude, because I feel like Claude really can't survive going up against these kind of picks. The Moskov, a little bit better. Sure, you don't like to go up against Eudora, but who really likes going up against Eudora?
That is fair. That is a good argument, but I'm more curious about whether or not there's any like real threat besides. I mean, I'm thinking about the matchups that Hiko has played on both Freya alongside with the Bushido, and I think so far the most difficult one had to be up against like Clint, and even then, it's still like on a knife's edge. It wasn't an absolute stomp, and it was still pretty close overall, especially after he leaves the lane. High loss going to be the follow-up ban here, and I like that a lot. Just to be able to slow Entity 7 down isn't ideal. That Glorious Pathway is so useful for all these melee heroes to close the distance fast.
Now imagine the coach is like, hey, Zara, you can't use the Bushido because Kimboba's gonna use the bomb. going up against Zushin as well as Esme. That's where you know the coach is having just a little bit of fun with Kid Bomba. It's something I would do. I would do that.
Kid Bomba, you're the MVP. You can do this. You start gassing him up as well. It's like, yeah, come on, man.
Don't you want to redeem yourself?
Win rate. Yeah. Don't you want to redeem yourself?
You were 0-7. This is the time, Bomba.
Oh man, especially against heroes who basically don't have much of a dash anyways in their natural kit, only on their ult, with the only exception being Marcel at this point, you know? No big deal, no big deal. But let's see, this red 4 pick for Entity 7 could be a make it or break it for the comp. They've gotten rid of some pretty important side laners, and now they get the Yishin Shin to guarantee themselves, hey, we could be going for a traditional marksman, but more importantly, we could still play double fighters, and Ruby is on the table.
Yeah, honestly, because they pick up the Zushin, I was thinking of the Yishin anyways, because it looks like Team Spirit, they're going to have a lot of melee heroes, and I feel like Entity 7, they can fight fire with fire, having a lot of melee heroes, because Eudora is good against a melee comp, but the same can be said for a Zushin. So this Yishin pick kind of like neutralizes the advantage that Team Spirit is showing. Now they pick up the Gatot as Oh, that's a spicy comp coming in from Team Spirit.
That is a bit of a spicy meatball. Everybody on their side has some form of CC to get the resets. I mean, Kid Bomba.
Yeah, there you go.
You got it. The Phobias matchup is in for our side laners. Two double fighter comps facing up against each other. It's slightly more favored for Entity 7 in these side lanes, assuming that the mid trio aren't able to move first. Let's see how this plays out, because Entity 7, they've got a lot of counter picks on their side. However, a majority of their composition and a lot of their damage is really going to come from this Yishin Shin and Zushin, arguably.
Considering I called it in my head most of Entity 7's draft, except for the Esme and Marcel, I'm hoping they could win, but at the same time, Team Spirit, given they have such a flashy comp, they have a lot of ways to extend the fight just by chaining those CCs around. And then Kid Bomba, being the MVP of MSC, you just know that this Arlet is going to be pretty nasty.
It's true, it's true. Kid Bomba got that MVP after defeating the one and only Ying from Yangon Galacticos, and now not only does he take his crushed key, he's trying to take his brand as well on this Arlet as they jump right into game number 2, facing up against Entity 7, who once again decided that they wanted that last pick. They wanted this red side bad. Now, let's see how they're gonna play this out, because Zara opting to go for Assassin Emblems to get that early game at damage. He's not thinking about sustainability, he's thinking about how hard he can punch.
Or he can punch for sure. For now, looking at all of the lanes, Akashi should be able to have a good time going up against Kid Bomba because, again, you know, natural predator, natural reverse predator. There you go. NT7 as well, Team Spirit, they really should be doing nothing for the first 2 minutes. Team Spirit wouldn't mind fighting for the first 2 minutes, just that NT7, they're the ones to be like, guys, we have a Yi Shin. Let's wait for level 4, let's have a stun, and then we'll figure it out from there.
Is this worth it for Shin to go Weapons Master on Zu Shin? I mean, I guess they do like damage, but I really thought just get a Sky Piercer and call it a day.
I've never used a Weapon Master. This is new tech for me. And even Hide on Bush using the Assassin emblem, which I usually see Yi Shins on an Assassin. So new innovation coming in from NTT7 here.
Oh, he was using Assassin emblems? Okay. So I may have looked at the wrong side here. It looks like he's got Marksman emblems. Anyways, either ways, it still has natural penetrations. Who am I to say? As they're looking for first interaction, Bomba already making it interesting.
Yep, Kid Bomba already dive in just a little bit too deep, already forcing out Vanguin to use the Revitalize. Which probably isn't ideal, but not the biggest deal here. You look at the bottom. There you go. Thank you very much, Observer. Right now, Zarigo is in a pickle. Gets first blood by Hide on Bush, and now they're able to get Kid Bomba as well. 0-1 for now. We'll see whether he can make it 0-7.
We'll see. Because with two men already down, it's going to be a pretty difficult game overall. Well, actually, one man already down. As they come back up, they're instantly going to take the turtle, and from this point onwards, I'm hoping that Entity 7 can set the tempo right now, especially when you have a Marcel. You cover so much distance so fast, and you can open up these bushes instantly. Look at him. He's taking the damage. He doesn't care.
Golden Hour onto 2, and now they're able to get Hiko. Hiko is able to flicker out of there, so it's going to be safe. And Vanguard is feeling pretty confident here, even tanking the full ult from Sunset Lover.
I think now they just need to set up some freezes. Now that they have the lead, and especially since it's on this Yishin Shin, I mean, they can dance around this forever, basically, right? And Kid Bomba not going to waste some time, try to catch it back up with the help of the gold shielding here. But I think Vanguard has been doing a really good job so far in this early game, working well in tandem with Zushin for now. But we know Team Spirit ain't no pushovers. They've been in this exact same position in game number 1. Now, whether or not they're going to lean into Hiko's side is going to be a different story, but they really need to work together here to make sure that Vanguard just doesn't get this space for free.
And Hiko gets taken down. This is one of the advantages of having that Zushin. You're able to start a fight at any moment. For now, it does look like Entity 7, they're just gonna be okay with some of their buffs getting stolen, which I guess probably is a respawn from what happened in game number 1, where we said that they were able to take advantage, but they just did not get a lot of objectives. But that's kind of a, like, over 5 minutes kind of thing. Like, earlier on, sure, you can get some gold from the plating, but I honestly don't think it's that worth it compared to your jungle creeps. Because Hide and Bush, you're position 1. You kind of need as much gold as you can.
Is he really position 1 in this case? I guess he's sorta position 1, I suppose. I mean, he's the only marksman, that's fair, and he's the only one who actually scales, which makes me wonder why the weapons master coming in from Shin. I would have imagined that he should be the one going for the Sky Piercer anyway, but now the War Axe is already completed by Kid Bomba. He's gonna have some extra sustainability, but this looks like to be a full team fight as Phoveus is able to leave the lane first.
Yep. Right now we can see Doom really making Hiko's life quite difficult here, and now Sao gets pulled back alongside with Sunset Lover. Akashi's moving forward, and now Vanguard stuns him up, uses the Golden Hour, able to catch 2. Right on Bush. Unsure whether he should join the fight or not. Kid Bomba final slash onto 3, and Akashi has to flicker out. Shin gets a kill onto Kid Bomba, but Hiko tries to move forward, tries to get the kill, but Akashi still sustains, and now moving forward, Shin is able to get a Bushido. Right now, Zar Egoist, he's positioning himself, trying to get a turtle, but he's taking way too much damage, but able to dish it out to Hide on Bush. Double kill for Zar Egoist. Sunset Lover zoning them away. No mana. Zar Egoist secures the turtle, and Zar gets a triple, and they continue on. Almost a maniac.
And that's how you get a Bushido snowball. And sir, he does so much damage. And especially in the early stages of the game, after getting his first item, he is rocking the boat already. Tempo falling back into the hands of Team Spirit, bringing this game 5-6. As they're getting plenty of pressure here by mid. What is this Marcel going to do as that mid? Oh my god! He exploded under that pressure.
As he should. Marcel is only tanky after you get stacks on that Thunderbelt, not before. This is a mistake coming in from Entity 7, where they try to focus on the turret, but the timing is so wrong, allowing Zara Egoist to get majority of the jungle. And hey, if you read the patch notes, you know that the jungle costs much more, meaning it gives you more gold. And wow, wow, wee, wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's left us speechless here already. Such an enticing turnaround. And Hide on Bush.
3 levels ahead of Hide on Bush.
I mean, he's going to have to try. It's going to be difficult for him. And that's the big issue once Bushido is able to kind of get into these like early fights. And it looks like it's going to be a BOD rush coming in from Zara Egoist as well to guarantee the finish offs from the rest of his team. So he doesn't mind if everybody on his side dies.
Oh yeah, for sure. If I was that Bushido, I would prefer my friends dying. And now Hiko gets pulled back, trying to get some kind of pressure here in the turret, and Akashi is all alone, gets taken down by Kid Bomba. Golden Hour just a little bit too slow, unable to help his team out. And this is where Team Spirit can take the game over. But look at the bottom lane. It looks like Hot on Bush, like, you know what, screw this. Get as much turrets as I can. Never mind, I'm leaving. This does not look good. And looks like Kid Bomba goes in. They're able to get Hide on Bush, but unfortunately, Kid Bomba misses his ult, but Hide on Bush still dies. Zara Egoist gets a double, tries to get a triple, but taken away by Kid Bomba. Team Spirit, they just won that turtle fight, and now they just win everything. A BOD in 7 minutes, crazy.
It's wild. He's 2.2k, my guy, and he's gonna steal another buff away. He's so strong, level 12 to level 9 right now. The 3-level difference making it impossible for the neutral take. But better yet, I gotta give it to Sunset Lover. He's been playing a tough game on top of everything else. And I think the big problem with ND7 is that they're following these gut reactions. They got chump checked. They weren't expecting Team Spirit to chase them that far down, not through the mid lane, all the way through their jungle into the purple buff, to cut them off from actually going. And you know what? Hide on Bush, just recall. If he just recalled, he would have been fine.
Considering Eudora is kind of like the only hero Sunset Lover has been using for quite a while, it's a good thing that he's doing pretty good here. Hide on Bush, able to get away, but Vanguin, well, not much you can do there, Chief. Try to get some stacks in. Doom tries to protect his team. Kid Bomba takes quite a lot of damage. He goes back in, tries to get one member, at least Akashi, but Akashi pulls them back in. Akashi still saved right under that turret. Entity 7 so far still able to survive, even getting Sao in that trade.
Okay, so support at this stage of the game, not too bad. Hide on Bush forced to actually go straight for the War Axe here. Isn't even gonna bother with the Hunter's Strike. He does have the Fury Hammer, but I think he just wants to focus purely on his sustain. So he's going for the Endless Battle to get just a little bit more burst, some true damage, but more importantly, just to get some kind of health back on top of the War Axe in the middle of these fights. But Team Spirit are already one step ahead here. They already got the anti-heal down and a Chastised Baldrin to make sure this combo is not good enough.
Oh my god, that one punch sent him back to America. That hurts. And now they're going through more. Hiko secures another kill onto Shin. It's only Doom now. Tries to get away. Akashi is nowhere near. Akashi's in the top lane, and now they even use the conceal, trying to get onto Akashi. No, never mind. They just want to go for the Lord.
Too much damage. It's too much damage to deal with right now. With Kim Bomba already completing his Oracle, we're seeing that at least for Hiko, he's on his way to an endless battle. And I think these power spikes that have been achieved here by Team Spirit, it's just emboldening them to fight even harder. At this stage of the game, Entity 7 are now kind of locked into their base. Walking out just seems to be a little too dangerous for them, especially since level 15 has already been hit from Zara Igor. So it's going to be a no contest for this Lord. And Hiko, he's not even going to waste this time going over to the Lord side. He's already got a fat push down on the bot side.
The crazy thing is, Zara Egoist got his level 15 quite a while ago, and the closest to him is level 12. That's a big gap. That is our ego is saying, I'm gonna do everything in this game. And he was able to. This is a mistake coming in from 87, giving him way too much space in their own jungle. And now Team Spirit, with 10 minutes and 30 seconds, can still use, able to dodge out Akashi there. Team Spirit is getting quite a lot for free here, Gideon.
No connection on that Dark Wave. And you can see that TS just wants to farm these Holy Shielding. Oh, wait!
Well, Golden Hour able to get 3. Can they actually do anything with it? Might shut down, able to get Our Egoist, and now even getting Hiko. Sao survived just because he still has that AOG. Good re-engage from Vanguard.
Ooh, a fat golden hour to set it up perfectly for Entity 7. Everybody was prepared to jump in at the exact same time to guarantee those kills. And that's going to be a fat shutdown on Zar Egoist to pull this game back just a little bit. Now, it's not the end of the world. It's a 5K lead for Team Spirit. But they've worked with and closed out games with far less. Entity 7 now trying to take the tempo back onto this map. And now with the endless battle, Hide on Bush is more eager to actually engage and then disengage because he can heal back up.
Oh, Vanguard tries to zone him away. Makes it so that they got that mid turret, and now Shin is gonna get taken down. Since Lover gets the kill, Doom is all alone. Nothing much that can be done. Doom is gonna get sacrificed as well as Team Spirit tries to continue on with Sao re-engaging with the AOG, now even with the conceal, making so much pressure plays. Well, it looks like they're not gonna continue here. They're gonna respect it 57. But they're going to use this mid-wave to try to get this inhibitor. Boom! 2 people get caught. Vanguard able to stop down Hiko just for a while. And now Kip Bomba goes in, gets Hide on Bush. Hide on Bush able to escape. And Team Spirit able to get mid-inhibitor.
Oh, they weren't able to completely destroy that last minion at the very end there. The Ballista able to cut right on through, and Team Spirit opened a hole right into the mid lane. Looking at the items so far, already at full build, and looks like a potential either Queen's Wings or even most likely going to be the Immortality for Zar Egoist. He's got to be careful not to die in the same exact vein. Team Spirit, they're really great at chasing down their targets, but if they get hit by the Golden Hour, all of them getting hit by the Golden Hour, it's a much bigger problem for them. So it's just about dancing. And Sao even recognizing, hey, I already take a lot of damage. I might as well heal up once I walk away from a fight. And here comes Entity 7 as they engage.
Yep, they really want to get Zara Egoist here, and they might. AOG comes in, gets 2, and using the Golden Hour defensively. Vanguard has to sacrifice his life, but Akashi as well as Doom still surviving. These are the front lines of Entity 7. And looks like they're just gonna let Akashi through. They want more farm on Hide on a Bush. And respectable, because once Hide on Bush is fully built, that's where Entity 7 can really start to show up.
Oh, how he's going to get the poke damage in. Especially with this comp, there's just a lot of sustain. Now with the Guardian Helm from Sao, it's even more difficult to kind of threaten their life totals here. I think that Entity 7, unfortunately, need to find like bigger all-ins, or if they use the Golden Hour, as soon as it's done, they don't find anything, they gotta back away. Whoa!
Oh, Jin has not much HP here. He should have protected Hide on Bush. Hide on Bush has to get away. Vanguard is there. Gonna able to help his team out. Doom is still surviving, going up against Hiko. So right now, Entity 7, the front lines look pretty tanky enough, Gideon. They might actually be able to get a good fight here against Team Spirit, but Zaurego is doing way too much onto Doom. Doom is able to get a lot more. Kibomba is trapped inside of Golden Hour, still able to get the final slash onto members of Entity 7, but now all alone, it's Sunset Lover shut down. Akashi secures that one, and then Doom unable to hit anyone with his ult. So right now, Entity 7, they have a good chance by taking down Sunset Lover. How do they proceed forward? Kibomba gets onto 2 with his final slash. Hiko tries to get onto Shin, but Doom is just at what happened? How did Zara Egoist kill Hide on Bush? Now it's all over. Double kill for Zara Egoist. No more real damage threat coming in from Entity 7. Triple kill for Zar, able to get Shin. Now it's just Akashi and Doom. Akashi next on the table, a maniac. Can they get Doom in time? Looks like that's not gonna be the priority here. Team Spirit will try to end the game now.
Gonna make it the temp, 15 seconds until Hide on Bush, and as well as Vanguard to get back up, and they've already zoned out 1. They're looking to close this out fast.
Yep, Team Spirit won game number 2, able to take down Entity 7.
Man, a high kill count game there. you get to see the vengeance in their eyes. Team Spirit were not going to back themselves into a corner. They want to make sure that if they're going to go down, they're going to go down swinging. They managed to catch the chin of Entity 7 in the early to mid-game transition, which allowed the team to actually come back in. And honestly, it saved Hiko from his laning phase. He was struggling to get any kind of pressure on to Doom in that lane. So it ended up working perfectly for Team Spirit in terms of their timings and their tempos of when they were going to get the strongest. Not to mention that Zara's build, BOD rush into the War Axe, into the Malefic Roar. There was no way that Yishin Jin was going to survive if he ends up walking into a bush. And it so happens that Zara had the champion stance ready to go.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that's kind of like calling an audible. I don't think he gets those kind of games all the time, but after getting quite a good cleanup around a turtle, he was like, you know what? I'm feeling pretty brave. I'm feeling pretty frisky. I'm pretty sure I will not get punished not getting a War Axe here. Goes for the BOD, and yeah, it worked out tremendously, but unfortunately, I do believe this means that Entity 7 has been eliminated from Games of Future because that was the lower bracket final.
It was, and I mean, it's sad to see them go like this, especially since they had the picks to actually control these lanes, a majority of them, right? Hiko could barely move half the time, and worse yet, there was just a lot of motions where you see that Entity 7 is actually getting some pretty good resets on to Akashi, but he can't just go into the fight without the rest of his team actually being strong enough. He wasn't building War Axe, he was building full tank in a lot of these scenarios, and I think, unfortunately, there has been overextensions from both Team Spirit and as well as Entity 7, but I think more often than not, it just ended up being Zara Egoist at the right place at the right time.
Again, this is just hyper aggression coming in from Team Spirit, really utilizing the drafting well. I do have to say though, Entity 7, it's just one mistake, which is they prioritize to shut down Hiko, and then after that, try to get the turret. But below 5 minutes, honestly, I feel like the advantage is supposed to be if you win your lane so hard that you can get those plating. But personally for me, I really don't think that really matters. Even if I win my lane hard, I would rather just get either the crab or get the jungle creeps. So I think it's just unfortunate Entity 7, they got the wrong priority there.
Yeah, no, I think that, like, in those moments, whether you have to decide upon getting the shield or, the plating, or whether going for, like, gold crabs, I think it comes down to, like, how many people are sharing the gold shielding with you. If you get the whole shielding by yourself, okay, that's not so bad, but there's still the problem, like, at least half of that shielding is essentially one gold crab, and, well, unfortunately, gold crabs spawn a lot more often than the gold shielding, and I think that's, as you mentioned, it hurt them at the end. 14 minutes, 57 seconds with 23-12. The mid to late game transition here for Team Spirit, really well done, and honestly a little over the top, having chased Entity 7 halfway across the map just to make sure they can close out this game.
Yeah. Again, good on Team Spirit. Even though they had to forfeit the first match yesterday, they come in swinging, taking down Entity 7. How does this proceed them in the bracket? We will see later on, but that's not going to be the focus for today, as we still have 3 more matches in our stream. Looking at the other stream, looks like Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats are still fighting, and I would say this is at a point where it's 50-50. Either Vamos or Bushido Wildcats could win, but for us, Gideon, it should be Falcons against DianFengYaoGuai later on, where they are the winners of yesterday, where we saw DianFengYaoGuai play. We haven't seen Team Falcons play just yet because they got a bye going up against Team Spirit.
It'll be interesting to see, because yes, DianFengYaoGuai has definitely improved, but I don't think they have improved to the level that Team Spirit actually has improved, and I think that's where a lot of teams are going to be looking at, especially when you got an MVP like Zara Ego is 13, 3, and 8, and honestly, 2 of those deaths probably weren't necessary. One of them, like, you were gonna die anyways, and yet he was still able to get a 91.3% kill participation overall. If you're looking to build the Bushido jungle, especially in this particular manner with a kill spree on your hand and assassin emblems, you must be able to build the right items to get them low enough to even trigger the kill spree in the first place.
Yep. So again, congratulations to Team Spirit, and we hope for the best for Entity 7 in their future tournaments. After this, we'll see whether DianFengYaoGuai has got enough to deal with Team Falcons BH.
With that being said, this closes out our first series of the day. GG well played to Team Spirit once again as they move on to the next round. As we wait for our second series of the day, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, of course, it's more Mobile Legends action.
of these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images. And you're coming back around. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel I can't breathe. Right, right,
Welcome back, everyone. We are about to see Team Falcons going up against DFYG. And this is going to be an interesting matchup considering that we have not seen Team Falcons play so far here in Games of the Future, considering that yesterday they got a free bye going up against Team Spirit here. But DFYG, we did see them play yesterday and they were looking pretty good. But still, I feel like they need to have... The best way that I can describe it is that once you win, you got to make sure that you're going on the right places, because it does seem that when they do have an advantage, they just don't really utilize it the best that they can. For now, let's check out Team Falcons here. We got Flap, Haji, Kyle, Ogwen, as well as Super Marco, where Kyle has been looking pretty strong here, but considering all of the Selenas that we have been seeing, I got my eye on Haji just to see whether he will try to utilize that as well or not, because it does really seem like the mid is pivotal in making sure that they have the right draft.
Really, I'm more excited for Super Marco, actually, because again, I think that his performance during MSC has been great. I think that the entire team knows exactly what they needed to do to adjust themselves for this upcoming tournament here at the Final Games. But against DianFengYaoGuai, they're looking to be the favorites, especially against Fish God, Lung, Yi1, Zhao Shui, and as well as Zed. We've seen holes in their gameplay, and like you mentioned, the conversions weren't exactly that great. So I do want to see how quickly these teams can actually make decisions, and I think that's the big part that a lot of these teams who have been down in the dumps, and especially since they haven't been able to close out games more cleanly, that's really what it boils down to, right? Information and how fast you can make a choice.
Yep. I do have to say though, like, I feel like DianFengYaoGuai, they just keep getting better and better. It really is just on, like, after getting that win, they got to trade it into objectives here, because we see the fights yesterday against Entity 7. When it comes to the team fights, they're looking pretty strong in terms of how they operate as a team. They're good. It's just that once they have the advantage, they're just like, okay, we're gonna get kills, and then what next, right? So going up against a systematic team like Team Falcons, I'm just worried that they're gonna be aggressive, but Falcons will eventually find mistakes in their positioning and then just capitalize on that.
I don't know. I think it's the game of footsies, right? I think that, unfortunately, Falcons is just a little bit better at getting a reaction out of people. I feel like DianFengYaoGuai, unless there's a giant sign that says "We fight now," is going to be the biggest issue, because even against Entity 7, there were moments in this game where they weren't 100% sure whether this was going to be a commitment, and then Entity 7 made the decision for them overall. So that's just one of the few things that I've noticed at the very least. But hopefully, in terms of like the drafting phase, what do you currently think about the Marcel? We're seeing more and more teams actually just not minding it actually getting let through in the draft.
I feel like if they were more bans, they would 100% ban the Marcel as well. It's just that there's too many threats right now, especially those fighters, the Bushido, the Freyas, and then against certain teams, you also have to respect both the Aurora as well as the Fanny. DianFengYaoGuai, I feel like maybe it won't be that big of a problem for Falcons, because personally for me, I don't think you need to respect their Paquito that much, because Lung has proven himself to be better on the Melissa, quite okay on the Claude, but when he does get the hands on the Paquito, it just doesn't have that killer instinct, not like the Paquitos that we've seen so far. But it looks like Team Falcons, they're the ones getting this Marcel for themselves. As Team Falcons, they banned the Paquito, the Harley, as well as the Barats. Rarely do we see this kind of ban opener here. And then for DianFengYaoGuai, Fanny, Freya, as well as Hirara has been banned out. So I wonder, do they want to just follow up with an Atlas Valentina or Atlas Eudora?
I think probably the Atlas Valentina is the usual way of going it, but the Eudora isn't that bad of an idea as well. Kyle has shown great proficiency on Assassins overall, and it looks like it is going to be the Atlas and Valentina. We're expecting the Bellaric trade to happen on the opposite side, unless Team Falcons want to do something else here. And it's not impossible for them to go for, to start looking for their side laners as of right now that they've already kind of secured Ogwen on this Marcel. I just feel like DianFengYaoGuai have to play around the golden hour at this state, but again, it's about people who can dash and close the distance that Marcel is able to disrupt and buy time for not only mid laners, but even gold laners to kind of get out of some pretty precarious positions. But since they banned out the Paquito, I don't think they have to really worry about that anymore. They've got the Nolan as well as a response to seeing the Valentina, now knowing that, hey, we don't have to worry about this Eudora anymore.
Yep. Right now, with the Marcel there, technically DianFengYaoGuai also has a golden hour, but I don't think it really matters that much, because Super Marco with this Melissa as well as Kyle with this Nolan, they should have enough dashes to avoid the golden hour, considering that they have pretty low cooldowns on their dashes. So now for DianFengYaoGuai, not a lot is open here. I think it would be best if they pick up something like a Uranus, because in terms of picks, it's getting really low, but instead they do go for the Clint, a favorable matchup going up against the Melissa. But now I'm seeing both teams, like DianFengYaoGuai probably get rid of the EXPs, and then for Falcons, maybe get rid of the junglers, but instead they want to respect the Selena as, I would say, one of the top picks here in Games of Future.
Definitely understandable here, getting rid of the Selena and specifically targeting Haji at this state. If they want to keep on doing, then I'm expecting, you know, things like Zushin, arguably even Farsa at this point, might be a good option to ban out. Team Falcons making sure, wow, I don't know whether these teams have been scrimming each other as often here in Kazakhstan, but we're seeing a lot more Guinevere's getting banned out specifically against DianFengYaoGuai. I don't know if they're going to follow it up with other engagers, but Alice is going to be the follow-up ban for DFYG.
Yeah, this show that I feel like DFYG, they want to get either the Esmeralda or the Uranus for themselves. I would still think probably Uranus might be a little bit better here. Other picks here in terms of the bans, because I don't think DianFengYaoGuai can go for something like a Yisenshin or the Ling, because I feel like even though Clint is relatively early game friendly, I still feel like Clint made some farm for himself as well. So other picks in the jungle that is strong early, I guess, is an Akai, but at this point, no tank jungle is really respected in the current meta. So they're gonna ban out something.
They're holding onto it for a while now. We'll get the graphic to update just a little bit here, but I feel like the setup for DianFengYaoGuai, it's like they know no matter what they pick, it's going to get disrupted by Owen on this Marcel, kind of no matter what, right? So as long as they have some form of iframes, and I think Ling probably is kind of the only assassin that sort of fits this build now that Nolan is kind of out of the way, it does tell us a very telling composition that Team Falcons want to have some kind of like mid-priority to play off of, or maybe just strong side with Flap to try to set up for Kyle later down the line. Now that they don't have to worry about the Barats, they also get rid of the scaler in Yishin Shin. This is really limited down the options from DianFengYaoGuai, and I think they might just have to play Harley in this case.
Harley banned. Harley banned,
no.
Yeah, so a lot of the junglers have been banned out and they pick up the CEO, but that feels like a desperate play here because once the Eudora gets picked up, the CEO is going to be a non-factor. And again, they have to pick up the CEO because no other jungler can really match the speed of a Nolan. And if Nolan just outspeeds you, that it just becomes a losing battle just as the timer goes down.
Yeah, this is not exactly the best position, but they've been saving this final pick for their EXP laner anyway. So no matter what, Team Falcons, they will have to blind pick the Uranus into this. Haji will go into his traditional Jushin to try and maintain control alongside with this Marcel. I think I'm totally fine with this. It's a pretty standard composition from Team Falcons. We've seen this before during MSC. But now what's the big game changer here from DianFengYaoGuai? What exactly could be Esme only? Is that their only option here?
I actually feel like Alice would be better, but they themselves ban out the Alice. So other than that, I can see a high loss, but the problem is that the Zushin, any tank that's good against the Uranus, it's going to be difficult to play against the Zushin. So a CC is also okay, a Lapu is also okay, but it really is just depends on how FishGod can play that lane. I would say Lapu is the best, but again, we don't know his hero pool, how it's looking like.
That's true. I was also thinking like maybe there's like a Sora angle here, but it looks like they're going to go into the safe comfort of the Lapu and the bravest fighter as a means to kind of break through and get right on top of Super Marco. Interesting compositions from both sides. Wasn't expecting the bans to look like this from DianFengYaoGuai. Pretty straightforward overall for Team Falcons, despite them banning out the Bushido alongside with the Barats. Personally, I'm okay with this, right? I'm okay with the Falcons comp. I want to see DianFengYaoGuai whether or not they can actually back Lung up, because we even saw during MSC that even Super Marco can play into a Clint matchup, and he honestly was able to kind of walk away from the lane even and break first tower off of that. I don't know if it's just the Super Marco thing or whether you know something else in terms of like the laning tech from Melissa into Clint, but we'll find out if we start heading on into the game. The Land of Dawn is calling for another best of threes. We head on into our second series of the day. Only one of them will be moving on to the next phase. Is it going to be Team Falcons playing on the blue side, or is it going to be DianFengYaoGuai on the red side as we head on into the Land of Dawn?
Honestly, I feel like in this game, Super Marco should win out the lane just because they have a mid trio that is incredibly fast, especially when you compare it to what DianFengYaoGuai has. Honestly, the Alice as well as the Valentina can win the lane pretty well. It's only Zhaoxi on this Suyo that I'm just slightly bit worried of, because like having just the Marcel and the Nolan should be pretty fast enough for them to really do much. But look at this rotation here. Kyle is immediately taking a green cap away from DianFengYaoGuai. Zhaoxi that just again shows that they are pretty confident in the speed of their composition here, even with Zed being around there alongside Yi1. Oh, Juno, hold on. Actually, Kyle might be in trouble here, or also known as Juno.
Well, he's totally fine, and even gets the retribution down as well. Loses that out, but look at the vertical jungling. On the opposite side, the invasion onto this green camp has been successful for Zhao Shi as he gets his way back out and immediately starts making his way over to the purple buff. And this is not going to get contested. They saw Kyle use the retribution, so it's going to be a no contest at all, as Kyle is just trying to get his purple buff down so that he can have some more pressure down on the bot lane.
Yeah, and this kind of neutralizes the advantage that Team Falcons should have, because Zed as well as Yi1 was able to get in a good position to slow down Kyle long enough so that Zhao Shi can vertical jungle for himself. I don't think he got the camp. Did he? I'm not sure.
No, he got the camp. He got the camp off of it. Yeah, you can see that Yi1 is already like very close to level 4 before the wave even collapses. It's supposed to be before the 9 o'clock mark. But even so, Flap still trying to maintain some kind of control here. But look at this. Immediately, DianFengYaoGuai still playing to their strengths, right? Trying to force this level 4 as quickly as possible. It's probably their only opportunity. Once Fish God hits 4, they can definitely fight.
Well, Yi1 does have that golden hour. The only question is how he's going to use it. Yi1 almost gets taken down here. Has to get away. Golden hour used. Zhao Shi still secures it. And Juno or Kyle just got taken down by DianFengYaoGuai. Now Team Falcons, they have to retreat as Fish God tries to get a kill but gives it over to Zhao Shi. And now Ogwen slowing down the recall of Zed. Zed wants to move on forward as Yi1 tries to terrify him. Looks like a lot of damage onto Ogwen, but Zed is taking way too much damage. Flap trying to get close, but Yi1 gives the cover for Zed. Clean from DianFengYaoGuai, winning everything on the board.
Really good disengage here for DianFengYaoGuai. Again, I was thinking like maybe he was playing a little dangerous there for Zed, but again, at the very least, Flap was not able to get that Ionic Edge anywhere close to him. Manages to survive and has Yi1 to back him up. With both sides recalling immediately, DianFengYaoGuai looking for a big punish, knowing that the purple buff has actually spawned back, that they were delayed for taking it, using his retribution early on to steal this away, and Kyle is going to be left purpleless for the next couple of minutes.
I would say this is uncharacteristic of Team Falcons Philippines, where I would say the first rotation got read out by DianFengYaoGuai, and DianFengYaoGuai was able to respond appropriately. And now with the 2Q lead onto Zhao Shi, as long as he doesn't get caught by either the Marcel or the Zushin, DianFengYaoGuai, they're going to scale pretty steadily. And because Super Marco does not get any help from the team, Lung is also having a pretty good time here in lane. Looks like it is roughly even, but actually no, Lung does have a level advantage. Unsure if he was able to deny a few minions away from Super Marco, or it's just, you know, neutral objective difference. But still, this is a very good start for DianFengYaoGuai.
It's neutral objective difference, and I think it's 2 crabs at this point is why he has the current lead. Let's just double check his gold. Yep, 666. That's about right there. It means at least 2 crabs were obtained here by DianFengYaoGuai as they already fight for the first position here on the upcoming turtle.
Yeah, now they gotta really be careful of Flap. Level 7 on that Uranus should be able to deal quite a lot of pressure onto DianFengYaoGuai. Look at Fish God. Fish God is pretty low in HP, and Flap sees that, tries to get a kill. Ogwen, he does have the golden hour, looking for a prime position to get onto someone. For now, looks like they're all on Flap, trying to make sure that Uranus is not part of the fight, and Ogwen is there trying to help them out. All the while, Kyle is stealing a green camp away, and even Super Marco is here. DianFengYaoGuai, they're losing their position because they're paying too much attention to Flap.
Yeah, this is taking way too long here. And I mean, at least they get, both gold laners are going to get a double wave here for just a little bit as they run back into lane. It's better for Clint. And honestly, for DianFengYaoGuai, they don't mind this. This is like not the worst position in the world. The longer this drags out, and as long as the jungler alongside with Clint don't die here and just keep on farming, this is a good steady pace.
Well, considering that now Zhao Shi does have that Sky Piercer, if they get killed, it's going to be amazing. Golden Hour used, but not really utilized that well. But look at that, Kyle. Kyle is stealing away the purple here. So DianFengYaoGuai, they're going to get this turtle for free. And looks like Zed was able to catch one member Team Falcons, but Flicker was used just to escape. Down the bottom lane, you can see that Kyle is close to Lung, but looks like Lung has already positioned himself safely. Not going to get ganked by Kyle.
Endless Battle already purchased here for Lung. He's got some incredible base damages to work with, especially with gun in hand. So far, things have been going pretty well for DianFengYaoGuai. I think that right now Team Falcons are just waiting for the next item power spike here. And like Kyle understands that without at least 1 or 2 items, it's pretty difficult to find the big one-shot onto Yi1 or even Lung. Zhaoxi still has iframe, so there's still a little bit of a push and pull to see who uses resources. But now DianFengYaoGuai playing to their strong lane just to make sure that Lung gets this turret, and now they're going to continue the siege. Similar to Brody, you just break a turret, you move on to the next one, and Lung, so greedy, he just wants to make sure that he gets all the farm. No wave wasted.
We will see whether this trade is worth it, because so far, Kyle is getting all the farm and Lung is getting all the farm. Quite a lot of, I would say, Zhaoxi is sacrificing a lot here for his team. He is 1 level behind of Kyle. I think can equalize this if they're able to get this purple buff, but I really feel like they won't be able to. But with that being said, Lung is here. Maybe they do want to go for a fight.
Kyle doesn't have his retribution, but Zhaoxi does. They can try for it. They've got golden hour as well if they want to delay it further, but nah, Kyle, he's not going to waste any time here as the initiation from DianFengYaoGuai just to zone out the rest of the Falcons.
Interesting. Ogwen used the golden hour onto Lung when no member is anywhere close, but this is good for Super Marco. Super Marco is farming freely down bot, might even get that turret as well. DianFengYaoGuai, they're trying to wait for an opportunity, but because nothing is really happening, they're honestly losing the bout just a little bit. The goal gap is non-existent now as Super Marco gets that turret.
DianFengYaoGuai making sure that they're not forcing too many of the scenarios. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Zhaoxi might be in some trouble, but look at the back.
Yep, right now looks like they're going on to Flap. And Marcel from Ogwen does not have the golden hour. They can't capitalize on DianFengYaoGuai clumping up here. It looks like Zed is going to recall. E1 does not have mana. He does have to be careful of that, but looks like Super Marco was able to get away from that. Juno or Kyle still able to get the turtle. Super Marco gets a kill onto Zed, and now they want to move on forward as Super Marco is feeling very confident in continuing the fight. DianFengYaoGuai has to escape. 2 members here got locked up, and now even the golden hour used. Both of them are stunned up, and kills given over to Team Falcons.
And look at the conversion. Immediately, they're getting that wave down bot. They're instantly invading onto topside to ensure the topside jungle is going to be completely cleared, and DianFengYaoGuai will start to fall behind. Team Falcons, their composition is about to go online as Super Marco is 1 component away from completing the golden staff, and then it's going to be the real deal. As Team Falcons have so far, I mean, Kyle has been playing a pretty strong game, right? They got the T2 down on bot side as well. They basically dragged out fights because of the indecision of DianFengYaoGuai, and because of how slow they're making their choices, Team Falcons have built this steady lead on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and I would say that's good for Team Falcons as well, because they position themselves in a way that they don't really get caught by Zed. And DianFengYaoGuai is showing quite a lot of respect onto Team Falcons. Partly the reason why Team Falcons is able to capitalize on those hesitations. So now DianFengYaoGuai, they really have lost any lead that they had. Over 3,000 gold lead now for Team Falcons, just by DianFengYaoGuai hesitating the entire game.
A 5K swing over the span of 4 minutes. And Team Falcons, this is why they are a dangerous team. They're very good at outmacroing their opponents, and especially when they have plenty of information. We've seen that there are moments where DianFengYaoGuai actually have tempo on them. But unfortunately, Team Falcons are very good at just kind of balancing the scales just a little bit, right? Even if they're willing to sacrifice a neutral objective, the gold lead never goes too far. Malefic Gun already purchased and completed by Lung. The extra range is going to be useful, but the tough part is Zhaoxi. Oh wait, hold on.
Yep, you can see Ogwen just positioning himself, trying to see if he can catch multiple members of DianFengYaoGuai. Right now, Zhaoxi is really not in a good spot here, Gideon. And look at that damage coming in from Melissa. Golden Hour used. It looks like the right members are not getting stopped here. Another Golden Hour used, but just to stop Team Falcons. And now Fishguy has to get away. Kyle secures a kill onto the EXP lane of DianFengYaoGuai. And now they don't have any more forward momentum. Ogwen able to stop the recalls. And now Team Falcons gets on the Lord.
I think this game's kind of done for already. Now the biggest problem is that they can't like really do much to Haji without like a hard engage from Zed. And even then, Haji still has that Purify available. With the Ice Queen's wand, whoever walks up is in trouble. Even Lung, right? After using, you know, the netting recoil, he is so slow. He's going to get run down by a lot of the members of Team Falcons if they don't stop this right now.
This is uncomfortable for me because this entire GOF, unfortunately, the jungles are not being selfish. They're letting go of their own farm to help out other people, and it just very bad for the team. Like Xiaoxi sacrificing himself for Lung, and then honestly nothing happens. And this is the same thing that we saw in the previous matchup. Kyle is having a good time despite the early game not going his way. He is level 15 way before, and now Xiaoxi just hit level 13. And as we're seeing this, Team Falcons, they are forcing the situation, getting onto that turret, even using the golden hour defensively, but not good enough. Brought back, Zed gets taken down by Flap, but mostly because Haji was able to pull him back, and now Fishgod goes in with the Bravest Fighter trying to get a kill onto Super Marco, but Super Marco has a lot more items than him, and now Team Falcons gets away, and DianFengYaoGuai can't really do much. Low brought in, kill, give it over to Flap.
Yep, disrespect. You could see that a lot of Lung shots was targeted towards like the frontliners and even on top of Super Marco. But Marco has much better sustain overall because of the fighter emblems, and he's also building the Trinity. Very easy to trigger when Muddles is so far up, already chipping away at his life total. But I think the hardest part once again, is Haji. He touches him just once, just a little bit, picks him up one time, and Falcons are able to shut Lung down. He's 0-2 and 0 so far, and the laning phase is done. There's not a lot of structures that he can take at this stage if he can't walk out of their base. And with no inhibitors at all, it's an even bigger task for DianFengYaoGuai to take advantage of this game at all. So really, the momentum and the motion is on Falcons. The next Lord should be the game ender.
Yep. I do feel like this is pretty over for DianFengYaoGuai. The only way they can really come back into this game is somehow Team Falcons just overextend and keeps on dying to the turrets here. Because Xiaoxi does have a Sky Piercer, but it's 0 stacks. He got it after he already got his 2 kills, so for now, it's really providing him absolutely nothing except for a wasted slot. So this is why I was worried for DianFengYaoGuai. They know how to get kills. But then it's like, okay, now what?
It always seems to be the case. It's starting to become like a more obvious trend among some of the minor region teams. But again, got to be decisive here. Is they're trying to look for at least just a little bit of space, but there's just so many waves that are crashing in, and with Suyo already showing himself, they're just going for the fight.
And with this, Zed even has to flicker out. Not much can be done by Zed. The golden hour stops the fight just a little bit, but still, Kyle able to get a double kill. The front line really can't do much, and now Lung gets pulled back into the team, has to get away, but coming from the flank of Maniac gets by Kyle, and Yiwon's just gonna stay in base while Team Falcons tries to give over to Savage, but not gonna happen. Yiwon is like, get the win, that's it, I'm not gonna give you more.
Yep, he's not that generous, especially from the beating that Falcons lay upon DianFengYaoGuai. A very, very scary version of Falcons. Because the early game, honestly, they found working motions. It's just that they weren't able to capitalize more after that, right? The tempo that they had didn't force Falcons into an error. It ended up just handing them the momentum back and losing pretty important timings, like having the Clint walk back and forth between the bottom and mid lane, even after it was obvious that Super Marco had already left the lane to join the fight after he returned. It's just that Team Falcons, once again, or at least for DianFengYaoGuai, they are getting tunnel visioned on these fights against the Falcons.
I feel like this should just be a note for every single team, which is your jungle is probably the most important resource in the first 6 minutes of the game. Because at that point, I really feel like in terms of the calculations, it's jungle first, including the crabs, and then the turrets and etc. Because for the first 5 minutes, even if you don't get turrets, it's completely fine. I feel like if you get turrets under 5 minutes, that's just you dominating your lane too hard, and your opponents just give up at that point.
And I mean, we've seen leads, dissipate into thin air. That 5K swing, right? When DianFengYaoGuai was able to get a 2K lead and then eventually turned into a Falcons 3K lead over the span of 4 minutes. A lot of it was just because of the quick movements coming in from Kyle. And this is why that a lot of people are leaning into the jungle-style assassins. That extra mobility can shorten the downtime between actually farming and getting back into the mix with the rest of your team. Overall, very low KDA game, 11-2, 14 minutes into this game. Really just shows the macro prowess that Team Falcons put on the table.
Again, it's just them understanding that they're losing, so don't go for fights that really doesn't have to be taken. And that's how they shut down DianFengYaoGuai, where I'm pretty sure they were quite excited getting the lead, and then they're like, oh, wait, Team Falcons will make a mistake, and then they just never do it, right? Because Team Falcons have been playing this game for way too long against so many strong teams, and they know, like, when they're losing, there's no need to force the issue.
Really is no need. And I was trying to think of like another potential way to, punish Team Falcons, but unfortunately this Valentina just had no real good ults other than the golden hour. And I think there's like, unfortunately, a decent amount of anti-synergy there, specifically with the Lapu, right? If he tries to jump in and the golden hour kind of like, lands, then you can't do really, you can't really do much about it, right? So you're just helping Lung to set up for him so he can get as many shots as possible and then just blow them up as soon as it times out. But with that being said, though, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be game 2 in this tight series.
Үлкен әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
We are coming to you live from the Kazakhstan Athletic Complex, a place where a new kind of sport is emerging, combining two realities together, both cybersports and real sports. The phygital format is defining athletes of the future generations, the ultimate warriors who wield real drive, power, strategic reasoning, and cooperation. Today, we are lucky to interview a Mobile Legends Bang Bang team, which represents Team Falcons on the international stage. Ever since starting their journey in 2017, Team Falcons is famous for being a cultural force, redefining excellence in gaming. Let's get to know our athletes. Please, team, could you introduce yourselves?
Hello, I'm Ogwin. I'm the roamer in Team Falcons.
Hi, I'm Flap, EXP laner for Team Falcons.
Thank you so much. Please tell us, is this your first time in Kazakhstan?
It's our second time. We've been here to Almaty at the other tournaments, so it's good here.
Wow, that's awesome. Tell us, do you like being in Astana?
When we got here, our first time, it's snow. But right now, so it's warm, so...
We are glad that you like it here. Next question. When did you guys realize you became more than just players?
It feels good because we're not just a player anymore, but we always do our best to play our game, and we don't really care about the others. So yes, we're focusing on ourselves.
What separates a champion's mindset from an ordinary player's mindset?
I think the champion's mindset is that we do a lot of sacrifices, normal ones. It's like we sacrifice our time with our family, friends, just to play games. And yeah, I think that's what separates us from the normal people.
Does your family approve of your career and support you from the sidelines?
Yeah, our family knows we're here and they're really rooting for us and supporting us from our country.
This is very touching. Next, can you please share what is harder, becoming a champion or staying a champion?
I think the hardest part is staying to be a champion. It's hard to stay to be a high level.
For me, it's hard becoming a champion because all of the team wants to become a champion and you must fight them with all your strength.
Interesting answers. Every champion needs a rival. Which team pushes the Team Falcons to become better?
I think in this tournament, Team Vitality pushes us to our strongest potential.
Vitality does have a very strong roster of athletes. If your team's playstyle was a hero in Mobile Legends, which hero would it be?
Chip. Always wants a shortcut.
That's awesome! We love Chip! Final question, what can you say to your fans?
To our fans here in Astana, thank you so much for supporting us, and I hope that you'll continue on supporting us in the upcoming games. And to our supporters in our country, Philippines, please keep on supporting us. We'll do our best here in Astana.
Thank you, Team Falcons. We wish you the best of luck in the tournament. You guys rock!
Games of the future.
And we are back. The series is not over just yet. Team Falcons have already scored 1 point in this series and are looking to close it out in a 2-0 sweep against DianFengYaoGuai. Now, the drafting has been interesting, the plays, and unfortunately, the tunnel vision just a little too strong during these team fights from DianFengYaoGuai. So we need to see the adjustments, the adaptations, but most importantly here, hopefully they don't hurt themselves in the second half of the draft.
Well, right now, DFYG is going to be first pick this time. They're still betting on a Fanny, though, so it looks like they don't want that for themselves. And even ban up the Selena, really thinking that Falcons should probably get the second pick of that one. So now, Freya gets banned. Considering DFYG, maybe Team Falcons can open things up a bit. They don't have to ban the Bushido, although they did ban the Bushido in the previous game. I feel like Barras is still fine, so Barras gets banned.
Interesting. Falcons want to take away strong opening picks here, but is anybody going to ban out the Atlas again, or are they just going to leave that relationship up with Valentina all over? Because Team Falcons, they don't mind that. They don't mind saying, you know what, you can have the Fatal Links. You can also have the Valentina as long as Haji, the KDA machine himself, gets one of his comfort picks. He's shown that he is just good. He is just good at punishing DianFengYaoGuai.
Yeah. So, looking at DFYG, I'm actually unsure because I feel like even if the draft doesn't look all that great, it almost doesn't matter that much. They do have the raw talent just to play these heroes, just the decision making in game. I hope they have enough time with their coaching staff to just figure out that their mistake really is just letting Kyle invade their jungle over and over again. If Aurora is not banned here, I really feel like DFYG should pick that up instantly. You don't want that go over to Kyle. But also, like, Falcons, why wouldn't you just ban the Aurora here? Like, what else is Prio banned?
Well, I think they're more confident that, other than, well, now that Marcel's already gone, on top of the fact that, Fanny has been banned on top of it, and finally Bushido, they don't mind actually playing the Aurora by utilizing Nolan. I mean, we've seen time and time again, Kyle is extremely comfortable on this Nolan, and I think that he's more than happy to kind of set up for it.
Well, here you go. The Aurora has been picked up, and now Super Marco instantly picks up the Melissa alongside with the Uranus. So Team Falcons starting strong, having S-tier picks in the side lane. So now for DFYG, dealing with these Uranus, they were able to do quite well with the Lapu. And I feel like there's no bad reason not to go for the Lapu again. Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, Lapu is great.
Lapu is great. It's the only way to kind of get through the getaway for me. I'm all for it. But
I like
interesting.
I like this.
All right. I mean, I'll give you the floor in just a little bit here.
Atlas.
At least
Atlas.
Oh, you're right.
Atlas. Go Atlas. Come on. Atlas or Belleric, either or is fine. But if you want to be aggressive, Atlas. Oh, but the Valentina is still there.
Might as well kind of overload them with the ults, right? Which would you rather? Because now they've locked in the Cho. I mean, the Valentina seems to be pretty straightforward for Team Falcons.
Well, let's look at this. So I think the Valentina is still a pretty good pick here for Falcons. If they don't want, they can pick up a jungler now. Something like the Nolan again. Oh, the Harley, that's right. The Harley was banned the previous game. So now, I gotta say, DFYG not super safe, but hey, here's the thing, Farsa has been pretty safe even with all the predators on the other side. So maybe U1 will be fine.
Yeah, maybe he'll be okay. And Falcons, they decide to adjust the second half of the banning phase, making sure that they're getting rid of the Clint. Super Marco says, you know what, Lung, he's kind of good on this Clint. He knows what he's doing in that lane, so let's get rid of it. The Atlas going to be the follow-up here. Are they also going to get rid of the Belleric? We'll find out right after the following ban here from the side of the Team Falcons. I think there's nothing else that they have to really worry about, right? I mean, the way of the Dragon has already been locked in for the side of DianFengYaoGuai, so they have a direct answer to if Harley tries to make a play of his own. So they could just double down on gold laners if necessary, but at the same time, I think the only other thing that they need to worry about is Brody, but Melissa has pretty decent laning phase against the Brody.
Actually, based on my experience, as a Melissa, I do not want to deal with the Brody. It's just that I don't know. I feel like his range is a little bit unfair. I'm sure these professional players can deal with it. But versus, yeah, I don't want to deal with that, man. Well, the Hive gets banned out, and now they didn't want to just double down and ban out the Belleric as well. I feel like you should. considering that you have a Hirara and a Cho, I feel like it's okay for you to ban it out, or a Eudora. Eudora or Belleric, I feel like is a good ban. They ban out the Belleric here. So Falcons, I feel like either the Valen or Eudora should be good just to stop this Cho from really doing much. And then, hey, you're good. After that, you're good.
Should be okay, yeah. That should be the plan here. I want to see whether Team Falcons is actually going to go with it, unless they've got something else for Haji in store, or you know, maybe whether or not they're going to get something for Ogwin at this stage too, because we're kind of running out of picks for him, right? What else in the support section? Maybe, you know, the Gatot could be. Oh, the Gatot, the glue also both works in this particular situation. Which would I prefer? We don't see what exactly is going into.
If DianFengYaoGuai picks up the Brody, go glue, man. Like, there's nothing DianFengYaoGuai can do at that point.
Until then, they're making the guesses. Let's find out. Last couple of seconds here for Team Falcons to go for their pick, and looks like they're going to be locking in. I mean, we're looking at Super Marco's phone, and it seems like it's... wait, is that Sora? Wait, what?
It looks like Sora and Claude, and I feel like that's not the... What?
Huh?
Wait, that's not what I was. I don't know.
Maybe?
I do not know what's going on, Gideon.
It could be big Wan all over again, you know? that could be it. Oh boy. Until the day we change the perspective of the in-game loading screen, we'll never know. But we'll get the final draft for you guys once we start making our way into the game. Hopefully this is not a, you know, out of nowhere pick. So they go for Zushin, and then Sora Claude is the follow-up.
Okay, I think that... I gotta say, well, I called the Minotaur pick, I guess, but I'm guessing that actually picked up before the graphic follows. I'm liking both drafts because Team Falcons heavy emphasis on team fight with a burst hero from the what's it called again, Harley, just to take out a proper target. And when it comes to DianFengYaoGuai, I think it's pretty solid all around too. So I feel like when it comes to the pick and bans, both teams get relatively what they wanted anyways.
Yeah, and I think there's an interesting relationship with Melissa alongside with the Farsa as well. I mean, there's Sora on DianFengYaoGuai's side, and Sora, I would imagine, would like to catch both of them in the shifting clouds, but knowing Falcons, they don't actually mind Haji actually taking a very far forward position to get those spells out. My guess is that he's going to hold on to Wings by Wings, and he's also going to bring Purify into this game. I'm not 100% sure, because there's still the possibility that he trusts in himself to react to it and just take a flicker of his own. Melissa, on the other hand, I'm pretty sure might need to take the Purify unless Super Marco's hyper confident, and no. Goes for the Purify for both of our Filipino representatives.
Here's the thing though, I gotta say, Fish God, I don't feel like this is a tank Sora angle. I feel like 100% go for the lightning form and try your best to kill Super Marco as well as Haji, because I really feel like DianFengYaoGuai, by the way, gang, it's flipped, but whatever, it's flipped. DianFengYaoGuai, you got a comp that has a lot of damage. Use that, you know? That's my opinion.
You know what? I can agree with it, because until Zed uses the Way of the Dragon, wait, hold on. This invasion is actually pretty decent coming in from Kyle. They might get first blood here.
Ooh, smooth flicker coming in from Zed, because that first blood would actually make E1's life so hard. So good on them to be able to escape that one.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. They got to be extremely careful, right? Early retributions have been used from both Xiaoxi and alongside with Kyle, so there shouldn't be a counter invade just yet, unless it's just stealing that side green camp on the far ends of the map. And I think that should be fine anyways. But overall, Flap needs to control this lane, cannot afford to let the Sora come through, and Lung getting chunked out like this is not good, because if he has the recall, that is an immediate lead that's going to be given over to Super Marco's side. Like Claude will eventually... Oh, hold on.
Yep, Lung's dead. Well, it is what it is, you know?
Yeah. That's one way of putting it.
I feel like that was pretty greedy of him to try to get. I feel like getting the stacks is fine, but you should roughly know that there's a high chance that Kyle will be there. But oh well, I'm just saying Lung has not had a good experience so far in games of future. He's I really feel like DianFengYaoGuai, they need to play around Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi should be the main carry.
They really need to make sure that he starts getting ahead in these matchups because it's pretty easy for him to actually steal away in neutral if he has that level lead.
Yep. Unfortunately, bad engage coming in from Aurora. Kyle secures the turtle, but still able to get a kill onto Kyle. That should be pretty worth it. And again, I really feel like FishGod going in for the tank style is not great, but Zed gets a kill onto Haji anyways. So DFYG still got a pretty good trade, trading the turtle for 2 kills here. Oh, but Flab gets that. That's not great.
Miscalculated the damage a little bit, and I mean, Flop, he doesn't mind taking the damage. He's ultra sustainable, and if Owen can cancel out some recalls, even better. So he's already canceled out 1. Zed still needs to go back, and if Zed gets the recall off, that means Zhaoxi is kind of by himself. And as the living ward, Ogwen, he's just maintaining this pressure. He's calling in on Flap to go and disrupt.
Zed and hold on, Zed as well as UI. Let me just tell you, Gideon, this is really screwing my brain right now. All right, thank you very much. So Zed and Yuan really need to start moving together to get kills. Trying to get one onto Haji. Zhaoxi able to secure that one. Yuan does die, but not great. Not great. Yuan preferred to live there.
Yeah, Yuan definitely preferred to live, but Haji is more than happy to die there. Like he knows that, okay, I you know, my Purify is still on cooldown here. This is the only time we're going to be able to punish Yi1 when he has access to that flicker, so we might as well get him. And if by any chance Haji ended up surviving that, it would have been so much worse for DianFengYaoGuai because all of their members were max stacked on that butterfly. He was about to start picking them up and folding them like laundry.
Yep. And now it looks like, Ogwen almost survived there. E1 still secures the kill. Deadly magic onto Zed, but not a lot of damage onto him. He should be able to survive here. DFYG still has the kill lead. The turtle will be spawning soon. I really feel like DFYG, they need to save their abilities to try to capitalize on some kills around that objective, especially FishGod. I really want him on that lightning form, but no, he wants to re-engage, gets 2, but now Haji was able to get out with the Crimson Beacon, gets stunned up though. Zhaoxi secures a kill onto Haji, double kill, they even got Kyle in the back of that. Flap is the one that really survived that engage. This is already a pretty good start for DFYG. There should be no excuse why they shouldn't get this turtle.
Yep, this should be a no contest, and honestly, a pretty good play coming in from FishGod, a much better engage compared to the last one prior to this neutral objective. And as much as we wanted to use that lightning form, I think that so far the base damage for cloud shifting is still good enough to get these early kills. I think maybe later in the game it's not going to be as relevant. I think at most it's going to be disruptive to Super Marco to make sure that he can't get as many auto attacks out. But for now, DianFengYaoGuai not going to waste any time here as they're immediately attacking bot tier 1, giving it over, making sure that Zhaoxi is nearby.
Oh no. Well, Kyle tries to get onto Yuan. Yuan is still surviving, but look at his FishGod this time. Goes for the lightning form, almost takes down Kyle. A lot of damage, but looks like DFYG, they need some kind of anti-heal to deal with Flap. And I feel like they need someone else besides Yuan, considering that he always gets targeted.
Yuan will be able to absorb a little bit of that mid wave as he rotates back, but look at that top side. Zed has made sure that he is made aware that Ogwen is nearby, and also spots out Kyle, making his transition over. So they've got plenty of information to work with here. They can start double waving if they want to, but DianFengYaoGuai, and knowing how Lung plays, generally speaking, is very, very greedy. He's gonna wait for that wave to push all the way in, and even take one green camp on the side for himself.
Something difficult to track here is that Zhaoxi does have that Sky Piercer. I'm not entirely sure when the Sky Piercer was able to be bought by him, but it's something to check. And now Kyle just killed Yuan. Yuan cannot start a fight without Zed. Yuan gets taken down, but FishGod able to take down Haji, and Zhaoxi gets a kill onto Kyle. For now, Team Falcons, they're losing basically every single team fight. They really got to start being careful here, because Kyle, wherever he puts his hat, someone from DFYG is just waiting on that. And Zhaoxi on this Aurora, just reminding us again why this hero really needs to get banned.
Yep, it's just powerful, very, very powerful here. And at least for FishGod, he gets the crack open, bottom tier 1, and that opens up a lot of space for him to actually play, maybe look for different angles to go into that lightning form without having to just use the iframes to dodge the stuns. And this is the problem, right, Team Falcons? They're good at peeling, but they don't have the CC to hard crack open their lines.
Yep. for now, for Team Falcons, I feel like it feels that way because Haji is not having a good time. Haji keeps on getting bursted down. The moment Haji gets some space, the moment Ogum gets some space, they can really do well here. And DianFengYaoGuai, they're doing a pretty good job on trying to get those objectives. I feel like once they crack open the front turrets for top as well as mid, then they're in real business here.
Speaking of business, we're already seeing that Falcons are able to respond to that top side. I think they're just waiting for Marco to scale back up. Way of the Dragon already being used, but, you know, Purifying. It's also Flap playing Uranus. He's pretty unkillable at this stage of the game until we see Lung actually complete the Trinity build, or at least like a DHS, just so that he can get some bonus max health damage on him.
Kyle probably waiting for an opportunity to get a kill again, considering he does have that lightning trencher, and I really feel like even the tankier members of DianFengYaoGuai will suffer for that one. Super Marco now has the support of his team. Lung has to get away, takes a lot of free damage coming in from Super Marco. They really should let go of this turret. Zed still tries to protect though. At least Lung and Zed, they didn't trade too much HP for that turret.
You can see that DianFengYaoGuai are looking to respond, and Flap opens up the map, making sure that, hey, if somebody's going to attack, it's going to be me first. He doesn't mind absorbing this damage, basically can just tank forever. And now they're on the man-to-man defense, right? Not giving DianFengYaoGuai any real time to kind of respond. But notice the split. Zed is on that bottom side, knowing that maybe Kyle could respond to this. If he lands the kick, there's an opportunity.
Flap being a pretty good front line here. Xiaoxi gets a kill onto Kyle. FishGod, unfortunately, misses his ult there, and then down bot. Right now, Xiaoxi, even with the War Axe, is going to be very difficult for Team Falcons to deal with now. Ogwen looks like takes a bit of damage, but he should be able to heal up eventually. Turtle being started by DianFengYaoGuai.
Have to hold on for as long as possible, because now Super Marco is actually getting into the fight. He's got some relevant damage here. I'm not sure if he's already completed the Trinity, but it's a 50-50.
Oh, Ogwen jumps in with a flicker, unable to hit anyone with the ult. Look at the Turtles out. She secures it for himself. Kick onto Ogwen. Ogwen is going to get taken down by Yiwon. And now Flap is in the middle of everything. FishGod tries to run away. Zed tries to help his team out. Flicker used. Xiaoxi goes back in. Tries to get onto Haji. Haji super low. Lung secures the kill onto Haji. Flap has to get away. And Juno does not have the abilities to take down DianFengYaoGuai. 11 kills to 3. Right now, Team Falcons, they are in big trouble.
They are. This is a pretty significant lead for the side of DianFengYaoGuai. They've got at least very, very close to that 5K differential, but so far only 4. The major leads are going to be on to Zed alongside with FishGod, which is rather surprising, but at the same time, you know, you've seen Kyle, even when he dies, he's still trying to keep up as close as possible to the enemy jungler. He's only 1K behind. He can easily catch up to this. But looking at the major items, right? 3 already completed for Lung, and that's why his damage was so relevant in that final moments of those fights. Once he's fully stacked up, he starts chunking down these frontliners, but especially for people like Haji, who's been, again, deprived of food. He's a little malnourished at this stage. Oh!
That strike used. Flap takes a little bit of damage, but so far okay. Zed gives the kick onto Ogwen. Might get bursted down. Ogwen is able to get out of there. And now even the Shifty Skies coming in from FishGod. Not really connecting, but he already took quite a lot of damage. Ogwen uses the ult, unable to get multiple members. And now Haji catches E1. E1 gets taken down. Team Falcons able to capitalize on the mistake of DianFengYaoGuai.
Now they've capitalized on it. We look at the gold lead once again. It's still a 4.5K lead for the side of DFYG. But Falcons, they're immediately looking for Zed, and they're going to be able to get him with the whole get away from me, pinning him against the wall with 3 members already down and 1 extra who is staggered. They're opening mid-tier 1 and starting to walk down the entire lane.
We can see how crazy it is when, hold on, before that, Kyle tries to get a kill onto Lung. Lung should still be okay here, but they're able to get the holy defense from DianFengYaoGuai. But considering it's 1140, it really doesn't matter that much. We can see the turnaround if you just make one mistake. Strong teams like Team Falcons can really use that to capitalize on it. So at least Xiaoxi didn't die. If Xiaoxi did die, that would be catastrophic for DianFengYaoGuai. For now, it really is on Zed as well as FishGod not to butcher their engage again. One bad engage and you're setting up your team for failure.
especially when you're running the Sky Piercer. You don't want to lose your stacks. You don't want to lose your stacks at all throughout the game. You want to maintain them maxed out. Ideally, currently, I would assume that it's roughly around like 40 to probably 30 stacks or somewhere around there. But it's tough to know. And Zed still trying to find opportunities. In terms of the waves, with a lot of missing from top and as well as mid, that is going to be the strong side of the map for Team Falcons to actually try and push their advantage against DianFengYaoGuai if they do find another pick. And it's an early wins of nature purchase as they've already found the kill on Geekay.
Well, I do not know how much stack Xiaoxi has, but I'm gonna say enough. That's all we really need to say for this Aurora. Has enough of it. The Super Mario feels pretty confident in terms of dealing out free damage here. The zone control from the Melissa is looking pretty good. It's just that Ogwen as well as Haji has not had. Oh, look at that tree, man! Gets knocked. They were able to get out of there, but right now, Flap is all alone. Xiaoxi is godlike. That's the kind of engage you want to see from Fish God.
Oh boy, instant response, and now they're looking for more!
Now Steven using the blazing duet, trying to get a kill onto Haji, and now Ogwen is next, double kill for Lung. With that crazy engage, DianFengYaoGuai might have sealed it for Team Falcons. Hold on, Kyle tries to get something here onto E1. E1 has to flicker out. So now, what else does Team Falcon have?
Gonna try something. I mean, their front to back was supposed to be their main win condition here, but Ogwen as well as Haji getting taken out like that, it's not easy. Feather Airstrike again as they're looking for inhibitors.
Yeah, at this point, just spam it whenever you can. Flap gets kicked, not a lot of tags. Xiaoxi gets a legendary 8-0-4. At this point, I feel like he at least has 60 stacks, might even be 80. Team Falcons, they're really crumbling going up against Xiaoxi here.
Yeah, it's been quite the struggle. It has been quite the struggle, and they haven't been able to shut him down either. Every single time we see these fat engagements, either whether it's from Xiaoxi, whether it's from Zed, or even another Feather Airstrike to zone, it's just once they get the combo going, it really helps. The fact that Yi1 is able to put them at a very dangerous health total.
Right now, it's basically all on Super Marco here. He has the damage. He's hoping for his team to give as much space as they can. But I gotta say, Farsa, basically everyone from DianFengYaoGuai, especially Farsa, is creating so much space, making it so that Team Falcons can't reliably defend, honestly.
I mean, that's a big issue, right? The only person who has like hard CC at this stage is kind of only Ogwen. Everybody else has to play like a soft peel style, and even Haji can't guarantee the CC. Well, I mean, now it's a little bit more reliable with the glowing wand, but overall, there's still a huge down period of just building up those stacks, and that's easily when DianFengYaoGuai can use their mobility to kind of get out of that range, or in Xiaoxi's case, just iframe away. So far, I think that Zed has been able to extend their leads really, really well with the engagements from FishGod. At this point, Lung, he's well connected with the rest of his team. He knows how to play in these types of positions when he is ahead, and they're going to look for it one more time. Ideally, it catches both Haji and as well as Super Marco, and I think until they find those pairings dead, that's when DianFengYaoGuai will close out the game.
Interesting here, Zed is looking at the opposite side of the map. DianFengYaoGuai, they're trying to set for a trap here. I don't think anyone from Team Falcons will really buy it though, but Flap took a lot of damage coming in from DianFengYaoGuai. Now Team Falcons know the position of them. At this point, Team Falcons, they want to hope to have a pretty good team fight around the Lord. And for that to happen, you really got to look at Ogwen. If Ogwen gets a massive set, at least 3 members of DianFengYaoGuai, Team Falcons has a good chance of maybe not ending the game, but at least making it more even. Because at this point, what is this? Like 7,000 gold lead for DianFengYaoGuai?
It is a 6,000 gold lead. Well, yeah, six getting pretty close to 7, I'm not gonna lie. But now that they know that Flap doesn't actually have the Purify, he's got to be careful, right? He doesn't want to end up getting blasted down by Yi1, and I think they might opt to try and chunk out some of the other members like Owen, because they can just chain CC it all together. But at the same time, we need to worry about those long lanes, right? Topside is naturally building up. That's an early concentration for Flap.
Zed kicks Flap, not a good kick. He was able to get the deadly magic out of Kyle. So now DianFengYaoGuai, they're proceeding towards the Lord here, but they gotta be careful. A lot of their good ults have been used, like the Feather Airstrike. Lung has to be careful. He's taking quite a lot of damage. Oh, look at that fat stack. Able to get 2, forcing out Ogwen to use the ult, but no one is home. And now Zhaoxi trying to get a kill. He does have the deadly magic onto him. He has to be careful. Able to get a kill onto Haji. And E1 gets flapped. And now Team Falcons out to the side. Zed stopping. Juno gets the kill. E1 gets a double. And now Ogwen is running away. Mega kill for Lung. They might even get a wipeout here. Team Falcons, only the Zushin is alive. And with that, DianFengYaoGuai takes game number 2 against Team Falcons BH.
19-6 in that game. 19-6. It was difficult. I'm not going to lie, especially with the blind picks that Falcons had to throw in there. But man, it felt like DianFengYaoGuai was not missing a beat this time round. They were fighting, and more importantly, they were starting these pickoffs right by the 35-second to 38-second of when the Lord or a neutral objective would spawn, causing people like Flap, even arguably Ogwen as well, to lose their battle spell very early on, and then they have to be very careful with the way that they position themselves in that front line, because as soon as they start getting picked up, the chain CC made it inevitable for them to explode. But I gotta give it up to Zed. Like, he played a strong game too. He was finding some really good pickoffs, and even in some pretty tough situations, he still peels for the team.
I gotta say to Gideon, like, I might be preemptive, but I don't know if we will see her Rara again. She just showed with the Sky Piercer, she can really start to take over the game, but I'm with you on this one. Zed on his Cho, it looks like he has quite enough practice on it now that he can really start impacting the game. And E1, even though like we don't see like super crazy kills coming in from this Farsa, but we can really see the impact that he has just from zoning the opponents. FaZe could have a better Sora game, but overall, when it really matters, he really got a good set.
He did. The 4-man set earlier, already great. It just continues to cause a lot of problems for the side of the Team Falcons. And I like this. I like it when teams decide, you know what, if you're going to try and sandbag me, I'm going to get a strong wave clear with playmaking capabilities of my own. And FishGod was that guy this time around. We've seen Kibamba do it as well. And now Team Falcons, they got to put some respect on DianFengYaoGuai's name, right? In a meta that's so snowball heavy, I'm very surprised that Falcons were unable to out macro them this time round, because there's just too many trigger fingers on the side of DianFengYaoGuai that they have to take into account. And with a lot of their trades actually going 50-50 in the early stages of the game, it allowed DianFengYaoGuai the space and time that they needed, with Lung making sure that those profitable plays actually fed on Yi1 and Zhaoxi.
I would say the interesting thing here is that there is another game of a Farsa going up against an assassin like the Harley, and it's still completely fine. I mean, like, sure, Kyle was able to kill Yuan like 2 to 3 times in the early stage of the game, but again, eventually it would not matter that much. So it's really showing that it's not a bad time to use the Farsa. It is definitely viable in this meta. Sure, maybe you want something else like the Selena or whatever, but Farsa looking pretty strong.
I mean, I'm still thinking about it, and maybe I'm not like 100% convinced, but I'm getting there. Currently, it's 1-1. Final game at match point between DFYG alongside with Team Falcons. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be the conclusion of this series.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Do games bridge the gap between our understanding of the languages? Some think that they do because so many gamer slang words made their way into other languages. Mobile Legends players might just be the loudest crowd to agree with the statement. This raises a question. Which phrase is so easy to understand during gaming that it doesn't need any translation? Prune, you might have thought of something like good game/GG, DPS, or even buff/nerf. Or you might have remembered iconic phrases that are probably ingrained in our heads by now, like
Bomb has been planted.
in Counter-Strike,
Flawless victory.
in Mortal Kombat, in Ace Attorney. But back to the topic at hand. Where does the game Mobile Legends stand in all of this? There are many interesting categories in common phrases among Mobile Legends players. Character names, player behavior, in-game actions, and more. Characters whose names are long transform into shorter word collections. Beatrix turns into Bia. Gusion into Gus. Player behavior-related words like noob means someone who is new to the game. Jungler means a person who clears creeps and secures objectives. Or toxic, a player who is not on their best behavior. Am I losing you yet? No? Good. It will be quite important if you are new to the game. Now for the in-game actions. CC refers to crowd control, meaning any action which represses enemy movements. Backline is for ambushing your opponents. Gank, forcing a team fight when you have the numbers advantage. Did you recognize everything? If yes, now you are equipped to understand the universal gamer phrases during Mobile Legends Bang Bang matches on Games of the Future 2026.
Games of the future.
let's jump right into this. Team Falcons already at match point. Same goes for DianFengYaoGuai, both showing a sweeping victory in their own matches. In game 1, it was Falcons. In game 2, it was DianFengYaoGuai. Coming into game number 3, the draft could tell us everything we need to know before the game even finishes. So let's see the adjustments as Team Falcons will be on blue side, banning out the Bushido and the Barat, similar to game number 1, and DianFengYaoGuai on the red side, banning out the Freya.
So I'm guessing this is going to be a Fanny as well as a Aurora ban, and then for Team Falcons, maybe they will ban out the Harley again, just make it the same as game number 1. And then when it comes to the first pick, maybe that's where the adjustment is going to be. Well, the Fanny gets banned out first. So Falcons, in game number 1, they did ban out the Harley. I think it's okay for them to ban it out again. Yep, there
I think, you know, they had the pathway in game number 1, and I think that DianFengYaoGuai are the ones who actually have to adjust if Falcons are trying to, you know, repeat that template from game number 1 itself. And we should expect Aurora to be here, but I think that DianFengYaoGuai also needs to start thinking about the potential 2 picks that they're going to get afterwards once Team Falcons locks in the atypical. Oh no, they open it up.
Well, Falcons has to pick up the Aurora now, no?
I mean, for sure they're going to pick up Aurora.
Was it DianFengYaoGuai? No, DianFengYaoGuai wasn't a team that used.
Actually, there's still Marcel of Team Falcons walking. They're debating about it right now. Like, do they want the Marcel? Do they want the Aurora? And it looks like they go for the Marcel over the Aurora.
Good read by DianFengYaoGuai, where they're saying that they're gonna prioritize the Marcel over the Aurora. That's why they banned the Selena. So I would say Aurora, and then either Aurora Valentina or Aurora and then one of those tanks, Atlas or Belleric. But considering that, honestly, Zed had a pretty good time on the show, I wonder if they don't really mind not getting either of those, but instead they get Aurora as well as the Melissa. Honestly, pretty good call here. But I think Team Falcons, they're pretty okay to pick up either the Clint or the Brody.
Both are completely fine in this particular situation. Since Bushido is gone, the double fighters is not going to be in play. Not that it will do much good in this particular case with iframes and go away from me being the first showings here for DianFengYaoGuai. Does that mean, all right, so 1 tank of their own, do they need to show anything else? They know that they're at least going to get that tank, and I think they want to kind of influence Haji to pick up the Valentina overall rather than, you know, him playing on that Zushin again. He has been devastating, but I think that even DianFengYaoGuai understand that there's a pretty big possibility that they're not going to get the Farsa again. If not, it's going to get disrupted by a potential Lapu Lapu.
Well, they're running the Nolan as well, again, as well as the Clint. So in the previous game, the Nolan was able to vertical jungle many times. I think that's something that DianFengYaoGuai should be able to stop here. So I think maybe the Farsa is not really needed here. I think grabbing like an Atlas or a Belleric and then later on banning out the Valentina might be the best thing for DianFengYaoGuai. Yeah, I think that's the best avenue here.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And DianFengYaoGuai, they're going to take their time with this, right? They still have plenty of time left on the clock to discuss other aspects of the game if that happens to be the particular pathway that they want to go to, which means that the second half of the bans, if they do decide to go for it, one of them we've already stated, but what would be the second one? Do they want to just double down on getting rid of like all the mid laners at this point and then putting Haji on something really incredibly uncomfortable? It looks like the Eudora gets locked in for them. This should be the Valentina ban. Then it's the +1.
Or
I'm also gonna get
or ban both of those tanks so that DianFengYaoGuai they can pick up the Cho again, right? Ban on the Belleric, ban on the Atlas. Basically, don't care whatever Flap as well as Haji is gonna use.
Ooh, that's not a bad idea as well, actually.
Wait, I'm dumb. They already have a Marcel. I'm dumb. They have a Marcel.
It's all good. They still can open up a lot, but I think the Valentina will be like the real tell whether or not they're still considering the Chill or whether they're still going for like that big AoE. This Alice has always come into the second phase here whenever they're on red side. They just don't want Flap to have like a guaranteed engage.
Because I was thinking they're gonna look for a Uranus as well as a Lapu ban here. So considering they ban out the Atlas, maybe they want the Uranus for themselves. Because I feel like Falcons can work well with either the Lapu or the Uranus. So now Team Falcons, they do ban out the Cho. What other good roamers Zed has used so far?
I don't think much. I don't think much just yet.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much, and at this point, banning out like the Belleric or even the Atlas isn't like, you know, it's kind of either or into preference. Most people would lean into getting rid of the Atlas because of the annoying little mini stun that he has. But other than that, Belleric even has its own properties that are pretty frustrating to deal with too, especially when you want to see those like big fights around the Turtle Pit specifically. And there we have it. Finally, the Valentina gets banned out.
Yeah, so I feel like after this, DFYG will either pick the Lapu or the Uranus and then see what else is available for them to pick up in the roam. Because the Atlas is there and they can pick it up, and they know that Team Falcons will not pick up the Atlas or the Belleric. And honestly, if both are gone, I think it's not a bad trade for you to pick up something like a Glue. So Falcons, I feel like Atlas might be the safest ban, because I think the Atlas is a bit more annoying than the Belleric.
And then what are you left for? You go... Oh no, but then you don't know what the EXP matchup is going to be exactly.
I will go Lapu or Uranus here.
Yeah, Lapu or Uranus here just for the denial, and then kind of force Team Falcons into that kind of glue scenario. Oh no, they go straight for the Sora instead. All right, you know, let's leave it, leave it up to the coin toss, leave it up to the mechanics of the team fight. I'm all down for it, considering that, Fish God has found angles. Sometimes he doesn't catch them, but hey, you don't always catch a fish every single time you throw the line.
Well, the Farsa has been picked up, so Team Falcons seeking a bit of a DianFengYaoGuai's book to deal with this Melissa, as well as the Eudora. DianFengYaoGuai has a very aerial kind of draft here with both the Eudora as well as the Sora. Some may argue that the to do is Esme. I guess it's okay. I think they just need a tanky frontline, and maybe this doesn't feel like using the Uranus again, considering he did lose against Fish God earlier.
I mean, considering that they have like 3 forms of CC, it makes a lot of sense. And Badang is going to be the final pick here. It means an easy way to actually disrupt and, more importantly, cancel out the Feathered Airstrike if he is in position to do so. Now, there's a lot of ways for that Feathered Airstrike to get canceled out, but most of them, unfortunately, are very short range. It's going to be difficult to get into that position in the first place, assuming that Flap is able to kind of keep Fish God from actually leaving the lane. So that first movement here and hitting level 4 is going to be super important, and I would argue that Team Falcons probably don't want that first turtle.
Yeah, I gotta say, good draft coming in from both teams here, and I think DianFengYaoGuai, they're drafting for their style, which is they want to fight as much as they can, and they want a lot of disruptions with the hero that they have. Having the Badang, having the Aurora, as well as the Eudora, there's a lot of mini interaction that you can stop Team Falcons from moving about. And as long as they keep their jungle safe, it's looking pretty good for DianFengYaoGuai here.
Yeah, I definitely want to see how that EXP matchup is going to go, because there is the opportunity for a solo kill at level 4 for the Sora into the Esme matchup, because unfortunately for Esme, she's not exactly the ultra tanky dancing celestial girl that we all know until she's got a couple of items in her hand. And Flap opting to go for Impure Rage, so he does want to proactively trade in the lane.
Yep. Well, looking at the situation right now, it looks like this might be a game where there's not a lot going on for maybe even the first turtle. I think the first turtle, DianFengYaoGuai, will try to fight out as much as they can. And I think it's on Team Falcons whether they want to, fight back or they want to give the space that DianFengYaoGuai deserves. Because I kind of feel like unless Haji gets level 4 in time, I don't think Team Falcons can fight out that much.
Yeah, Lung took Mystery Shop and didn't go Purify instead, and now the early mid trade here has been looking really good. At the very least, is Haji able to get a lot of his damage down onto Yi1, including the passive damage from the bird. But I'm surprised Lung didn't go for Pull Yourself Together and opted to go for Flicker.
I think he just feels like I have more damage, I win anyways. Why do I need the Flicker if I can kill them first? Which honestly, with the Fighter Emblem, I don't think you can do. But hold on, a gank up top forces out Flap to use the Purify, and I think that's gonna be good enough. Lung now losing the trades against Super Marco. Yeah, well,
Yeah, that's it. I have no idea how to follow up on that one.
Yeah, me neither, because again, I think this is a pretty significant mistake here. But we'll see. For now, early Purify being caught off of Haji, and this is what we were expecting, right? This should be a no contest. If by any chance Kyle's able to steal this, that'd be great. But look at Zed.
Now looking for the side, it looks like he was able to dodge quite a lot of damage, creating a fracture here. The turtle is being worked on by Zhaoxi. Doesn't look like Kyle has any avenues to go in. DFYG secures the first turtle for free. Lung has the flicker, able to dodge it out. Everything. And somehow Zhaoxi was able to get a kill onto Kyle. This is looking pretty good for DFYG. As long as they protect their jungle and maintain his lead, they might win this one, Gideon.
Yeah, they might just win this one. So they're trying to back off at the very least. They've already found that early lead that we were hoping for. And now, how is the conversion going to go? They already got stolen the purple buff away from Team Falcons. So that's going to affect Kyle a lot. He's not going to have as much presence. And Zed, he's not wasting any time here. Look at him. He's already trying to zone out this Marcel to make sure that at least Lung is able to actually catch the Clint underneath his turret.
Yeah, I feel like they understood that they lost because Kyle had access to their jungle, so they're just gonna stay inside Kyle's jungle, where basically Zed is gonna be a glorified CCTV to see where this Nolan is gonna be. As long as they have good vision on the Nolan, they know that they're not gonna get invaded.
Oh, wait, just missed the kill angle, and now at least Flap is able to get the Fallen Star Moon away, but they get the trade down on towards the bottom side as Zed ends up going down. Is this going to be a potential steal on the Zhaoxi's small green camp? We'll find out. Guess not.
Looks like Retribution is used, and that's going to be honestly very important. I would say that was worth it for the Retribution. In terms of the gold lead, it looks like Team Falcons actually does have a bit of advantage here. I wonder if it's just because DianFengYaoGuai has been losing some minions or creeps here and there. Shouldn't though. Well, a pause is here, so that's great.
Boy, yeah.
Not really, but well, you know.
I mean, it's not the greatest in the world, but at least we can see where the leads are falling, is starting to build up for. And DianFengYaoGuai, it's really just Zhaoxi at this point. Kyle, unfortunately, losing out that purple buff means that he's not going to be able to really force too many things. And Zed has been body blocking him down on this bottom side to deny reinforcements over for Super Marco. And that's the thing, Super Marco actually wants the lane to be pretty 1v1. He got a great trade onto Lung's side, and here at level 4 and beyond is when we're expecting actually that Super Marco needs to start controlling this lane even better and should be dominating it, because his trades with or without the endless battle generally is going to be at a higher DPS in comparison to Lung.
Yeah, DFYG has to be careful of that because Team Falcons, they skill much better. And we're looking at a clip here of how they were able to get Kyle earlier. And this is just where Zed is just in an unfortunate situation. He gets caught. Anyways, as I was saying, Team Falcons has a better scaling comp. That Haji, I would say, has better value in the late game by just pushing everyone away. And then Super Marco, compared to the Melissa being on the fighter emblem does mean that she can kind of fight all day, but she does not have the damage using any other emblem types. Compared to Super Marco on this Clint, kind of doesn't care what emblem he's on. He just does a butt ton of damage anyways.
He just does so much. Now, as we see that E1 is getting some pretty good damage on towards Ogwin's side with the help of their Hirara, and they want to make sure that Zed doesn't really show his face first. Now, I mean, at this stage, Kyle has to worry about two separate things. Wait!
Yep. Almost bursted down Ogwin, still surviving. Lung unable to get the kill. Unable to get that basic attack in. FishGod goes in. Does not use the shifting skies just yet. Does not see Team Falcons clumping up. DFYG, they still want to get this turtle. And now FishGod just trying to zone them away. Zhaoxi's still on the turtle, able to get it now. DFYG, they should disengage. Flap able to get a kill onto Zed. And that's just gonna be it for DianFengYaoGuai. But Team Falcons, they want to continue on. They want to get FishGod here, and FishGod gonna get taken down by Kyle.
Nicely played by Haji. He saw the dive angle, but he's got to be careful not to get traded out. Zhaoxi shows up. Does he find one? And it looks like he will get at a bare minimum one as he gets back out. Feathered Airstrike does help him actually trade back to the bare minimum, and Falcons now take a T1 up top side because the cleanup just wasn't good enough.
That was very not worth it, but they were able to get Super Marco, so that's good. Good and bad. Falcons, they were able to get the turret, but they killed the turret, I would say, too fast, that they were not able to kill off the EXP cart. So FishGod wasn't super punished there. If they somehow let the turret just attack the minions for free, denied them of that EXP cart, then maybe they could have had a better lead. But hey, you know what? A turret's a turret. Still a good trade overall. Bad trade for Xiaoxi, because I think he overestimated his damage at that point. But at least he doesn't have a Sky Piercer, so there's no stacks that was missing.
Yeah, don't worry about it. He only got the Sky Piercer after he died. So at the end of it, he loses no stacks whatsoever, which is great for them. But at the same time, hold on.
Well, was able to use the golden hour, denying FishGod of that engage.
Look at bot side. It's only going to get worse from this point onwards, right? Thunderbelt's already completed by Zed, so now he's starting to build up those stacks, and Ogwin at this stage still pretty squishy overall, as Zed is starting to scale up pretty quick flicker from Marco though.
Yep, still able to catch Marco there. The damage is not going to be enough just yet. Haji used the defender airstrike onto Lung, so both gold laners have took way too much damage in the bout. Looking at mid here, Team Falcon clearing up fast, and all the while Cal is getting free farm down bot. And I would say this is the strength of Cal ever since 24. Hold on, Ogwin able to escape there. Looking at a turtle secured by Kyle. Team Falcons able to extend their lead here, almost 20k against DianFengYaoGuai 18.4.
Really good delay here from both Ogwin as well as Flap. They're looking for just a little bit more. The Falling Storm doesn't land at the bare minimum, but DianFeng looking for the punish.
Able to get that purify. Zed trying to continue on the fight, but again, the damage is not enough. And look at his Kyle is stealing the creeps away, stealing away this purple buff. Oh no, he's just waiting for someone. Able to get Long. Now Team Falcons have basically won the map.
Yep, they've won the map. They should be able to get bottom tier 2 as well if they recognize, oh wait, DianFengYaoGuai have denied them information. Purple buff is up, so he's going to wait, and until they show themselves, that's when we're going to see the inevitable push down on that bot side. And you can see even from Haji's POV, he's sticking close towards that bottom side. He is ready to dash into that direction with the wings by wings when necessary, but right now he's got full vision over the rotation of DianFengYaoGuai to protect this T2 side, so luckily they are able to save it, and it's only a purple buff net for Kyle.
Well, looking at all the items so far, I think DianFengYaoGuai, they're just not able to use this Eudora to catch someone off and then giving a kill over to Xiaoxi compared to game number 1, where the Farsa just has burst damage but can do the burst damage multiple times. Here it really is just E1 one-time ult and then that's it. So that's quite a big change that they have to get used to in the second game. Look at Team Falcons, they're all clumping up. They're basically getting free turret up top, probably setting up, hoping that the Lord next spawn will be down bottom so that they have that long lane advantage.
I do want to talk about the fact that E1 has a Genius Wand as his first item. He's going for the glowing as his second, but honestly, I think they needed just a better answer to Flap, because I don't think they're going to close the distance on Haji anytime soon.
Yeah, no, I agree. Good set, 3 members in, and looks like the golden hour not gonna hit onto anyone. FishGod is all alone though. Zed is there trying to follow up, able to get Flap. Flap is surviving everything, and Ogwin gets a kill onto FishGod. This is not looking good for DianFengYaoGuai. Good set, but the damage simply isn't enough.
What an overheat. Like, FishGod's set was completely fine. He didn't need to start dashing for it after, and so far things have been going really... Oh, wait, Zed's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, still survived though with that flicker, so looking pretty good. Lung takes a bit of damage, but should be able to heal from there. But he is a marksman. He should not be moving that forward. Even the damage from E1 is not going to be enough here. Gideon Flap is A-okay. Yeah, DianFengYaoGuai needs some kind of anti-heal here.
But Falcons, they can just drag this out because of that, and now look down towards the bottom side. They want to make sure that they get the orange buff and also clear down bot lane before they end up losing their holy shielding. But look at the position that they're fighting for. This tri-brush is now getting flushed out.
Flap got caught in that wall. But again, this Esmeralda is way too tanky. Lung has to be careful, man. His positioning, I gotta say, Gideon, is making me very nervous. Almost everything can hit him, including the Lord here. And look at the minion wave at mid. They're gonna get this mid for free. Ogwin taking a lot of damage from Lung. Flap trying to get Lung, able to survive. And now the Evelyn got the Feather Edge right out, almost killing FishGod. Oh, Ogwin, that was That was an ult. That was an ult.
That was an ult. But
Zhaoxi goes behind, tries to get onto Flap. Flap still survives. Ogwin able to stop Lung. Lung, one more hit from death. And Flap looking for a position. Team Falcons secured the Lord. And Lung able to get Ogwin. That was a lot of awkward positioning coming in from both teams. Zed will find Haji there. Haji should be able to get out of there. And Zed, burn. The burn is not enough to get him down.
He breathes a sigh of relief. Cloud Shift, though, they're trying to turn the fight to the bare minimum. Fishgod's got no backup whatsoever. As Super Marco teaches him, no. It doesn't matter how tanky you are. I deal true damage. Please go back home. I want to still hold on to my flicker, and everything is okay. But I agree with you. It was a really awkward fight from DianFengYaoGuai. They gave up a lot of the space, and they ended up getting chipped out by the Lord because Team Falcons were able to sustain through like a majority of the poke damage is being thrown out. Not to mention that Haji just refuses to show himself and just holds on to that feather airstrike until absolutely necessary. This Lord should be able to net them something, but let's find out how hard they're gonna hit.
Feather airstrike used to zone people away. Flap cancel out. Oh, good engage coming in from Fishgod, able to get Haji. Haji's all alone, but same can be said. Zed coming from the side, able to get a kill onto Haji. Nolan from Kyle is still waiting for Lung to show himself, for him to burst him down, but he finds Zed. Zed flickers out. Unable to be safe. Ogwin gets killed though by Lung. Overall, better trade for DianFengYaoGuai.
Nice. Ah, man. I mean, if Team Falcons were able to just, pick up the kill onto Zed and then walk away, have a 1-for-1 trade, but missing a top inhibitor, that's still, in a macro sense, quite worth it for Team Falcons. This upcoming Lord is going to be quite difficult for DianFengYaoGuai because a lot of their members, besides Zhaoxi, won't be able to deal with that wave. So at this point, they already have to commit at least one member to constantly clear that wave topside, and that is going to be a potential force error from DianFengYaoGuai that Falcons are just making sure that they just don't have an answer to.
At this point, Gideon, I kind of want to see a dominance ice on Fishgod, because I really feel like E1 is not enough to apply the Life Bane onto Team Falcons, especially considering that Fishgod always gets surrounded by everyone. The gauge coming in from Flap. Flap stunned up. Feather airstrike used, trying to get onto Lung. Lung took 2 shots. Took quite a lot of damage, but more damage was taken by DianFengYaoGuai. Conceal use. Ogwin tries to catch 2, able to get 2 into that golden hour, and then Flap goes in. Flap gets caught, using the Purify in the back line. Zed catches the members of Team Falcons. He wants to secure a kill, same as Lung. Now only 2 members from Falcons is alive. They're chasing for Flap. Kyle is too far away. Now DianFengYaoGuai, amazing flank from both Zhaoxi as well as Zed.
Man, I gotta look at that VOD one more time. I was pretty sure that Lung somehow tethered Ogwin and was still getting auto attacks off. I'm not 100% sure if the damage went through, but we'll double check the VOD afterwards. But for now, at least Fishgod is able to protect that top side, not let him shove all the way into the turret. And because of these 3 deaths from the side of Team Falcons, DianFengYaoGuai should net themselves the Lord, and they desperately need to get an inhibitor here off of Team Falcons if they want to even out that pressure. Rather a 50-50 rather than nothing at all as DianFengYaoGuai secure the Lord.
Yeah, honestly, a VOD would be pretty nice because it does seem like Team Falcons, they were able to get quite a lot of abilities coming in from DianFengYaoGuai by using the Feather airstrike. But again, I'm not sure. Perhaps Zed alongside with Zhaoxi was able to use the conceal and draw all of those chaos, a lot of, explosion, fireworks, and the likes. They just didn't notice that a wild Badang as well as this Aurora just came through and then got majority of the kills.
And now it's going to be the nice slow push here for the side of DianFengYaoGuai. They're not synchronizing the waves. They want the traditional front to back. And with the base open, they're hoping that Haji would at least use the feathered airstrike to try and chunk down this Lord. But he's not going to use it. He's holding, and now he's trying to zone him.
Yep, able to get quite a lot of damage onto the Lord. So this should be pretty safe here. I think DianFengYaoGuai, they were waiting on Fishgod to find a good catch, but good spacing by Team Falcons to deny that. And now, instead of going for the dominance ice, since he is the setter for team, he goes for the Winter Crown. In case he messes up, he's still able to outplay the situation.
I don't understand. What do they want? Do they want the outer turns or do they want that mid inhibitor? They got to pick one here because DianFengYaoGuai keep on changing their priorities.
Well, Flap took quite a lot of damage. E1 was able to get that life being onto him. But look at Super Marco, 4 items in. The burst damage is going to be quite a lot. At this point, I feel like he is going to auto-crit, so the damage should be enough to take down DianFengYaoGuai. His problem is getting in range, that's it. Because if he goes too far forward, he might get catched by Zed or Zhaoxi, so he has to keep himself far enough so he doesn't get caught, but somehow close enough to still deal damage.
But that's only if Ogwin is kind of in a position where he's not engaging and he's proactively peeling, right? Because that's kind of the only safety net that he has, that Super Marco actually has, besides Haji. And even then, we've seen Haji let that feather airstrike rip super early in the fight to get the guaranteed damage. Because DianFengYaoGuai, they don't have as much sustainability, right? A lot of the damage that's being applied to them as poke generally is pretty permanent overall. And I think that DianFengYaoGuai, look at this, they know.
Yep, they found Long still survives! Outplayed Kyle! Kyle gets taken down and now has to use the golden hour defensively. DianFengYaoGuai gets a kill onto Kyle. That is not what Team Falcons want, Gideon.
A really good read, a very good read, in a matter of fact. Now that Kyle is dead, I don't think he'll be able to get into position without some kind of sacrifice coming in from Team Falcons. Ideally, it's probably just the golden hour to buy just a little bit of time. First position would be nice, but DianFengYaoGuai is already here to punish.
And they really want to get Flap out of the way, already force him to use the Purify. And now, even the ult got canceled out. It's a pretty quick ult, so they should be able to get that back pretty soon. Feather Airstrike used, unable to get the damage onto Lung, only the Fish God as well as Yi1. Fish God goes in, gets 2. They were able to dodge that out. Zhaoxi still secured the Lord. Winter Crown used by Yi1 and now gets caught by Zed. Flap still standing strong in the front line, but Super Marco responds, getting 1 kill. Probably gonna get another double kill for Super Marco. DianFengYaoGuai overextends. 3 members have to pay the price.
Oh man, just great reaction time. Really great reaction time. Being able to flicker out of the Wombo combo coming in from Zed. And he found like a really good engagement on top of it. Luckily, they were able to buffer their abilities and they're going for the endgame scenario. Yi1 taken out. And I think they might have this in the bag.
Yep, the Lord is spawned, so they're able to delay just a bit here. Long takes way too much damage, he has to go back and base. The rest of the team takes so long to spawn. Long, can he cover all by himself? His trying his darkness, taking a lot of damage. He still has the immortality pop, but the game is over. Team Falcons win this one.
Oh my goodness. Right at the very end, right when you think that DianFengYaoGuai have finally gone underneath the chin and got to the throat, Falcons put a heavy smackdown with great reaction times to the unbelievable engagement coming in from Zed. An unnecessarily tight game for the Falcons. They're used to the sweeps, but man, they've shown China, at the very least, as a region in the MLBB esports space, is catching up to the rest of the world, or maybe it is just this meta.
I do gotta say, that was in a way unlucky for unlucky and a slight inexperience coming in from DianFengYaoGuai, because they were attacking the Lord. It was around 16-17 minutes. At that point, the Lord does quite a lot of damage, and all the damage is true damage. So I feel like they really should not have tried to, you know, go for both. Just get the Lord or get the fight. And yeah, it's just a miscall, you know, a bit unlucky, some abilities miss and etc. But overall, DFYG, they did show that they're a very strong team, and you know, I want to see more from them.
Me too. They've shown that they've got mechanics. They've got hands. They've got hands. They know. I mean, Fish God, he knows how to engage when he has that flicker. But there are times where you need to just make sure you don't show yourself too early on. And I think that DianFengYaoGuai, like Zed, has been overall the most consistent support we've seen throughout the tournament so far. Able to find like multi-man engages, and that's why Zhaoxi is so trustful of him. Right? He is dashing past members of Falcons to go and capitalize on the engagement that Zed has already set up. It's just unfortunate that at the end of the day, Lung, I think that he needs to just be a little bit braver. He needs to call for resources, and more importantly, when you have such a powerful spell like Go Away From Me and the Feathered Airstrike had already been used, it's on to him to start walking up and trying to make something happen with a composition that's designed to siege their opponents.
And I really feel like the takeaway from this is that we got to look more for Zed as well as Zhaoxi. They have been very impressive so far. Maybe a change in items here. Maybe one more person have Life Bane that could help out DianFengYaoGuai quite a bit, because we see them trying to zone Flap away. Most of the time, E1 is there, so he still applies that Life Bane, but you can't really rely on one person at 16 to 18 minutes of the game, because Flap, crazy enough, how many times he's been attacked, but he never died in that game. That just shows that there's not enough anti-heal to deal with this Esmeralda.
And Yi1, he's not really looking at Flap. Let's be honest here. He's looking at whoever he can peel off. He's looking at anybody who's trying to get on towards that backliner. And if he can, and ideally, if Kyle shows up, he's going to try and one-shot him. And that's what's exactly happening in these games. I think the big problem with DianFengYaoGuai is that when you get to these critical moments and under pressure, they just seem to have very different ideas about the game. But with that being said, this already concludes our second series of the day. We're going to go on a short break before we head on into our third series, and we'll see what the result and winners of that one is going to be.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images. saying what's in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying what's in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying what's in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And you're coming back around. You've got me saying what's in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying what's in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. When you're coming back around.
Games of the future.
Holy cow, we're finally back with Aurora facing up against the Mongols. Let's jump right into this. Dear God, I've been sitting here for an entire hour. I basically took a flight to Paris and back, and that's a total of 26 hours here. That's 1% out of 25 as we jump right into this for the Mobile presented by Freedom. Of course, we're playing some MLBB. Let's please get into the draft.
Yep. But I feel like we gotta introduce the players first for Aurora going up against Mong. Oh, sorry, but I really don't mind if we're rushing this through because we all know Aurora. Unfortunately, yesterday they couldn't get a game off of SRG. This is Lunar, Pagu, Rosa, Sigibum, as well as TNZ. They'll be going up against Mongols, where yesterday Mongols could not get a game off of Rune Eaters. But here's the thing, Rune Eaters were just like super unpredictable. There's nothing much that the Mongols could do.
They couldn't do much, but at the same time, you know, Aurora, it feels like they kind of hit their cap, or some people are saying that, you know, maybe they've hit their ceiling. I would say that right now, I think they're still trying to, oh, what? I mean, yeah, that's one way of putting it, but I definitely think that at the very least, that there are some weaknesses to this team. And I think a lot of it just really boils down to how the team decides how they need to fight under pressure. And I think the Mongols is just a little bit better at that. It's just that the early and mid game is a big question mark with Ox, K, Meiki, Mumu, and as well as Xora. This team is experienced, but if the mechanics are just too high and if the early game just doesn't go their way, I'm thinking that Aurora can close this out 11-12 minutes tops.
I feel like Aurora, they are pretty close to becoming basically a well-rounded team, a very complete team. I feel like against SRG, they were just caught off guard, really, especially the game with the Selena as well as the Kufra, where, again, let's remember, basically almost every game that Aurora plays, they've dominated, and it's not even close, right? So it takes a while when teams start to get used to your aggression, and then you're like, wait, guys, why isn't it working again? We've been doing the same thing. Why isn't it working again, right? So I feel like once they got used to the fact that people have caught up to their metagame, then they have to start readjusting again, because I really feel like why they were so strong is that they surprise everyone with unprecedented aggression. Once people get used to it, it's not as cool anymore.
I think that unfortunately Team Spirit are the ones who really refined what the meta, somewhat at least the fundamentals of the game need to look like in a meta of this caliber. And now we're seeing right into the draft finally as Aurora Gaming on blue side bans out the Valentina, Mongols on the opposite end also getting rid of the Fanny with follow-up Marcel from Aurora Gaming. This leaves the big question, are we going to see a touch on the big three? One of them is already gone, but are they even considering the options of banning out the Belleric or even the Atlas? Because we've seen games where now that Valentina is kind of out of the question, you don't have to worry about it that much, but usually we expect to see an Atlas ban.
I kind of feel like Mongols might have to suck it up here just because I think Aurora is, unless you're willing to trade, like, okay, say you take Aurora and then we just take the Atlas. If you're willing to take that trade, that I think you gotta open up the Aurora, because I really feel like you just got to be in that situation where we're just going to trade something, right? You just have to. I feel like once you see that Valentina ban, whether you like it or not, you have to open up the draft. And I think that's why they're batting out the Selena. And I think this is good. If you're opening up 3 OP heroes, then I think you can win the draft.
Yeah,
but Aurora just like bans who shit, so it's going to be more difficult now.
It is going to be more difficult because the only reason I think that Aurora is banning out the Zushin is because they can technically play double fighter compositions themselves and they want to keep that option available. I think that the Mongols could have set up for it, can technically set up for it a little bit better, but it really depends on what this final ban is going to be. If Harara goes over to Aurora, Bushido should go over to the side of the Mongols unless one of them gets banned here.
I feel like Freya should get banned here.
Yeah, or please get rid of Freya.
Or leave it open so that you can at least fight back with a Paquito. Paquito Barats.
I'm not the biggest fan. Personally, not the biggest fan of it. But if you got the Barats, then maybe there's like a little bit of hope, right? At the same time, I do feel like Aurora could be setting up for the Barats anyways. And finally, we see the Belleric ban leaving the Atlas open.
So I think they're banking on Aurora first picking the Freya, and then Mongol is picking up Atlas. Either Atlas Barats or Atlas Paquito, because Paquito can go in a draft with Freya, but it's not the cleanest draft, you know?
Man, I really wish there was a scenario that they could get both the Bushido alongside with the Barats, but I think giving up on the Atlas is just too much here. So it's Atlas +1. It's up to the Mongols which one they're going to take. The other is probably going to get snatched away. If not, a better setup for a Melissa down the line on blue side for Aurora. Let's just see here as the last 20 seconds are going to come through. They're thinking about it.
I really think it should be Barats. Take it away. Because if you give Freya and Barats, Freya can deal with the back line, and the Barats can deal with the front line. I think that's just a little bit too much to give to your opponents. Oh, and the Harara. I forgot about the Harara. So they pick up the Harara instead, and Barats instant pick by Aurora. And then now they can pick up something like, oh, I was thinking of a Harley, but instead they want to go for a Nolan. Already quite a lot of front lines here, or at least melee heroes coming in from Aurora. Damn, they wish they had a Zushin.
Yeah, they're really wishing they had a Zushin, but I'm actually really okay with this from Aurora Gaming, right? We always knew that the Nolan into Harara matchup is early game favored for Nolan in a lot of these types of situations. He's just, again, Harara wants the chase, Nolan can run forever as long as he has purple buff. And now, final pick here in the first phase for the Mongols.
A Paquito is okay if you want to play double fighters, but if you don't, then I think you gotta pick up the Melissa.
Yeah, or arguably even the Esme, but I think the Melissa probably is going to be like your best bet here. Then again, there is the possibility of like,
Eudora?
even though you have the Melissa, you can still just straight up die to the Nolan, especially with the Fracture. Once he builds enough stacks in the Sky Piercer as well, assuming he builds it in the first place, the get away with me isn't really going to do too much other than stop you from getting your passive auto attack dash.
Well, they do pick up the Esmeralda, just like you said. So now for Aurora, I feel like they can either ban out annoying mids like the Eudora, and then they should be pretty good here. And then for the Mongols, I kind of feel like they can roughly do the same. Though I think with their composition, there's not a lot of mids that they have to be really careful of. So maybe it's just the roamers, making it so that Aurora does not, I want to say don't have a lot of forward momentum, but I feel like the 3 heroes that Aurora already has a lot of forward momentum. Maybe ban out a Rafa? Ban or Rafa?
Oh, I mean, if we see a Rafa ban, then probably it's Flying Clouds. I'm not 100% on what map they're currently playing on, but the Melissa is going to get banned out. I mean, it was one of the options, either Melissa or the Esme that was going to get through, and Aurora needs to get rid of the opposite end. I'm thankful that at least the Mongols are keeping in mind that, you know, glue is a general problem. I don't know if they want to also ban out the Cho alongside it, but I think it might just end up being a Gatot at the end of the day.
Because I feel like if Aurora did get the Rafaela, I don't think the Mongols have enough speed to catch up with them. So they're gonna ban out the Cho, like you predicted, Gideon. So now the last ban coming in from Aurora. If they're gonna ban out gold laners, I think it's either the Claude or the Moskov that's gonna be pretty good. Other than that, maybe they look to ban me at something like Eudora.
Yeah, well, all of them seem pretty good here. Actually, the Eudora more than ever. I'm thinking if there's any other mid laners that could possibly like try to threaten, but since they've already gotten rid of the Melissa at this stage, if there's a short range mage on the opposite side, if Farsa is possible, that would be nice, but that means that Mongols might just pivot to the double fighter and then dedicate their entire composition to the early game. Then again, it's a little 50-50 here, no matter what. Arlet, really, really good ban here from Aurora.
So now the Mongols, they can pick up their mid first just so that they can really flex this Esmeralda to see where she's gonna go. Because I feel if you give Aurora that Eudora, I think you're just giving too much because they already have a lot of damage. In terms of crowd control, it's not entirely the best, but Barras definitely has one of the better engages in the game for now. You just gotta stop that somehow. Yeah, I'm really not sure other than Eudora.
I mean, Eudora will be the safest. Another potential pocket pick would be Lilia, but then that does come with its downsides of being very easy to burst. Not to mention that you kind of have to take Purify when you're dealing with the Barats. But now Lilia, as well as the Minotaur, instantly locked in. So again, at least Aurora, they're thinking about priority. They're thinking about using this Lilia as a means to an end to push out this wave fast, and that way Pagu doesn't necessarily have to take the Concussive Blast. If he does, then it's extra quick, and then it's just trying to control the early stages of the game so that at least K doesn't get to move out of the lane as fast.
They also have a healing with the Minotaur as well. And this Lilia will not get punished too much by the Mongols, because Lilia gets really punished with a very long-range mage, like an Eve, like a Farsa. Now you know you're going up against a Eudora. It's not that big of a deal because everyone else can tank the damage for you. So this is going to be the big question. Mongols, what will be your gold laner or EXP laner here? Because I think they're really lacking in damage. They're going to pick up the Sora. So I think in terms of damage, Mongols might have to use a Sky Piercer. If not, their scaling won't be that great. Though honestly, looking at Aurora as well, I think in terms of damage, they're both pretty equal.
It's not bad.
Yeah, they're pretty equal in terms of damage. No one scales too crazy compared to the other.
Yeah, I think that the only issue in the... My only problem with this game is that Mongols will have to dedicate like a lot of CC onto Freya specifically if she gets into the back line. Like if you're caught in a compromising position, that's a lot of resources that you've got to blow. And on the opposite end, I feel like as much as I want this Lilia to work out, there's a pretty good chance, unless she takes Purified, that she's going to get caught out by maybe, you know, a Cloud Shift or a Lightning Form here. I would assume a lot more Lightning Forms are going to get used by the Mongols this time around, because if not, I don't know how else they're going to deal the damage other than Hirara having a 3-level lead in Sky Piercer.
Well, now we're jumping into the game here. Looking at mid, looking at all the rotations going around, looks like both junglers are going to start at the same side of the map. Starting on the bottom side of the map around the, what is this? EXP? Yep, EXP lane. We have all this double fighters. I'm like, wait, which one is EXP? Which one is goal again?
Exactly, man. It's dangerous because at any time they could like, oh, since we're both playing double fighters and we have the counter matchup, we could maybe, you know, do a cheeky little lane swap to kind of influence how this could be played out. And then after that, lane swap back after level 4. But we haven't seen too much of that just yet. You see the first interaction, it's not going too well.
Oh, Zixora wants to get a kill. Pagu has to flicker out of there. Early rotation coming in from Zixora, making sure that Miki as well as Ox gets a lead in mid. I would say that's a pretty good rotation.
Pretty nice. It's pretty nice, and that means the early invasion as well. Wait, does he have retribution? Zixora does, but at the very least, TNZ was able to clear out his camps. Full clear down on bot side, and will end up on the gold side of the map, the bare minimum, while hitting level 4. The Mongols do know this, though. They did spot out TNZ clearing up that green camp, so they know that he doesn't have his purple buff at this point of time. It's just that the Mongols will be just a little slower to get Zixora in position for the counter engage.
Yeah, but I feel like Zixora is okay with this because even though he gets his orange buff late, that does mean that it's going to expire much later, making it available for this turtle. So I think taking the orange late makes it so that you can fight for this turtle a little bit more, because purple buff is great, but orange does make it so that you have more slow and a little bit more damage.
We still got 9 more seconds until the first neutral objective actually spawns, and it looks like, unfortunately for Sigiboom, he is not leaving that lane anytime soon. This Esme has got him on a leash for the time being, and Mumu, he knows he's going to hit level 4 in a matter of time, so he doesn't mind the wave actually pushing. He's got first position and will hit level 4 exactly when he needs to.
Yep, Zixora puts pressure onto Rosa. Rosa dies to Makey, and now the turtle's still there. Looks like Shifting Clouds didn't actually hit onto anyone, but got able to eat this Sora. Mumu is taking all of it though. Pagu gets taken down. Not availing just yet, and not enough damage from TNZ to take them down.
They really are taking advantage of these, you know, early interactions and early lack of battle spells thereof from Pagu and as well as Rosa. And by the time they actually get it back, it's already too late, right? And now the conversion is looking good for Zixora. He's got the turtle and 1 green cap.
Yep, Mumu now looks like he gets caught, unable to get away. TNZ secures the kill. But I think for Mumu, that's going to be worth it. He dodged a lot of abilities in the turtle fight. If he dies there, it's like, you know what? I use a lot of my luck there.
Yeah, but it does mean that Lunar is only going to get stronger, right? He's going to be able to get his first items a little bit quicker. He's going to start developing. Oh, good fracture as they take out Ox here. Knowing Fury next to come, but Pagu, is he going to survive this? Oh, manages to get his regenerate just in time.
Yeah, I feel like Makey was considering, does he want to flicker for that? Looks like finally not going for it. Kay, however, is having such a good time going up against Sigiboom on this Freya. And for now, the Mongols going up against Aurora, in terms of gold lead, there's not much difference. Sigiboom, though, winning out that, making it so that he gets his golden staff, makes it much more manageable for him going up against Kate.
I mean, this is a dive angle for sure. He should probably call for it, but it looks like they want to actually look to cut off the rotations on the mid lane.
Yep, Zixora gets killed onto Pagu. And we see Sigibum was able to heal back up on the minions as well as onto K. But for now, looking at the position of Zixora, he is gonna chunk Sigibum just a little bit. Sigibum still has that Purify. Actually, maybe he did use it, but whatever. For now, it does look like they have advantage. They're gonna let the minions go through the turrets.
And they'll be able to get a pretty good push there as well. Zixora more than happy to be part of this push and get the extra gold. And you can see that K, he doesn't need the gold, right? He immediately goes down to the Tribe Rush to try and slow this down. And I think no matter what, Sigboom, who doesn't have his ult just yet, can't chase Zixora all the way down the lane.
And now here in mid, Makey got taken down by TNZ. Good engage coming in from Aurora Gaming. Lunar is all alone. Unable to get out just yet, but Sigibum goes in as well as Pagu. Rosa secures a kill onto Mumu. K as well as Zixora try to get away. 4 members of Aurora are here. K is surviving all alone. His Esmeralda is tanking quite a lot.
I mean, just good movement as well. Now Sigibum in some trouble.
Okay, trying to 1v3. Maybe he bit off more than he can chew. Still surviving though. Unfortunately, Zixora is going to be the one taken down. Pagu secures the kill. It looks like TNZ does go for that Sky Piercer. So all the kills after this should make this Nolan much more scarier. Ooh, Zixora also has a Sky Piercer as well, but I'm not sure when he completed that.
He completed that before the fight, and I mean, he was trying to go for a cleanup there, but didn't exactly go the way that it was hoping to. That's why this Nolan can be a little punishing to deal with, especially since he's not the easiest to actually catch with the snare in the first place, but it's fine now. At least with the pressure back on Aurora's side, they're not at a deficit, and so far the only leads that we have was technically on Zixora, Zixora as well as K. I cannot forget about K. He's doing a very good job in this Freya lane, but eventually will fall off.
Yeah. Right now for MongolZ as well as Aurora, the win condition is clearly the jungler because they are carrying the Sky Piercer. So at this point, a lot of priority is going to be onto them. I think it's easier for Aurora because they do have Lunar. Daytona's welcome got blocked. So now stun it up. Pagu is there just in case Lunar needs the backup, which looks like Lunar doesn't really need it just yet. So back to my point, Aurora, they gotta look for Lunar to catch Zixora or Pagu, and then for MongolZ, I think it really is just Makey, hoping that Makey is able to burst down TNZ.
Yeah, it looks like the Mongols are really funneling like a large amount of gold over to Zixora. Even Mumu opting to like walk away from the lane, and now they're engaging.
Flicker use, gets onto Lunar. Lunar's still pretty tanky, surviving even now. You see the flicker, Lunar spree gets through, TNZ goes in, gets a killing spree. Mumu tries to go back, able to pull in Luna. Lunar is still surviving. Zixora will not go for it, but K will secure the kill for the Mongols.
I don't know what the target priority is here, because now K, he's going to be in the middle of 3 members. Like, sure, you are tanky, but he's forced to flicker on out of there and somehow gets Sigibum mid-air. That shield did not protect him at all. With the call of the Valkyries just getting him shot out of the sky.
I feel like Sigibum also made a mistake. I think he was supposed to use the ult towards his own turret, but actually went towards the Mongols, giving over a free kill there. I think that Aurora can still contest for this, but good zoning from Ox as well as K. Looks like Zixora is going to get the turtle for free. Mumu tries to engage, but Lunar was able to escape that one.
Yep, good Detona's welcome, using the anti-CC on it so he doesn't get dispositioned and able to disengage from the fight entirely. I mean, the neutral objective is already done. He won't need his ult for the time being and needs to actually get back into lane. And speaking of the lane, Aurora, alongside with the Mongols, have opted to actually go splitsies here, right? Swapping very early on into this game, making sure that Freya is on the long side of the lane. They don't need her just yet. They just need her to scale for as long as possible. But this means up in the top side, you can see that Mumu finally getting the wave that he was asking for after so many deaths, and the 3 assists. He has been pivotal into opening up the fights for the Mongols.
Now for the Mongols, I would say for both Mongols as well as Aurora, not much is going on, but Zixora is using this time to cut the wave. Mumu though, using the shifting skies to reposition Pagu, but Pagu wants to be there anyways, make a kill for TNZ, but Lot got pulled back by Ox. TNZ gets a double, triple now for TNZ. Will he get a minute? He does. It looks like this is gonna be a savage. TNZ with this Nolan gets a savage.
Holy cow, and especially with his efficient item build and making sure that he has that malefic roar. Can they actually get this tier 1? I don't think they can get the mid tier 1 yet. It was too low, but they have to wait for the second wave. Great stuff. I mean, the wombo combos were good, and I think the best part about it was unfortunately Zexora just didn't have enough combo points to try and double iframe his way out of that. He still got clapped upon. He still took a huge amount of damage from Sigiboom, who had the extended range from his ult. And with that being said, the Mongols at this stage of the game will have to play hyper defensively. Aurora need to be the ones who make that very first move, and even for Zexora, he's now hit level 12. He's kind of maxed out on his abilities, will be able to get his combo points back every 4 seconds or so.
Yum yum, able to get K there. K is taking quite a lot of damage. TNZ wants another stack of Sky. Piercer gets it. Able to get it onto K. If he wasn't maxed out then, he is definitely maxed out now. Mongols at this point, I don't know. I feel like Aurora, they already got their win condition. So Mongols, they're just trying to play the map. They're trying to control the side lanes, but that trick only works so long.
And I think just the raw sustain from Sigiboom in these team fights, Mongols need to figure something out here. They can't fight in the traditional way.
Well, Lunar is stuck there. He got stunned up. But Ox is the one that gets taken down. Pagu jumps back in, able to get two. And now Mumu gonna get gobbled up by Lunar. Stunning him down. TNZ goes in. About to get a kill. There you go. Legendary for TNZ. And K is there as well. TNZ says, sure, why not? But all the while, Sigiboom was able to deal with Zexora. K is actually surviving quite a long time. And then dead. Legendary for TNZ.
Nicely done. They don't get the double savage this time. We've already seen the first savage of the tournament. I'm not sure whether the other streams have had a savage of their own, but this has been
Error
working
got one
out perfectly. Oh yes, Error got a savage as well. So that's the second savage of the tournament so far, and Aurora are doing a very good job at being hyper aggressive. 16-6 so far, winning out in a majority of the interactions, and Pagu extremely patient on the Minoan's Fury. It has caught out too many members of the Mongols, and I think it's now at this stage all about timing, right? I think that they need to make sure that Mumu has his flicker available for the next upcoming fight. So if the Minoan Fury does come out, you're not looking to cancel it because he's anti-CC, but you can slow down the follow-up. In this case, Rosa, they gotta get his flicker out somehow.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah, that's a good point. Like, yes, Pagu can start a fight, but as long as he can stop the damage dealers, then that's all good. Because at this point, that should be priority number one for Mongols. Try to get TNZ. If he dies, suddenly it looks like you can win the game. Until then, this is all Aurora Gaming. Even looking at the goal here, about 7,000-ish gold ahead for Aurora Gaming. Now the Lord marches on. Ox gets two, not gonna be enough. Mumu gets stopped there with the Minoan Fury, and TNZ gets a kill onto Mumu. Zexora has to get away. Nowhere for him to really go. And looks like Aurora, they're gonna change their target over to the mid, able to get that inhibitor, and TNZ gets K as well. 12-0-3. Sigiboom moves forward, finds Ogs, gets a double for TNZ, and now Zexora is trying his very best, just clear the minion, but Makey gets taken down by Sigiboom. It's only Zexora, nothing can be done. He tries to get away, but right now, oh wow.
Oh, the fracture was too good. And the denial from Lunar. Aurora Gaming take game at number 1 in 12 minutes and 34 seconds, 21-6. The early game that we thought was developing from Mongols got shut down in a singular team fight, and especially off of that very first Lord, you could see the skyrocketing stonks of Aurora. They have played this, they practiced this, they are very polished with this. They cannot give Sigiboom this Freya anymore.
I was dumbfounded by the amount of damage that Fracture did to Hirara, because I'm pretty sure Hirara was full HP, and it's like one Fracture pump, you're done. I'm like, whoa, that's some misogyny there.
It was brutal. It was brutal, and I don't know what to say. Because a lot of these moments, I think that Tianzi is playing it like really, really well. He's surviving the important fights. He's finding the damage somehow with his, not only with his passive, but more importantly, the fractures. He saves it for so long. And despite Rosa not being able to kind of set the boundaries of where things need to be, because of the way that they rotated and the small little advantages that they were able to get because of that, like for example, Lunar, he suddenly starts becoming a legitimate problem. Like, he's making sure that he's dodging not only the right abilities, but completely baiting them into an unwinnable fight.
Yep. Well, for now, Aurora Gaming, this is the Aurora Gaming that quite a lot of people are pretty scared of. So now they're back in that form, and like I said, it's like, okay, everyone's gotten used to their aggression, so they got to polish it up a little bit more, and now we're starting seeing it here. It's a bit risky playing like this. You're really hoping that your jungler is able to get, you know, as much kill as you can, stacking up on the Sky Piercer. But hey, TZ has proved that he can do it. So Aurora feels very confident running this kind of comp again.
I mean, there's also some like uncanny synergy, right? Every single time the Minoan Fury comes out, it's not just about the stun, it's actually about the slow too. It allows Sigibum to close the distance very, very quickly and start chasing down his targets. And if they're just about to get out of the Minoan Fury, that's when Paugu goes for the flicker as well to start catching multiple people out. And not to mention, there's also the Nolan with his rifts. Those rifts, technically crossing through them also slows you down. So Sigibum has just so much soft CC around him that going for the backline and chasing down the targets is so friggin' easy.
I would say I think it's still a good draft where Mongols, they let the Freya go, but they answer with the Esmeralda, because it kind of worked, right? It kind of worked. The game really just, like you said, there's too much soft CC coming in from Aurora that eventually this Freya becomes a little bit too much. So shout out to Coach Midnight as well, creating this kind of draft where even Rosa, I feel like this is overkill, but Rosa having that Ice Queen wand so that basically no one gets away. This is an amazing draft coming in from Aurora Gaming. Very hard to really do, but if your team has very good synergy, all of a sudden it looks very easy.
Again, I don't know whether Aurora Gaming is going to get away with another Valentina ban of that sort, because not a lot of teams are willing to let go of that Freya. And I think this is going to be a pretty harsh lesson to the Mongols that you can do whatever you want, but if your gold laner doesn't scale as hard or is designed to be a sandbag, that's just not enough. And I definitely think that there are moments in this game that, like Meiki even, if you are going for that genius wand anyways, you might as well start flickering for kills. And I think they should have put a lot more focus up on that top side, because they had a couple of angles where they could have actually dove Sigibum. Maybe they might have not been able to get away, but at the end of the day, they just need Zixora to be in position to either deny or set up for the dive.
Yep. Well, back to the drawing board for the Mongols. I actually feel like they had a pretty good idea going in, but now after facing against Aurora, now I just feel like they got to readjust just a little bit. I'd be like, okay, that was pretty rough.
Yeah, it was. I'm trying to think of some adaptations, but we're going to take some time to just think about it for a moment. These teams are going to hit the drawing board, and when we come back, it's going to be game 2 between our two great teams. And more Mobile Legends right after this break. And we are back. Aurora currently at match point as of yet, and MongolZ suffering a terrible, terrible loss after game number 1, and still opting to go for the red side even after that loss. We'll see whether they're going to adjust and actually get rid of the Freya this time round, rather than leaving it open.
Well, Aurora still under first pick here, batting out the Marcel, and MongolZ still batting out that Fanny. Batting out the Zushin, so it doesn't seem like Aurora there really needs to be a change in the draft. For the MongolZ, I guess they can skip batting out the Belleric and then changing it for the Freya. But the thing is, if the Freya's not there, they're just gonna go to the Bushido.
Well, they could fall back into that, but right now we're not seeing. Well, let's see. I want to see what that final ban is going to be for Aurora, because the last time they got rid of the Marcel, the Zushin, and more importantly, they got rid of the Valentina. Now MongolZ are going to reply the exact same way. First 2 bans exactly the same, and finally the Valentina shows up. Looks like Midnight was not able to chump check with the MongolZ this time, and let's see. Come on, get rid of the Freya, dear lord.
Yeah, I feel like the Freya really has to go. Like, the Bushido is annoying, but the Freya can get to your back line, and that's something like the MongolZ doesn't want to risk it. I don't know. I feel Freya is more terrifying, but the thought of fighting a Bushido, even I'm like, oh man, can I not?
I don't know. I feel like Bushido is a lot more manageable compared to dealing with the Freya. Freya just feels like kind of unstoppable at times, but well, it looks like the MongolZ are going to give up the Freya once again. I want to see whether or not they either build a secondary win condition, or whether or not they're going to have something. Again, I would expect at the bare minimum the Atlas going into their hands. The Esmeralda can show up whenever it feels like, but there has to be adjustments from the MongolZ. They cannot just be playing the exact same thing.
Yeah. If only you can use the revamp Kaja, am I right? Then at least you can actually hold down this Freya. Because right now Freya is a strong, independent woman that will be held by no man. Speaking of, Aurora picks up the Barats again. Do they want to go for the Nolan again? I really don't see why not, TNZ.
Yep, just do it all over again, right? Just play the same draft, I suppose. Maybe the second half of the batting phase could be utilized better from the Mongol side. And there we have it. The Nolan shows up, and this should be Esmeralda, unless MongolZ wants to change that up, which I doubt it.
Yep, Esmeralda picked up again. So for now, same old, same old. Aurora. Wait, no. MongolZ, do they want to ban out the Minotaur? Because that was pretty annoying coming in from Pagu.
I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty annoying, but at the same time, they also had to think about like getting rid of, you know, potentially a secondary engager like Alice, for an example. Oh wait, no, they don't have to at all. They got rid of the last time Cho, and plus something else. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but it looks like it's
glue.
Yeah, there it is, the glue.
Oh wait, no, Aurora banned the glue, right? Wait, oh, now I'm mixed up. Sorry, dude, it's a long day. You know,
it has been a long day.
When the wait is longer than the game, it really screws with your memory.
Yeah, it does. But that's interesting. If MongolZ are the one who wants to actually deny this ban from Aurora, that means Aurora has to dig a little bit deeper into their pockets, which I don't think they mind that much, unless they were looking for something else, which I doubt. And I don't think that the glue would have been picked up by Aurora Gaming anyways in a lot of these scenarios. They get rid of the Sora this time so they don't have the, SCC immunity from that cloud shift. But if Sora is out of the question, doesn't that mean that they just lean into Alice or Terizla?
Yeah, personally for me, based on how Cram used the Terizla, and I was looking at the other stream, by the way, can't remember who was using it, but his Terizla was actually able to win out against the Barats, and it's more about using the first ability to just chunk him out, which I'm like, hey, actually, you know what? Makes sense.
Not a bad idea. Using it as like a general poking tool because he doesn't have like the greatest sustain. That's a pretty good idea, actually. Let's see whether Aurora Gaming is gonna take advantage of this. They're gonna get rid of the Arlet. Okay, that was expected. And now MongolZ with the red 4 pick. How are they going to change it up from the previous game? They could go for the Terizla this time round, but I think they might as well hold on to it for the time being and show something else like their mid lane.
Yeah, just now to pick up the Eudora, which is a good pick, but that does mean that the
The Lilia was basically untouched, right? Lilia is afraid to go up against something like a Farsa. I think it's still okay to go for the Eudora because really, other than that, what are you going to use? A Valier to try and like slow Aurora down?
That doesn't sound too great, and actually there are like a few benefits, but you're still gonna get eaten by the Lunar at the end of the day unless you take like, you know, you take an actual Purify on top of Valier's inbuilt one, and it's the exact same composition for the side of Aurora. Let's see, Mongols, is this last pick really going to make the difference here? And we're gonna find out real soon.
Yeah, because I really don't know. The only change, because now they don't have a Sora, is the Terizla. I guess I can see a Uranus as well, but Aurora, I feel like you need some kind of crowd control to deal with them, and for now it's really just Mumu. Yeah, it's really just Ox as well as Miki. So that's why I prefer a Terizla over the Uranus here.
Yeah, I mean, they could go for Phoveus too, but I think that alters the comp a little too much. And they go in for the Alice as their secondary engager in a way to kind of say, you know what, if you're gonna sandbag the wave against me, Lunar, I might as well do the exact same thing to you and still have better engage tools overall. Yes, it is a little telegraphed, but it works as a natural wombo combination with not only as a means to counter engage against Pagu, but at the very least, Ox has somebody who can follow up with him.
Well, for now, Aurora, they got exact, 100% of the draft that they got in game number 1. And the Mongols, 80%. This time, instead of a Sora, they got the Alice, but roughly the same kind of idea. The only change I think that they could make is don't give a Savage. But hard to really plan for that, really.
Yeah, it's a little difficult. And to be fair, I wasn't expecting it. I thought maybe like Lilia or even Sigaboom we're going to at least snatch away one of those kills. But at the end of it all, Aurora is a professional team for a reason. Let's jump right into it. It's once again Aurora at match point on blue side facing off against the Mongols on the red side. The emblem sets seem to be pretty straightforward. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just double checking to make sure. And yeah, Wilderness Blessing here on the side of Makey. It looks like he's going to be rotating around the map a lot more rather than looking for big flicker plays.
Yep. So for now, Rosa already doing a good job at trying to deny some minions. I think Makey got a little bit of that one. So I think he wasn't denied too much, just denied by some gold. Zixora goes in, Purify already used by Rosa, but this time Pagu, he jumps back in, kills Zixora. They're like, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you.
It was just bad timing. Yeah, it's the other way around, but just bad timing here for Zixora. And now another kill should be given over as manages to get out just in time. Zixora actually denying the space, but Tianzi now gets the walk in for free.
Yeah, Zixora could not get that. And now 3 members in. Zixora was able to actually get someone there, but gave it over to Makey. But that don't matter. Makey is not the main damage dealer for the team. TNZ is already level 4. Zixora is level 2. This is such a big difference. Aurora did good with a bad early game. Now they got a good early game. This is more scary for the Mongols.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Let's see how this first turtle is going to play out as level 4s are about to be achieved by not only Mumu, but also K. And the question is whether or not K is actually going to leave the lane just to try and help. Because Zixora, he's slowed down on his overall farm. He's not even level 4 at this stage of the game. Nolan currently 2 levels ahead of him. Just a bigger retribution overall. And I think that Aurora Gaming more than happy to just hold off on actually taking this. But now that K is actually doing so well against Singapore, they find one in Ox.
Well, Momo jumps in, finds TNZ. TNZ is able to get out of that one. Right now, Gideon, I think the only strategic play that they can do is 4 people wait in the bush. 1 person stays on the turret and then recalls and spam the recalls. And hope that Aurora dives the turret.
Yeah, just hope they got some like weak egos, right? That's the strategic advantage is to exploit the weak mental. But so far, Aurora, I think they're more than happy to kind of just chill for a second here. And now, finally, everybody has hit their level 4s. Everybody is setting up for this play. And Lunar, they don't know that he doesn't actually have... Oh, wait. He's got it up now. It's online. Detna's welcome activated.
Yep, still waiting on it. Able to get Ox. Ox finally gets spitted out. Has to flicker out, not to die.
Not level 4 just yet. Zixora goes in, tries to get a kill onto Pagu. No more combo skills left. Kato tries to push Rosa away. TNZ's just waiting in the flanks. TNZ does get stunned up by Mickey. TNZ might have overextended, still kills Zixora. Oh my goodness, this is not fair at this point.
I mean, I don't know what he was thinking there, if I'm being perfectly honest. Zixora is not as strong as he thinks he is at this stage of the game, and even though he's trying his absolute best to at least lay down some form of damage, it has not been easy at all. And even for Sigiboom here, against K, K's got to be careful. Oh, okay, that doesn't look like it's going to win now.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now we're seeing K going up against Sigiboom again. Recall K, recall, he will go in. Oh no, he didn't. But you see, he did like the idea was there. If he recalled, Sigiboom might have gone back in.
He might have gone back in. He was already kind of dancing at the very edge of his maximum range, and now he wants to just do a little bit more, right? And at the very least, Lunar holding on to priority for this purple buff. He's more than happy to just sit on top of it to maintain his own stacks. But now, look at all the information he's getting. 3 members show up.
Yep, Lunar, half HP down. Even using the missiles to pull it back a bit. And Lunar just walked away like a boss. Or just like a big dinosaur.
Oh, you're just a dinosaur, as they call it these days. Lunar, I mean, you learn a lot from these small little Barats plays, right? You know, holding on to the priority, holding up to your stack, how to stay big for long periods of time, because most people struggle to maintain their stack.
Ups, gets eaten, even Flicker goes on to 4, gets taken now by TNT. That's gonna be the first stack of the Sky Piercer. Mumu engages in, might have been a bad call. Zixora has to get away. Pagu secures a kill onto Zixora, double kill for TNZ. 8 and under stack for the Sky Piercer, 20 for TNZ.
Yep, and Aurora Gaming, they've snowballed this early game very, very well. However, this has come at a little bit of a cost. They're willing to trade that top side for mid-tier 1, which is actually a much better trade.
At this point, honestly, I don't see a world where Mongols can really win a fight here. I think they're just too far behind. TNZ was thinking about it, but it's like, yeah, it's not worth it. It's only 20 stacks. If I have 80, 100%.
Yeah, and nobody on their side actually has Purify, right? So Lunar has plenty of targets. I think this is why they're so decisive. If we catch anybody and we already have the lead in the Sky Piercer, they're basically as good as gone. And even for K, it's starting to come to a point where, you know, Sigiboom has got that golden staff. He can out-sustain him as long as he has his ult ready to go in these prolonged fights. Generally, we're expecting that K can, you know, out-poke him for a large majority of the laning phase.
Unable to get anyone. Lunar just a little bit off to the side. Zixora now does have the Sky Piercer. If he can get a kill, it could be a way to get back to the game. But with Mumu dead, Zixora has to run away. Looks like unable to. Double kill for TNZ. Sigiboom just dives in. Triple kill. Is this going to be a maniac? No. Sigiboom takes it away. But all the same, Aurora, they're in such a dominant position. Over 5,000 gold ahead at 6 minutes of the game. Now they're even diving the turret, want to give more kills to TNZ, and they're going to get it legendary here at this point. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how Mongols can win this one.
No, I think it's kind of GG already. It's first item, Genius Wand. I don't see a Dom Ice getting built by literally anybody, so nobody can really deal with Sigiboom. Nobody can really deal with Lunar, who's playing Festival of Blood, so he's extra. Like, on top of the fact that he has, you know, Festival of Blood sustainability, he's building full tank on top of it as well. So really, by the time Mongols actually get the relevant items, it's over.
Yeah, and a Minotaur heal as well. Kind of feels bad. I'm pretty sure he already has Festival of Aces. I did not look at his items, but I'm pretty sure even if he doesn't have it yet, he will have it soon. So it would just be bad to worse. Like, we should be hopeful for the team, but I mean, like, we're being realistic here. For anyone that has ever played rank MLBB, you know, it's kind of over. And now, Yum gives a kill over to TNZ again. Another stack. And now K tries to get away. Boop, boop. Oh, Rosa takes it away. Not going to give it over to TNZ. It's like, you're not that great.
He's not that guy, not anymore. And now that's going to be a Lightning Truncheon complete. If I saw the items correctly, I think Pagu first itemed Oracle. I could be wrong. There we go. The Flask of the Oasis just got purchased, and I think that should be the final nail in the coffin here. Even Rosa started to disrespect the space.
Oh, Sigiboom as well.
Because at this point, they're like, yeah, you guys can't punish this.
Oh,
you guys
no.
can crowd control this, but y'all don't have any damage. And now they're chasing after Zixora. Zixora's going to get away. Yeah, good try, guys. Good try.
Nice, nice. Able to clear up the time. Saw what was expecting and calculated, and took into account both the Cyclone as well as the Conceal. Nicely done by Zixora, and that's generally what he wants to do. Try to get, you know, attention of Aurora Gaming to come to the opposite side of the map so it opens up the rest for the Mongols to actually go back and start farming up. Because everybody's just a little too squishy right now, and really, Tenzi can do whatever he wants as long as Lunar hits the Detona's welcome. And I think that now that Sigboom has his 3 items, it's done for, right? K forced the flicker out fast, and everybody is trying, at least for Zixora, just nearby to try and disengage, but they can't do much about this, and K will die kind of no matter what.
Well, now we just basically hit the 10,000 gold difference mark here at 9 minutes. Their gold advantage is like 1,000 per minute. That's disgusting to play against. If somehow this goes to 20 minutes and the Mongols get a comeback, Aurora they will be a little mean, man.
I mean,
but I think that's
really
not gonna
well.
happen.
I don't think it's gonna happen, and the BOD to guarantee that no low targets on top of the Skypiercer will get away. Really efficient by Lunar, man. That's the EXP laner you want, man. He hands you, he literally spoon feeds you the kills. He literally draws the lines. He also drops the red carpet for purple buffs. Like, what doesn't he do at this point?
This is so, like, not a part of the game for now. Rosa takes a lot of damage from Zixora. Kills come from Bagu. Black Juice comes in, gets a kill. Alice gets taken down. TNZ try to chase after Zixora. Zixora probably gonna get taken down. Double kill for TNZ, and then moving forward, Aurora Gaming goes up against the Mongols. Aurora is looking at an N angle. K can't take the damage. Triple kill for TNZ. Want to give a Maniac. Momo gives over a Maniac. And ladies and gentlemen, the game is over. 10 minutes at what? 14,000 gold lead. 21 kills to 1. This is a game that should not be broadcasted.
Man, that was a public execution. That was tough to watch, I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking of any answers for the Mongols to kind of, you know, bail themselves out of the situation, but with the item build that they had, with a lot of the lost movements and weird contestations, they definitely couldn't find their rhythm in this game. And I think at the very least, Aurora was very good at disrupting Mongols' early game, just to make sure that they can play the tune of their own.
This is, like, doesn't matter, but Kaja is my new favorite hero. Just by the animations, oh my goodness, he is gorgeous. Oh my.
Yep. Don't worry, you can keep glazing it. Nobody will be able to see it in this tournament because it's just a new revamp that got dropped in the latest patch, which is why we started a little bit later today. But even so, it is it will be interesting to see how that's going to shape up with the metagame, right? With the new way that the ult actually works. It is a scarily big zone.
Yeah. Honestly, looking at this game, there's really not much to say without either saying too good of a thing for Aurora or too bad for Mongols, but I don't know. I hope Mongols is able to recover from this, because going up against Aurora in this format right now is really not fair. This is the best meta for Aurora, and I don't know. We'll see. We'll see whether Aurora refines it even more, because I agree with you, Gideon. It feels like Aurora started and Spirit just refined it. Now it's just everyone else surviving it, you know?
I don't know, this just felt like prison rules, right? Aurora Gaming control the yard at this point, and Mongols just don't get any free time to actually flex and work out at this stage. It is tough. I think it was a really big mistake that Makey decided to go for this Genius Wand instead of going for the Glowing Wand as his first item. I get that he wants to, you know, start off the early game similarly to game number 1, getting Rosa to use that Purify and also Pagu at the same time with the Flicker, but small adjustments allowed that laning phase to actually just result in Rosa only losing out on the Purify, and Rosa doesn't need needed for the upcoming fights when you have black shoes. Even so, this is an even more devastating game with a refined Aurora Gaming. And I think that the Mongols, if they're going to play this double fighter comp, they're going to need some damage in the side lane. Like, Esme is good into the Freya, but only for so long. And that's why a lot of teams actually lean into the Bushido for that big fat burst.
Yep. With that, we do have one more series for today to close things out, which, by the way, we have not seen SRG go up against Rune Eaters, right?
That's supposed to be you are right.
Wait a minute. I thought it was supposed to be the third series. What happened?
It's fine. You know, schedules change.
Whatever.
Change, and you know, our players are just happy to be able to get these games down. Well, if we are lucky enough to get SRG facing up against the Rune Eaters, it will be a battle of mechanics, and I am all for it. We saw a lot of great stuff coming out from the Rune Eaters side, and you know, I wouldn't say a revamp, but at least a SRG coming back to their identity, back to their form, which would have been nice like a week and a half ago. But hey, you know, it happens to the best of us.
Yep. And to the worst of us as well. For now, we will be going for a break, but when we return, it should be SRG going up against Rune Eaters. And if you guys want to check out the other stream, it should be ONIC going up against Geekay. We'll see you guys after the break.
in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, and you're coming back around. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Final Games 2026. Games of the Future has been interesting, and we'd like to thank you for your patience for our very final series of today. We are going to be witnessing SRG facing up against the Rune Eaters, who have surprised us during day number 1 with their not only interesting picks, but their overall mechanics. And with SRG coming back into form, it'll be really interesting to see how this is going to be a true test of superiority when it comes down to the micro. Today, Selangor Red is going to be showing up Innocent, Cram, Sakai's, Stormy, and Yums.
And I would say this is going to be a match where both teams, I think this is going to be a game where we're going to see a lot of bans for Selena, because both Stormy as well as the mid laner coming in from Rune Eaters has really shown that their Selena is on pretty top form. SRG, if I were to describe how they're going to be drafting for this one, it's probably going to be Cram on that tank, and Yum's going to be an engager alongside with Stormy. Going up against them is going to be Rune Eaters, Zuki, King Verb, Ulvin, Riz4T, as well as Tashtik. For now, I don't gotta say, I don't really see a weak link coming in from Rune Eaters, but again, they went up against the MongolZ yesterday. MongolZ didn't have a good time going up against Aurora just now. This is gonna be a real test. If they can really make SRG sweat, then they're a legit threat here, and we are jumping into the pick and bans. Selangor Giants will be the first pick here, betting out the Zushin as well as the Atlas. Rune Eaters betting out the Aurora as well as the Marcel.
Keeping it interesting here, keeping it as tight as possible. Fanny and Freya are still up for grabs, and I would have imagined that at least one of them is going to get banned out here, unless there has been some deeper research on each of the teams. It would make a lot of sense if Rune Eaters, since they're banning out the Aurora, would also ban out the Fanny as well. But then that leaves a lot of dangerous options open.
For sure. In terms of the other bans, I wonder if Rune Eaters want to entertain the idea of not betting out the Fanny, because SRG has shown that even when the Fanny is open, they won't pick it up. They will try to counter it. So maybe Rune Eaters would just play around with it and be like, oh, are we going to take the Fanny? Are we not? Are we not? And then, you know, just mess around with SRG at that point.
That's a good point. That's a good point, because no matter what, they're going to get something, and it looks like Freya is the one that needed to go. At this stage, Fanny up for grabs. It's a dangerous first pick. We've seen a lot of teams actually pivot over into the Barat's opener here as well. They could go for the Belleric, but I've seen that to be pretty weak on blue side overall, considering that the Valentina is still able to steal the Wrath of the Dryad. So we'll see what the opener is for SRG to kind of, you know, kick us off here on the draft to see what kind of direction they want to go.
Yeah, I feel like Barat's is probably the strongest opener right now. Other than that, I guess Valentina is pretty flex, but I was talking about the Selena. It looks like SRG read it out. Rune Eaters, they want that Selena, so they take it away, and then they reply with the Melissa instantly. I think this opens up for a conversation between Yums and Cram and be like, hey, Cram, you want to use the Lapu? I can use a tank. I don't care.
They're trying to influence the potential EXP picks, but then what is going to be the natural follow-up here for the side of the Rune Eaters, right? Because now that they already see the Selena, they know where it's going into the mid lane. There's a pretty high likelihood that they also, all right, get the Barats on top of it all.
Yeah. Well, I think the Barats is a good pick, just to make sure that this, I would say both of them are kind of like anti-Selena heroes, where Barats, when he has a set number of stacks, he has more resistance, making it so that he doesn't get stunned often. And the Melissa can help her team out just by using the go away. So SRG, to deal with this, do they want to pick up a Uranus just so that they don't turn away from their plan of having Yums as an engager and Cram being the front line? I feel like picking up Uranus would be pretty fine here. Yep, Uranus as well as the Claude. So they already have a rough answer for Rune Eaters, but they're not making it so that they have a lane winner necessarily. They just want a hero that's hard to catch.
Yeah, and I also like the pairing here, right? Not only is it lane winning, but they also made sure that they have a potential answer to this Melissa in that Claude before the wand is actually purchased in the game. Final pick here for the very first phase for the Rune Eaters. Belleric is still a big question mark. They might not necessarily pick it for themselves. They could look for other different options to maybe, you know, force Innocent to take a Purify early on. He might actually still need to do so, but at the same time, you might as well have a double threat here, knowing that the BMI is always such a good spell.
Yep. So it looks like they will pick up the Belleric here. So I think they're drafting in a way that counters how SRG wants to play. SRG, they're a pretty divey team. So Rune Eaters, they already have a lot of anti-dive heroes here. Honestly, everyone except for the Barats. But Barats, technically, I think with the missile expert, he can pull things back. Betting out a Cho here. So now Selangor Giants. I wonder what other heroes they want to ban out. I feel like junglers is going to be hard to ban considering that King Verb use odd picks like the Martis. So
Martis, the Saber.
Yes.
Both of which I think, both of which actually counter like an array of different types of assassin picks, which is pretty unique in the meta so far. We haven't seen too much of that at all, other than from the Rune Eaters. They also get rid of the Cho, and Selangor Red Giants, it looks like they have done some homework. They ban out the Saber.
Yep. I like that we live in a world where Saber gets banned, Hanabi has been banned, Rafaela has been banned. Heck, we even have a Mia ban back in MWI.
Yeah, we did have a Mia ban. I just like the fact that Suki this entire time not interested in the draft. It's like, coach, you give me what you need. I'm a mess around with this fan the entire time. He's been doing it since the beginning of the draft up till now. Let's see whether or not it's going to warm his hands down. Most professional players would like to warm their hands up in these types of situations, but he's just trying to make his fingers a superhero.
Well, I hope it's not like it doesn't look like he's injured, because I'm like, wait, are you like injured somehow? But it's like, okay, probably not. Like I say, he's just messing around. So the Fanny has been banned out here. So SRG, in terms of assassins, there's still quite a few. I think the best one right now for SRG might be that Harley. I think Rune Eaters will try to snatch that away and force SRG to use something like a Nolan instead. Unless they have something cool, like maybe a Ling alongside with the Selena just to hyper farm for him. No. I take that back. They have a Claude. They can't have too many scalers. So probably a Nolan or Harley.
There's just too much, there's not enough gold on the map to be distributed to everybody. Yes, you can be sort of efficient to it, but at the end of the day, the jungler is looking to full clear their side of the map and maybe once in a while go for these bigger invades. Eudora finally gets banned out here. Good coverage coming in from SRG. Rune Eaters, is this going to be the jungle pick? Are they going to reveal it here, or are they going to save it to the very end? Because at the end of the day, mid lane picks as of right now, Lilia seems all right, but doesn't really solve the problem of both Selena alongside with the Claw, making them very susceptible to damage. Any artillery mages also doesn't seem to be a good option as well. Ooh, Valen doesn't sound like a bad idea, but there's no ults to take.
No, if you take the Selena ult, you get all of her abilities.
Oh, that is true. That is fair. Getting some abyssal arrows and traps down might not be such a bad idea, and since they already have the Barats to guarantee an engagement as soon as the Detna's Welcome connects, be the option that they're looking for. They got 7 more seconds to think about this, and it's the Valentina, like you said, right on the head.
So now SRG, I feel like the Harley would be a pretty good pick here, and then when it comes to the roam, I feel like their default is to go for a Badang, but I don't think this is a Badang kind of draft. There's so many ways to counter him. I wonder if they want to go for a support here, support like a Matilda or something.
Ooh, support Matilda doesn't sound like a bad idea, but I would imagine that their roamer needs to somehow sort of set up to make sure that the Stormy is able to consistently land the arrows. Oh, Minotaur doesn't sound like a bad idea, but then again, it does make the composition just a little more one-dimensional unless their jungler is like a Ling that has the ultra mobility and can come in from any angles. But they go for Kufra and Nolan instead.
I know that he had a pretty nasty Kufra game alongside with the Selena, so this could just be the new dual combo for SRG. I was just hesitant because there's quite a lot of, the Belleric as well as the Melissa, and to a certain extent the Barats, kind of make the Kufra's job hard, but maybe they're like, as long as we hit arrows, it's no big deal.
I suppose it's a pretty high skill camp composition, and yeah, this technically should be. Oh, okay.
Wow.
If they go for the Hayabusa instead, actually, you know what? I'm actually kind of down for this, right? Because again, Selena is such a nuisance to deal with. If King Verb is able to kind of find some odd angles while Rune Eaters pull attention to themselves, he might be able to find himself a solo kill early on, or at least blow like a flicker out of Stormy at level 2.
I gotta say, they are the most
how do I say this? I already forgot. No, I already forgot the term for it, but like they don't want to use the cool stuff. Like if it's meta, they want to go for a different direction. There used to be a word for it. What is it called again?
It's called being a rebel.
No. It's something like Scooby-Doo era, you know, like the 90s, early 2000s.
Scooby-Doo era?
I call it the Scooby-Doo era, okay? Because that word reminds me of Scooby-Doo. I just
on a
don't
do
remember.
fromage. I can keep going down the list if necessary.
For now, we are jumping into the land of Dawn here, where they are too cool for the meta. Rude Eaters come out with this Hayabusa with the marksman emblem. Interesting here, marksman emblem alongside with the veteran hunter as well as the thrill. Okay, they're like very anti-meta.
Wait, hold on. That's starter from Rune Eaters here. Hayabusa is actually starting on the golems with minimal invasions here. I think they were preparing for a potential invasion, and they want to make sure that even if they do get invaded, they're not really going to find much here off of the... Oh, did he steal it? Luckily he didn't.
I actually have no idea because he got level 2 after that, but I don't know if it's the timing or what. Tastic though, he's gonna get attacked quite a bit. Looks like he's gonna survive there. Yumes goes back in. Holding gets stunned up. The Yumes probably has to get away. King Verb is there just to help him out. Yumes taking quite a lot of damage, but able to heal up from the enhanced basic attack.
Okay, not bad. And I mean, unfortunately, Uni wasn't in position to try and capitalize on these moments, but that's fine. He's got bigger things to worry about right now because they're going to end up on this exact same lane by the EXP because they're both going for full clears on their side. In terms of the emblem setup, Cram opting, once again, going for that Master Assassin into this Barat's matchup who has Festival of Blood. We're seeing the pull yourself together from Tashik. So again, he wants to flicker in forward as quickly as possible once he gets the Wrath of the Dryads. And finally, Melissa opting to go for Purify, but at least has Mystery Shop.
Well, for now, looks like the Ogi Shadow Kill almost killed him, but looks like Oven is going to secure the kill from King Verb. But still, it's already a pretty good start taking out the Uranus early here. Zuki does take a lot of damage, has to use the Flicker to get away. It's going to be worth it as long as he survives. Tash, hello, sir. Turtle. Sir. All right, there we go. We look at the turtle now. King Verb secures the turtle and even gets Stormy in the back end. Rude Eaters, they might be the real deal here. They're actually making SRG die quite a few times.
Yeah, they're making them work for kind of everything. And even Rios is actually winning out this lane against Innocent. This is the lowest I've seen Innocent in quite some time, especially with a pretty brutal laning phase overall, but usually he's able to kind of sustain through the pain. Looks like the trades have not gone in his favor. And so far, once again, Ulven, he's figured it out, right? He's right on top of Uni as of yet. He might get punished for this, but he's still holding on to the coup for all. He sees everybody.
King Verb finds Uni. Uni tries to get away. Uni gets taken down. Oh my goodness. Ooh, even dodging out Yumes. He saw that coming. Now Stormy has to get away, but Flicker forward slows him down. King Verb gets the kill. Gideon Rude Eaters is the real deal.
Yo, this is so real. Great information relay coming in from Ulven. He held this position. I thought maybe he's going to try and steal it away, but he also knows that after 2 dashes, there's a pretty good chance that he dies and spots out all 3 members of the Selangor Red Giants moving up to that top side, allowing the solo kill here from King Verb onto Uni's side. He doesn't have any iframes, so the OP shadow kill is good, and he eats him as well, and they get Uni again.
Yep, and now Cram tries to get away. Ogi Shadow Kill used on Uranus. Uranus gets taken down. Ulven dies in the back end, but I think they're okay with that trade considering that King Verb 3-0-3. Stormy goes in, only to die, gives another kill over to King Verb. And get in. I remember what the word is. It's
for school?
Hipster.
Oh, what?
That's the word I was looking for. See, like Scooby-Doo. It's like Scooby-Doo, hipster.
No, the Scooby-Doo era is hippie, sir. I think this is the Ben 10 era. That's when you got the hipsters. Overall, Rune Eaters are still 7-1 in this game, and this lead is kind of ridiculous. Like, King Verb can basically one-shot anybody with just a little bit of health.
Well, right now Turtle has been started, and it's weird to see, but Krem is having such a bad time in lane. King Verb still secures it, and then Yum Yum eats Yumes. Yumes gets taken down. SRG I never in my life I thought I would see Cram go 0-2, Uni 0-2, and Stormy 1-3-0. And Kingbird tries to get onto Stormy, able to get away with the quad shadows. Back in the top lane, Ovid is pushing Innocent out. Everyone from SRG lost the lane, Gideon.
Oh man, this might be a fast one for SRG. But let's see. Rune Eaters, at the same time, they've already gotten quite a significant lead 5 minutes into this game. They've developed it to at least a 3K lead. If they can crack open the mid-tier 1, this is going to make Uni's life difficult, even more difficult than what we are seeing currently. And Dreadnought armor already purchased some steel leggings in for Yums just to make sure that he has just enough armor to protect himself from this Hayabusa, but it's not looking good.
Yep, they're trying to get Zuki here. Zuki does take quite a lot of damage. It takes forever and a half to kill him, and now Uvin. Oh, but look at that. Actually flickers forward, able to use the all double kill for King Verb. At this point, I think he's talking to himself like, guys, why didn't I just pick up Skypiercer?
It is a good point. And he is opting to go and try and build up into that War Axe, but they managed to get at least one turret, and they're going to probably trade another. No, doesn't have the Okika, the Shadow Kill just yet, but they cracked open mid-tier 1, which at least allows Uni to start moving into the jungle if necessary. And Cram once again dies, like they are face-checking too many bushes.
Not entirely sure who got that one there, but Rune Eaters, they're continuing to assault. And the Barat's unable to get Yums. But oh my god, look at that missile expert pulling them back. Ovin secures another kill, and Rune Eaters even getting mid-turret.
They're getting everything. Wow. They are honestly debating SRG. They're taking advantage of the fact that SRG actually are down to brawl, and Rune Eaters are more than happy to oblige with the lead that they have right now. And now this should be a free turtle at this stage of the game, and Selangor Red Giants are just forced to start grouping up to make sure they create some space for Uni to get back into this game. But he's only a level down, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but at the same time, everything basically kills him.
This is a situation where, oh, hold on. Tastic already used the ult. Get Cram, and Cram is gonna get taken down. Oh my goodness, 1, 4, and 2. Urena's not having a good time here going up against Mirage. Oh, eat Stormy. Stormy is gonna get hit by the wall, gets taken down. Rune Eaters, they're not missing a beat. They see an opportunity, they go for it. And this is super fast, Gideon, 7 minutes in. And everyone's in a bad position. Open secures the kill, but most of the damage comes from King Verb. They just got bottom mid 2, and now they're... What is going on? This is so fast.
Yep. Rune Eaters, they know how to sell a fight. They know how to, market over to Selangor Red Giants and say, hey, maybe we're more susceptible. Maybe this time you're going to get the solo kill. And then all of a sudden, Flicker 4 coming in from Oven to at least find something in the Oki Shadow Kill. Does he get Yums this time? No, not this time. Has enough armor to survive the full combo.
Right now, what's the goal difference now? 7,000 something, 7,400. SRG, they have to slow down the game, but that's easier said than done, considering that their front lines really can't tank much anymore. Part of it, I think, is just because Cram is not stacking up the his stacks to get 20 stacks, but still, he gets stopped, and then the damage is just a little bit too much. I don't know, Gideon, like, what does SRG really have to do here?
Well, I think that it's a little late. They probably should have given up a lot more objectives, whether it be structures or other things across the map, rather than, sacrificing bodies, because Rune Eaters are more than happy to take the bodies this time because they've managed to, just stagger so many abilities, and now another re-engagement.
Find Stormy, able to eat up Yums. Yums gets slipped back. Cram might die just there. Yums tries his best using the Tyrant's Rage. Nothing can be done. I have no words, Gideon.
Meters just played a better laning phase. They played, a much better early game. They found the early first blood as expected, and they had a prepared opener for a potential invade from SRG. From all accounts, there's nothing I can complain about. Rune Eaters are playing this really, really well, and I think that until SRG is able to find like a turnaround fight, like King Verb gets hit by like an Abyssal Arrow or something, I don't think this is winnable. Cram just does not have the base stats to protect himself. You can get more HP, sure, but really, I think you need armor at this stage.
Yep. 9 minutes in. Rune Eaters, they're trying their very best to get this holy defense. Oh, they got one, but no way Stormy is gonna get into that one. Even if they catch Hayabusa, I guess that's gonna be quite a lot of shutdown goal, but King Verb is so on point. Doesn't look like he's gonna get Yums got taken. Yums gonna get killed there. Really not much that can be done. King Verb got a shadow inside of SRG. Oh my goodness, kills Innocent. Gideon, they might end this below 11 minutes. They're forcing it Cram. Cram is taken down. And now Rune Eaters, can they do it in 10? Oh my goodness, 10 minutes and 7 seconds.
10 minutes. Oh my goodness, just an absolute destruction. An absolute destruction of the Selangor Red Giants. Oh, he wrote it big this time. I still can't read it, bro. Okay, I'm just going to hope that it means something good. And he's just gassing himself up because, again, against a player like Cram who's already beaten Barats once with the same lineup, I think that this time around Zuki has already gone to shown. Doesn't really matter, especially when you got King Verb already starting off the game huge, not only with first blood, but ready to Oki shadow kill on top of him as soon as they hit level 4.
If I was SRG, I don't know where to start. Actually, no, I do. How did Cram lose the lane that hard? Because I would say it's more of a skill matchup, but it's not a lane that I think Uranus really lose. And then in mid as well, I mean, like, King Verb just outplayed everyone.
He did, and also I think it just comes down to like Warcry, does it not? I mean, King Verb was able to get like a lot of these fights get in there early on just because of this emblem setup, and it allows him to actually take these fights pretty convincingly, right? The extra bonus damage definitely helps in prolonged fights. It's just that he needs that finisher in the early stages of the game if nobody is able to chunk him out big, and I think that's where Oven kind of fulfills that role, right? So many times you've seen him flicker forward, Shadow Strike instantly just to try and get that extra bit of damage, and sometimes even delays it on purpose to hit multiple people with a Terrify if he does find it. This last moment, really unlucky that the Oki Shadow Kill bounced all the way to Innocent, not even giving him a chance to finish off his third item before he dies.
I am pretty speechless, except that Rune Eaters, we need to see more of you. Like, I don't know how the MLBB landscape is at Astana, but I am very impressed. I saw this region in ISF. I saw them in Asia Games, and every single time they do not disappoint. But now doing this to SRG, now I'm like, well, hold on now. You guys need to get to M8.
Remember the names. Remember the names that you see here. You're probably going to see them up in the future somewhere, somehow, because the future's looking so bright for them. 19-3, 19-3 with one of the most brawliest lineups that MLBB Esports has produced from Malaysia in a long, long time. And Rune Eaters just said, we've been brawling forever. I don't know what you're talking about. First team, nah. You got to be looking towards Kazakhstan if you're talking about just raw mechanics.
This is like, mechanics is one thing, but also the draft is brilliant. So yeah, I think SRG was stumped because we even saw Veki in during the drafting phase. He was looking at his team, he was like, guys, I think we just shot ourselves in the foot. We don't have anything here.
Seems like they might need to lock in Yums' pick maybe a little bit earlier, into the draft and see what he can kind of provide. Overall, I just think that Rune Eaters, they attacked the draft perfectly. Second half of the draft as well, really good recognition of like what needed to go in those moments. And man, hopefully we got something else for game number 2. We're going to jump into this right after the break. So please stick around to check out the Rune Eaters and more Mobile Legends action right after these messages.
күмістер, әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкімен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Red flags in my teammates' behavior? More likely than you think. What do the participants of the Games of the Future 2026 think about some behavior that they might have encountered during team play? We have asked the team Rune Eaters, so let's hear out the team's opinion. Please, could you introduce yourself to the audience?
My name is MongolZ and I'm from team Rune Eaters.
Thank you. First question. Is it a red flag if your teammate suddenly goes quiet after making a mistake and doesn't talk about it?
I think it's a red flag, but it depends on why he does it, because some people have that as a coping mechanism, so if that's the case, it's alright.
Wow, that was definitely very nuanced. Okay, now do you think it is a red flag if your teammate constantly arrives late to the planned practice sessions?
It's a red flag because, it's a disrespect towards teammates if he does that.
Agreed. Third question. Is it a red flag if your teammate goes along with most of the things your team says?
It's a green flag, I think, in most cases, because if you can agree and sometimes you can add something, but generally if you have the same idea, like your team, it's okay.
Very interesting. Next, your teammate blames the equipment for his poor performance. Is it a red flag?
That's a green flag, because that's valid.
It definitely is valid, man. Okay, now, your teammate gets too heated during the game most of the time. Is this a red flag?
It's okay, but if he gets frustrated, that's not okay.
Take note of that, guys. So, is it a red flag if your teammate doesn't seem to listen to the coach?
It's a red flag because coach should be authority and everyone should listen to him.
Final question. Is it a red flag if your teammate is strong-headed and will not back down from his opinion?
It depends, because if that guy has a really strong mechanics or macro, it's okay, but sometimes even not really strong people, skilled people, have that trait.
Thank you so much to the team Rune Eaters and their athlete, MongolZ. The team really showed us what is appropriate behavior and what is not. We wish you good luck at the tournament.
Eaters currently at match point. Live from Kazakhstan itself, it's the Final Games of the Future 2026 presented by Freedom, of course. And SRG need a clapback somehow because that game 1 draft hurt them a lot. And I don't think they were expecting this particular angle, leaving only Kufra available for Yums to play. The Rune Eaters have already set the stage and they've set the tempo. Now it's up to SRG to bounce back.
Well, SRG right now are on red side here, second pick. Rune Eaters betting out the Freya. So now SRG, I feel like, even looking at the players, I think they're still relatively calm. They're just, at this point, I feel like the first draft that they use is like one of their, I would say, pocket most aggressive draft. But going up against a team like Rune Eaters that kind of wants that, maybe they just have to either shift their strategy or double down by picking up something like Bushido in the gold lane so that, you know, everyone is aggressive.
That doesn't sound like a bad idea, but I also think that, you know, Yums has been like specifically targeted in a lot of these bans coming down, knowing that if he doesn't get his first phase, that second phase is definitely dedicated towards him. Now it's going to be Freya alongside with the Hirara for the Rune Eaters.
I wonder what does this mean that they want for the first pick here. SRG already battled the Selena as well as the Atlas. Because I don't think there's any specific hero Rune Eaters really want for first pick. Although Tashtik has been using the Belleric all the time, but that's kind of expecting considering, like, you know, one of the top heroes right now. And he's especially aggressive on that pick. So I guess the Belleric first pick wouldn't be that bad for them.
I mean, it's not the worst, but I think, you know, considering that Zuki has been playing like a pretty good Barats overall, like starting it off with Barats again doesn't seem like a bad idea either. Let's see what this third ban is going to be first for at least the Rune Eaters, because again, you would have expected a lot of these particular bans to actually come from the red side rather than the blue side, and Bushido finally gets axed out here in the first phase.
Kind of shows Rune Eaters does not want to go up against a double fighter nonsense here. Because Ruby does, I feel like the Ruby change makes it a strong hero, but not really like a double fighter kind of hero. I mean, like maybe, but you need just a lot more frontline. So now the final ban here coming in from SRG. I wonder if they do want to respect the Belleric and then early picking SRG's hero. Because what other first pick? I guess the Barats. I guess it's the Barats or the Belleric would be a fine ban here.
Both don't seem like a bad idea, but instead they have to make sure they get rid of the Marcel first. Yeah, we always forget the Marcel. It's just one of those that we just expect to get banned, but at the same time, it's just like, man, there's so many like good picks for the Rune Eaters overall. So now they've got options, right? We're expecting to see, you know what? Never mind. Forget the options. They go straight for the Melissa.
I actually really like that because, again, it's like anti-SRG. You guys want to dive in? Well, we can deny that. So I already like that start. But I feel like that means that we need a Lapu from Cram because, again, that's easily his signature hero. And yeah, I gotta say, Uranus is one of his worst heroes, actually, because it is, I still remember back in MSC 25, he died before the minions even clashed together. That's how rough he had it whenever he's on a Uranus.
Yeah, I mean, that's not his normal behavior, but at the same time, it's just, if you catch him out early, it just starts to, you know,
no,
go
he's like
downhill.
Both of you guys don't like Uranus.
Yeah, we both don't like it for good reason. It makes zero plays. You just exist. You just exist and press 2 buttons. It's not that exciting. But now, they at least get the Belleric alongside with the Barat. So that might, you know, shift slightly into SRG's favor. It's tough to tell because Rune Eaters, you don't really know how deep their pockets actually are.
Well, now they're showing up with the high loss, so I'm hoping SRG answers with the Zushin or Farsa. That's the hero that I want to see from Stormy to deal with Rune Eaters. Now, the next hero picked up, I think they need something to deal with the heavy front line here. Wow, they still pick up the Martis even without the Selena, so they don't depend on the Selena to accelerate his farm.
Yeah, huh. Okay. Is it
okay to deal with these kind of heavy front lines with all this crowd control?
I mean, if they layer it correctly, it's hard to dodge, but as long
Zushin,
as
come
they're
on, Zushin. This has to be a Zushin, no?
Yeah, I think Zushin would make a lot of sense, but at the same time, it's like, man, if that Martis starts that snowball, it kind of doesn't matter at the same time. But at least it's not like a high mobile mage, so they can still lean back into the Farsa if necessary. I think there's also an argument for Valentina too, but they instead go for a Fanny.
Now this is going to be very interesting here. They got the Fanny. Now they just have to think, where is this high loss going? Is it going into EXP? Is it going in Rome? Because I can see going into EXP to deal with Barats. And if that's the case, like your, your draft always has to change because of that, right? Because now you have to think, do they have to ban out counters for the Fanny? Because we've seen a Saber before. At this point, I don't put it past Readers to put the Martis in EXP and get Saber in jungle. Let me just say that.
That doesn't sound like a bad idea either. You need somebody who disrupts and doesn't actually have to hold your Retribution and has a Flicker. Not the worst idea, but they get rid of the CC instead. SRG, as much as I said in game number 1 that they've done a little bit of research onto the Rune Eaters, maybe just not enough. Lilia, the follow-up ban for Rune Eaters.
I mean, like, how can you, right? There's really not a lot of information from Ruiners here. They ban out the CC. I just remembered one other hero that Ruiners could use. If they put the high loss in EXP, they can pick up a Badang. The Badang can catch this Fanny.
Good ways to disrupt their opponents, make it real difficult to land those steel cables when you're getting displaced around, and not to mention that he's able to actually create terrain of his own, similarly to Grok, assuming that he can make it connect in the first place. Now, final ban here for SRG. It's going to be the Valentina. Rune Eaters, are they going to double down on getting rid of mid lane picks?
I would say the other mid pick, yeah, the Zushin. The Zushin should counter the draft quite heavily, so liking the ban there. I guess the Eudora is still there, but I don't think it's good against a pick like Martis where he has anti-CC. Maybe they just have to wait for the mid, right? And then pick up either the gold lane, which is, I think Clint or Brody is okay, because they need to win against Melissa.
I mean, sure, but at the same time, the big issue is whether or not, they get hit by the Glorious Pathway, and then they can't really run away anymore. Cecilion and Carmilla as well from the side of the Rune Eaters. Okay, you want a team fight? We're down to team fight.
Bro, their drafts, man. I'm liking this team more and more. We've seen this in MSC or MWI, and it looked pretty good as well. We only seen it once, but still, it did perform pretty well. Now that I think about it, I think it is in MWI. And Gideon, I believe we even talked about this yesterday, right? This position 1 can change, and I'm waiting for someone to bring out the Sicilian Shada's manifestation.
Yeah, shout out to Manifestation. This is really, really interesting because now they've got ways to kind of like engage, disengage if necessary with the Cursed Blood. They've got scaling on their side with Melissa and Cecilia. We get a Granger pick here for the side of SRG. Hopefully that's going to, help out that laning phase just a little bit more. But even so, a pretty dangerous comp, right? I mean, Stormy's gonna get outranged. It's gonna get outranged by the bat impacts like 90% of the time. They somehow also have a 2-point and click stuns against Uni on the Fanny. So we're expecting Cram to try and not only to win out his lane and manipulate those waves, but still be enough of a front line so that Yums can just peel for Stormy on top of flickering forward. So a lot of different interactions that we have to keep in mind here.
But it's clear that they understand they need to win that gold lane because the Claude is good as a scaling hero, but they understand going up against Rune Eaters, it's kind of like going up against Spirit. It's like going up against Aurora. You don't really have that time. You gotta scale up. Honestly, with these kind of teams, you need to scale up with a Sky Piercer. So that's where we see the Granger come in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Rune Eaters going up against Selangor Red Giants, where Selangor Red Giants, now they're in the back foot here. Innocent even getting that killing spree just to make sure that he can actually survive his engages. So haven't seen Innocent use the Granger for a while, but this is going to be pretty interesting.
Sorry, he is running Impure Rage, not Killing Spree. That's the Assassin emblem. We're just too used to seeing it down to the side in reverse orders. It's fine. You know, our regular season will look exactly like that anyways. But now, as we see the game already being started here, same opener.
Yumes taking quite a bit of damage, but same can be saved by Zuki. Zuki now even using the Revitalize just to make sure that he stays alive. 4 members from each team here. King Verb taking a lot of damage. Uni goes in. Uni wants to get a kill. He's only level 2. Yumes secures the kill on King Verb. And now follow with Zuki. Selangor Giants able to get 2 main members of Rune Eaters. Now Tashnik, Yumes even flickering forward, getting that stun. Double kill for Yumes. SRG, they are a bit upset in this game.
Oh, they are very upset. Extremely, in a matter of fact, and that's why they went for this Kimmy, so they can actually contest for the early stages of the game to know that, hey, Martis can actually close the distance without his abilities. So as long as we peel, as long as Stormy has his passive available, they will maintain priority throughout this game. So now, pre-level 4 has been working out really nicely for the Selangor Red Giants, but at some point, Stormy needs to go for a recall.
By the way, look at this. I just noticed Ulvin. Usually we see the Sicilian still go for the mage emblem, but he's going for the common emblem alongside with Tenacity. So they're really okay with going the distance here. Quite interesting strat. Haven't seen a common emblem on Sicilian for quite a while.
I think it's just to maintain pressure, right? So that way he can clear the wave and then still kind of walk out of the lane and still have enough bat impacts to be useful in the fight. Okay, Glorious Pathway used super early here.
Yep, Zuki still get level 4. Oh, nice stun onto Ovid. Oh, and then there's a pause. Well, you know what? Good on our counterpart. Their stream just ended. Congratulations to ONIC getting win over Geekay. Clean 2-0. So Renmar as well as Wolf, have a good rest. Me and Gideon, we're here fighting on.
We gotta fight on, and it looks like, you know, the technical pause was called for a good reason. Gonna be able to fix that issue before we move anywhere further, especially since we're so close to the actual turtle fight itself. And there's gonna be moments in this game where it's gonna get a little awkward, but for now, at least, man, Sicilian Carmilla. It's one of those combinations that you don't see very often, and better yet for the Carmilla, most of the time, especially when you're facing off against that Fanny, just the point and click stun is always going to be useful, but the fact that you can't really control her, as in, and what I mean by that is that she can just blow right past the Carmilla and get right on top of the Sicilian. They just need one more level of peel, and I think that's where the Martis comes in to guarantee that the Sicilian will be safe.
The thing is, if they're able to deal with the Fatty, looking at all the range that SRG has, they're all gonna be in bad impact range unless they're crazy enough just to flicker forward, get face to face with that Sicilian, try to blow him up. This is gonna be pretty interesting because I can definitely see this game going to 16-17 minutes. At that point, there's going to be enough damage from the Sicilian that they can actually take down SRG. So SRG are on a clock here, and I think they really realize that. That's why they opt to fight that early. We'll see whether they can continue the pressure around that turtle, because one lost fight and all of a sudden everything looks super bad.
Yeah, but let's not forget that that's not the only win condition that they have, right? They still have Innocent, and he's eventually going to build that Sky Piercer. Once he does, I think they're going to put a lot more, you know, effort to make their way over to his side of the map to try and maybe get, you know, maybe get him some form of a lead, or better yet, by the time he gets to the Sky Piercer, maybe Turtle 2, they could be looking for fights that hand a couple of kills over to him, and you know, kind of give up on this laning phase, so that way they can kind of maintain pressure throughout the map. Because so far, it just feels like they're just consistently responding to the early game pressure that is expected out of Rune Eaters, and until they start to back off and respect the space that, you know, SRG give them, then that's when we're seeing SRG make the opposites. Oh my goodness.
Yep, Traction Pulse used onto Olvin, forcing out the Purify. Yume's taking quite a lot of damage here. He might get taken out by King Verb here. King Verb already securing that one, and now Uni goes in. Zuki looking quite low. Doesn't look like they're gonna get a kill just yet. Stormy secures the kill for that. Uni is super low now, no energy as well. It's gonna be out of the fight for a while. So now it's on Selangor Giants Krem as well as Stormy to kind of like delay the turtle just a little bit.
Okay, looks like both sides are going to back away from this turtle almost straight away. Unfortunately for Uni, can't really do much about this, but he is going to take the Lethal Wanderer. I'm curious if he's going to start walking into the purple buff and say, you know what, we don't actually need this first turtle. Let's keep on fighting. Look at Stormy, he's blowing away Tasik, has to force his way backwards, and now Detna's Welcome does connect, flickering backwards underneath the turret. Tasik ends up dying to the Fanny, and they finally get King Verb here, so 2 kills already, and Selangor Red Giants are still moving forward.
Yep, Breeze 4T doing quite a lot of damage alongside the Muddles. But now Hume's able to stop them out just a little bit. Ovin got taunted. Ovin's going to take some damage coming in from Innocent as well as Cram. But for now, Selangor Red Giants, they're happy with what they got. I'm pretty sure they want a little bit more kills, but the turtle is going to be the real important thing here. Selangor Red Giants, they're looking pretty good, but they need to get structures in, I would say, between 6 to 7 minutes. But Innocent now with the Sky Piercer, I would like to see Selangor Giants playing around him a little bit more, because I feel like Cram has solidly won his lane.
He has. He already gets the stun out. He's trying to bait out as many reactions from Rune Eaters, and he's going back to his purple. So that does mean that now the pathing is going to be headed towards that top side of the map. I'm surprised Cram decided to come join everybody else in the mid lane, but they want to clear this out as soon as possible and then quickly break up. They're double waving for the sake of Innocent.
Maybe it's also just to get a little bit more money on Cram as well, because oddly enough, in SRG, the one that gets the most gold all on Hume's able to secure a catcher. Ovin is the first to go down. Sashtik trying to get away. He has to be careful. He does not have a lot of energy yet. He has to get away. But as I was saying, crazy enough, in SRG, usually the one that gets the most amount of gold is actually Cram. So maybe it's just out of habit. It's like, oh, I need double wave, I need mid, thank you very much.
You know, just natural EXP habits here. But he's already got this 2-level lead on Zuki, because again, Zuki can't really run away once Stormy gets that passive up and that slow, making it really, really difficult once he's already thrown out his stun. And most of the time, the stun is on Uni. It's landing, but the problem is there's nobody to really follow up on it.
Well, right now they find Zuki. Zuki's going to be difficult to take down though, but looks like they still want to chip him down. King Verb doesn't look like he has quite a lot of ways to go in. And now Hume's even coming from the side, tries to get catch here. It looks like Rune Eaters, they're going on to Cram. Uni goes behind. King Verb secures the kill there. And Uni gets petrified. Oh my god, haven't seen that for a while. Innocent secures a kill onto King Verb. Still a positive trade for Selangor Red Giants. I didn't even realize there was a Petrify in this game.
Yeah, I thought it was for sure going to be the Flicker, but the Petrify does have its uses, able to cancel out abilities mid-animation, and there's no telegraph way to know, right? You just have to be right place, right time, press one button, and then you just can't really react to it. But overall, this has been a pretty good game for Selangor Red Giants. Not that the early game has been sort of fixed at this stage, but it's not the end of the world for the Rune Eaters. The current lead is 3,000 for, oh, actually now turning into a 4,000 gold lead for SRG.
Yep, Riz 4T so far has been farming quite safe here. Humes is able to catch King Verb. Innocent secures the kill. Now Zuki uses the Glorious Pathway to stop Humes in his track. Humes is still healing up, and Stormy and Innocent are just shooting from afar. Good stun coming in from Stormy, and now Kramen coming from the side, but all got gobbled up by Ovin, using the second ability, catching him out, and when he goes in, he tries to get Zuki. Zuki able to stun him out. For now, looks like all abilities have been used from Rune Eaters just to protect themselves.
Beautiful stuff coming up from SRG side. A little unlucky that Humes was still connected by the Cursed Blood, and Stormy just happened to get chipped by that impact, causing Humes to die. But even so, it's still a pretty big win for SRG. Their snowball continues, their 4K lead now being pressed into the enemy jungle. Purple buff gonna get stolen here.
Yep. You can see Krem just channeling the Daytona's Welcome just to get away. But I guess that's one of the good things about Barats. The Daytona's Welcome has a pretty short cooldown. It almost doesn't feel like an ult at this point.
It really doesn't.
Yeah. It's like good and bad. It's good if you're like Barats. It's bad if you don't like Barats. that's kind of like the same for everything, doesn't it?
It really is. That's really the truth of it all. But the majority of the lead actually is falling into the hands of Innocent. They're going back to their simple playstyle. And not to mention that even Cram developing a pretty good lead of his own, right? 1.3k and 1.2. This next fight is already here.
Yep. Humes already used the Wrath of the Dryad for that to catch. But he is able to get a Purify out of Oven, and I think that's going to be good enough. Uni does have to be careful, though. He is in enemy territory, and they have quite abilities to stop him. For now, I like the double pressure that SRG is putting out. Uni is showing his face down bot, and then everyone else is up top.
They're looking for a T2 here. They're trying to break it as soon as possible, but the wave should be dealt with pretty easily as they're trying to just, you know, just put a little bit of chip damage, right? And even from Rune Eaters, they're making sure they're not wasting too much time by shoving out that mid lane as well. But with everything that has happened already, at least for Uni showing himself that many times, it allows SRG just the raw information. Hey, we don't have to worry about King Verb. Everybody else, as long as we don't get hit by a wombo combo of the Cursed Blood, we can actually contest with this purple buff once again during a choke point.
Sanguine Claw, pull Krem in. Even the Cursed Blood hit onto Krem as well as Yumes. But look at that fat all coming in from Yumes. Killing spree for Innocent, double kill. That's more stacks on the Sky Piercer, triple kill. Uni gets one onto Riz4T. Oven is all alone. I don't see him escaping this one. Give the kill over to Innocent. That's a monster kill. Innocent has 60 stacks of Sky Piercer.
Oof, the signature pick coming in from Innocent. He still remembers old metas and old counters to the Melissa. So far, so good. SRG 14-4, the current kill score, as they now develop this lead into a 5K, about to hit 6. I think they're also going to steal the orange buff with the help of Stormy. He's in a really good position. He's 1-0-11, and his damage is so relevant in these fights, especially when it starts piercing multiple targets.
Now Stormy as well as Innocent are sieging the mid. Zuki probably overstepped, almost gets taken down by Innocent there. For now, Rune Eaters, they know the game plan, and it's trying to delay as much as they can. That draft actually does not have a bad wave clear here. Both Oven as well as Riz4T can theoretically clear the wave, but SRG having this barrage make it so that it's hard to clear the wave because he always has that threat to be like, I'm gonna eat you up, I'm gonna beat you up. You better watch out for me. Nom, nom, nom.
He's already thrown like a lot of abilities here, and if the minions could just get a little bit closer before the Lord gets in, but no, the siege, it's not good enough, especially when you got Melissa on the other hand, and that's also the Detonator's Welcome coming up from Cram as well. I don't know if they can do this anymore, but if they can get just one more Holy Shielding, that's still totally fine. There's still a T2 down by mid side, and Ulven finally getting the Divine Glaive.
Yeah, I feel like, oh, hold on, Trash Impulse, just to push Zuki away. Honestly, that's still a very good push. Able to get basically everything. Getting two. Oh, hold on. Look at this Uni. Uni wants Ulven. Uni has to get away. He does not have any more energy left. Unable to get a kill. But as long as he doesn't die, that's still a victory. Selangor Giants, they are ahead and they're supposed to be ahead, but they don't have to force things out. They still have some wiggle room. But look at this. Tashtik trying to get Stormy. And now even the Raptor Dry catching Tashtik. Tashtik looks like he's gonna get taken down by Innocent. Innocent is godlike, and gobble up is Zuki. Trying to take us a lot of damage, but two members got stunned up. A double and a triple. Innocent, he wants to go for more, but he has to be careful. Oven is already starting to hurt.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Innocent has got some crazy damage already. He's already finished the BOD. He's level 14, 11 minutes into this game. And Uni already looking to get a Queen's Wings for himself. I mean, the team has snowballed out of control a ridiculous amount. And now diving once again, they get Riz4T.
Yep, that's good because now the main wave clear is done out of the fight. Now it's Ulven. If they get Ulven, they can honestly end the game at this point. The minions aren't looking that healthy, but I think it's going to be good enough. Stormy using the Purify out of the Sanguine Claws. If they're waiting for Lord, it's 35 seconds away, and they should be able to clear that out. And then Innocent with a fully stacked Sky Piercer, I think with the Lord, they can end it.
They should be able to. 20 seconds left on the clock, and I don't think Rune Eaters have much of an option but to sort of give this up. I mean, they could try and walk up, but at the same time, like you mentioned, the Detonator's Welcome is just too much of a threat to really deal with. And if Ulven, the main anchor of Rune Eaters, gets caught by Uni, it's a guaranteed death at that stage. He doesn't have much counterplay as well. I mean, sure, he could try and just pop his ult and then pray to God that he survives, but the raw damage and also the fact that he's running the Purify, he's just got no escape mechanic.
Well, 12 minutes in. Riz4T is 3 items, and Innocent is full items. He hit full items at 12:30. So now I really feel like it's like, guys, I have nothing else to farm for, so let's just, I don't know, end the game and win the third one, and then we're gonna be good. But so far, I think Rune Eaters as well, they got a lot of information against SRG. They're like, okay, this is a pretty cool draft. Looks like not enough to deal when Innocent is on this Granger and Uni's on this Fanny.
Yeah, it has been tough. Carmilla, the flank looks good. Are they going to go in now or just when the Lord's about to push in? Because again, they're not stuck as 5, unfortunately, and I think they might have spotted him out.
Yeah. The Lord marching in. The minions are actually looking pretty good. It's going to be delayed a bit, but still, there's a lot of healthy minions here. Lord coming in. Looks like SRG. They just want to get inhibitor up top. They don't want to force it with the Lord. Stormy is just trying to zone them away and then even getting the bottom inhibitor. Tuki has been eaten. Flickers forward. Stuns onto 2. Uni goes in. Does not get a kill. Rapid drive used by Yumes. Tries to stun them up, but Yumes gets taken down by King Bird. King Bird now looking for a situation where he can grab them, but right now Innocent as well as Prime. They have to be careful. Uni goes in, cannot get a kill. Tashtik survives. Selangor Giants unable to end it with that push.
They want at least another inhibitor here. I mean, King Verb, he's really, really low. They keep topping themselves. Oh, the damage! And they find another Sky Piercer stack here. Uven explodes.
At this point, there's nothing else for Innocent to do, but now he replaces one of his items. I'm not so sure because the API is pretty wonky here. Retribution on the minion. I really don't know Innocent's item. It keeps on changing. But now they're trying to siege. Stormy and Innocent. They are being linked up by the muddles. Minions are coming in. Top, bottom, and mid. Innocent gets a kill on Suzuki. Uni gets a kill onto Riz 40. This should be the end. Selangor Giants equal it up against Rune Eaters.
14:48 was the time of the complete destruction of Rune Eaters here, but it's just a build of confidence for SRG at the bare minimum. It's starting to get late. The boys are getting tired, and at the same time, we're 1-1. We're going the distance here, and I think that Rune Eaters, their pocket picks this time round, wasn't able to find that early game lead that they were looking for. This Kimmy definitely bogged down those first 4 levels, and by then it was already too late.
Aggression is the name of the game for SRG, but it's all types of different, I would say different aggression. They got an aggression with the Selena. Now they're showing up with the Kimmy. And this just further solidifies by saying that your draft can really change quite a bit depending on the mid that you take. Because I really feel like the silence is more or less figured out. We know all the strong picks. So because of that, the counters are going to come up as well. But the mid can really change things a lot.
They can change so much here. And I mean, as much as I like the Sicilian Carmilla combination where they were able to get like a lot of damage in the early stages here, but it's just not enough when you're fighting in these choke points. And unfortunately for Riz wasn't able to get the Trinity in time for this particular fight. If the Trinity was built, those frontliners instantly die here. And better yet, maybe you can get a little bit more chip damage to the back line. But I think that Uni played a very strong game, was able to not only influence every single motion on the map macro-wise, but also force out the go away from Riz very early on into these fights, allowing people like Yumes and even Stormy to try and set something up with a Traction Pulse or maybe even a Flicker to Wrath of the Dryads, which so far has been great for Yumes.
I feel like because of the Game 1 victory being as dominant as it is, I think they just got the confidence that they can protect Ulvin, and you can understand. They're like, okay, sure, going up against Kimmy, that's no big deal. But I feel like after this, they need to respect SRG. They saw the Fanny, and they still pick up the Sicilian to go up against it. So I think this time they're like, okay, we can't have fun no more. They're really strong. We gotta treat respect with respect.
And I mean, respect given, respect is demanded. 24-5, the final kill score at the end of it. Cram with the full tank build, nothing too out of the ordinary. Even Innocent as well, nothing too out of the ordinary. Made sure to get the Sea Halberd for the extra anti-heal just in case, especially since Tsuki was already running around with a Revitalize. But man, tough game for King Verb, right? He initially does eliminate one of the SRG members, but he can't chain it together because everybody is just pretty healthy overall when you're, spamming a lot of your resources on towards that front line. And I think that Curse of Blood just needed to clip somebody in the back, but Purifies were all just ready to go. SRG came in very well prepared for an all-out brawl against them in the early stages of the game. So maybe game number 3, we see both sides respect each other and maybe play for late game. Who knows what could happen here at Final Games? But this means there's only one game left. We're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, our final game of the day.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолда сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
This is the final game here for Group C. SRG bounced back after a crushing loss against the Rune Eaters, bringing it back 1-1. This is not the end for the Rune Eaters, of course. They've shown what they can do here in game number 1, but in game number 2, they just didn't give enough respect over to SRG's early game, who are down to clown with them and brawl it out to the very end. Are there any final adaptations that we're expecting to see here, LaFell, or is it just back to basics? We're just gonna fight it out.
I mean, like, I feel like in terms of back to basics, I think if they're gonna have crazy picks in the jungle, I think the jungle should be picked a little bit later, because if they didn't pick up that Martis, I don't think SRG would pick up the Fanny, right? Because there's no way for a Saber to come out anymore. So I feel like that's gonna be the real adjustment in the draft, where they're gonna hide their jungler unless it's just gonna be a normal what you call it, like meta jungler, like a Aurora or something.
Do you think, I mean, now that they're on red side, they're probably not going to go for that Melissa first pick, but who knows? They might pick it up in a bundle this time round. And, you know, SRG still have to pay for the sins of game number 1. They are the ones who also have to kind of change the order just a little bit here against the Rune Eaters, so they don't get that template that they've set for themselves. Atlas going to be the first ban here for SRG's side. Hirara, as expected, by the Rune Eaters.
I want to see Rune Eaters ban out of Barats, because I feel like the first pick for SRG is going to be the Barats, because Kram now he's like, okay, I know how to use the Barats and I know how to deal against Zuki here. Innocent, he can deal with the Melissa, because Granger is not the only tool that he has a few others as well, so I think he feels safe going up against that. And if the draft calls for it, I think even Stormy is willing to use something like a Farsight to deal with the Melissa. So Melissa is very strong. Rune Eaters could take that up, but maybe you know, SRG is fine with that because they can counter it.
It really depends on the pairings, right? On what they take within this first phase. I mean, first picks, obviously you only get one, but the 2s and 2s afterwards is what's really going to matter here for SRG if they want to stand any chance against the Rune Eaters. Currently, priority is over to SRG on their final ban. The Selena is gone, but are they going to pair it up with anything else? I mean, the Marcel is still up for grabs for anybody. You know, we've seen a couple of different variations here, but Marcel going to be the dedicated ban.
I really feel like this is going to be a Barats pickup here for SRG. So comes to the question, what does Rune Eaters want? I think they will let that go. Yep, they're going to ban the Fanny. I think Rune Eaters will eventually set up for a CC pick to deal with Cram. Unless SRG, they just turn it around and pick up the Belric first. And hopefully Cram gets a good pick later on. Because I really feel like Rune Eaters, they will pick Melissa with either a Barats or a Belric, depending on what's open.
Not a bad shout here, but we still need to see what that first pick is going to be before we confirm our suspicions for the Selangor Red Giants opener. They still have 22 seconds left on the clock here, and I think that, like, unless they've got something out of pocket to play, the Barats just makes the most amount of sense. We might even see Zuki actually go into the Uranus if necessary, but what are the pairings after that? I feel like right now, considering that both sides have shown, hey, we're pretty decent on the Assassins overall, the Melissa first pick for the side of SRG.
Now that's interesting. I think they're hoping for Rune Eaters to not have an answer for it, or Innocent is just saying like, I just know how to deal with it. And Rune Eaters, they pick up the other 2 heroes that are still open. They pick up the Barats as well as this Belric. So for Selangor Red Giants, I kind of feel like they need to pick up a roamer now. If not, it is going to get banned out. And then comes to the question, do they want to prioritize the mid or the EXP?
That's tough. I think safest would be, I mean, let me think about what's currently been played by Stormy. I mean, he can play Valentina, the Selena's already banned out, the Kimmy is still available, the Farsa is also still available, so technically it's not enough bans for the side of Rune Eaters to completely shut down all 3 of these picks. Maybe, you know, banning out 2 and then focusing on just making that last option useless. And it looks like they're going to go for the Harley early on, as well as the Terizla, so no mid and no support picks.
Well, we'll see what other things Yums can use in this current meta, but I do like that Terizla pickup, because we even talk about this where the other stream, they use the Terizla to deal with the Barats, just spamming the revenge strikes. Like, it's just based on HP, and then Barats just doesn't heal back up.
Way to kind of poke out Barats in the lane itself. They want to be a little bit more lane dominant and Innocent. Last time he was on this, the last time that he was against the Rune Eaters in game number 1, he was facing up against the Melissa into the Claude, and there we go. The Hayabusa gets locked in for the side of the Rune Eaters. They are trying to simulate something similar to game number 1, but then that would mean that these next set of bans would be the Cho, and then I can't remember what that last ban was in game number 1.
So now SRG, they have 2 picks in Rome that I feel like they can utilize. One would be the Glue, and this is an oldie special coming in from Yubes. Not super old, it's just last season. He will use the Guinevere as a roam to deal with the Hayabusa, because then again, his just damage gonna split, and he's pretty good on a Gwyn.
He has been pretty nasty on that Gwyn last season, but let's see it. SRG, they should be expecting a couple of things from the side of the Rune Eaters. Number 1 is whether or not, Valentina is even worth it at this stage of the game. They probably don't even want to touch it at this stage, but if there's anything else, would it be the gold lane? And even so, do the Rune Eaters play double fighter? Farsa gets banned out.
Yeah, that's nice, because again, Farsa can deal with the Melissa. So SRG, they are saying, Innocent, you are our man. Uni, you're the second man. So we're just going to make sure that Innocent is going to be safe here. The other pick that they can probably take out would be a Zushin, unless Rune Eaters, they want to pick up the Zushin for themselves.
Zushin doesn't sound like a bad idea either, but Rune Eaters, let's see, because they did ban it out the last time. We'll see if they're going to do it again here as their final pick, and there we have it. Zushin can get axed out, and Selangor Red Giants now, at this stage, is there anything that really counters their comp that we should be worried about? Because Jungle has already been picked, Support has already been picked, and Cho has already been banned, so really there's not a lot of other, single target lockdown at this stage of the game.
Why do I feel like Rune Eaters are such hipsters? They're even thinking, can we actually go for Kadita this game?
Honestly, not the worst idea. It's one of the few things. Well, I mean, you can technically kind of like cancel out the backswing with the go away, but then again,
really?
it's because it requires you to jump in and then down into the ground. In that moment, you can actually push her out of place, but that's assuming that Innocent can react in time and doesn't get hit by the Petrify. So there's also that. Brody finally got banned out here. Rune Eaters, what is this red for?
I think the safest would be a Clint, unless they have a prio mid. Yeah, they take up the Valentina. So now SRG, in terms of the picks here, I think priority number 1 is what doesn't die to the Hayabusa immediately. They're showing the Glue. Again, it's either Glue or the Gwyn to deal with the Hayabusa. And then when it comes to the mid, honestly, this is bad against Haya, but Lui wouldn't be all that bad considering they have a lot of melee heroes.
No, I'm thinking maybe arguably, because no matter what, Stormy is going to have to deal with King Verb, right? So maybe you can even wombo combo with a Zetian as well, because you've got penalty zone on top of it all and the extra shred coming in to help the deadly magic. That could be another option they can lean into, but let's just see, right? Glue, as you called it, and it looks like they go into the Rafa. Ends up, this is Flying Clouds.
Forgot that this is one of the picks that SRG has used before. I do have to say, I don't think they fully mastered Rafa just yet, but I think this is a good comp for Rafa because their support, the Glue, is a very aggressive support, even building up more damage than defense. So I'm liking the draft coming in from SRG.
Yeah, but it also has a very small health pool, base health. And I'm thinking whether or not they can find a punishment with King Verb to shadow on top of Stormy. And then if Ulven is in the right position to get his damage, that should be a kill, assuming they can catch him in that particular angle. That's something to worry about for the early stages of the game. We've got the final draft here already done and dusted. What are you liking more, LaFell?
I'm not liking the Claude, considering we saw even Innocent having a tough time against the Melissa with the Claude. I'm not fully convinced on that one. And for SRG, I do agree with you, Gideon. They don't have a lot of high HP here, so they really are hoping for Daddy Terizla to take all of the punishment from Rune Eaters.
Yeah, or at least, you know, the heal to kind of get him over the threshold before getting executed by the Oki Shadow Kill. One way or another, at least Rune Eaters have a dedicated late game in that claw to try and deal with Innocent on this Melissa. Hopefully finds a lead somehow, you know, is able to get the Trinity build before the Winds of Nature, as is the major interaction with that Blazing Duet. But, I mean, it's really tough to say who's going to win this at the end of the day, because, again, King Verb has found early game kills, and as we go into the Land of Dawn, we're going to find out how this is going to be broken in the early game. Win early game, you generally are going to snowball out of control for both of these compositions.
Yeah, looking at emblems here, not seeing anything funky for now. Other to Zuki is going to use the Festival of Blood, so he's thinking he's going to poke out Kremlin, which probably will be the case here. Ulvin did a lot of damage on to Yumes. And Stormy, only now he has the heal.
Hits level 2, so Yums, all that trading really didn't matter too much, as both sides have already used the Regenerate King Verb. Still with the same opener here. Instantly one camp, then goes straight to the Lethal Wanderer. I don't know if they want to contest this. They're probably not going to and waste their time, because they want to just make sure that Uni... Oh. Potential punishment?
Yeah, looks like Stormy was able to steal it from his first ability. So, yeah, King Verb didn't want to use the Retribution there, got punished. And now, speaking of punish, Tastic has to use the Flicker. It looks like SRG, not enough damage to get a kill.
Not yet, just not enough. Oh, what? That kills him? No way!
Hey,
what?
Here's the thing. If you got hit by the first ability of the Rafaela, there's a mark and the damage just keeps on getting higher and higher and higher. It's kind of like Balman. Now Suzuki stuck, tries to get away. Who's gonna get the purple buff? I don't know at this point, but SRG, they gotta retreat. Looks like King Verb was able to secure that one. Now Innocent goes up against Riz4T. Riz4T took a lot of damage, and Innocent just gonna have just one more poke damage.
He's trying to keep the lane neutral. He knows that he's got a life lead and he wants to punish him even more, make him really nervous to walk back up. A little unlucky for Uni, because as soon as he used the Retribution, the purple buff just decided, I'm gonna turn away. And now Uni finds one in Zuki as King Verb's trying to get on out of there. Cram is not gonna get traded out, and this is... Whoa!
Hold on, Ulvin gets taken down by Cram. Rune Eaters. Looks like the early game again is for SRG, but maybe that's just the name of the game once you have a Rafaela. King Verb has been found out by SRG. Not level 4 just yet from you, so he's not going to jump onto anyone. SRG should get this turtle for free.
Oh, Quad Shadow, there's just no means of Rune Eaters actually being able to go for a steal and close that distance to get into retry range. And so far, things have been going great, at least for SRG side. Okay, interesting. All right. What was the
completely used up, and now Yumes pulls back in. Stormy even stunning him up, and Tastic somehow still survives with King Verb just backing him up, but Cram forcing out the flicker.
I don't know if that was like, even if the Wrath of the Dryads and then the follow-up taunt actually connects, if Yums is able to get a 1-2 combo, slam into grab onto even someone like Tashik, I'm pretty sure he survives with his ult if King Verbs decides to like, oh, I'm gonna Oki Shadow Kill and try to be cool with this, right? So bit of an interesting decision here coming in from Rune Eaters, but even so, it's still 3-0, and honestly not that gigantic of a lead and not the end of the world for the Rune Eaters. Penalty zone has been stolen away by Ulv, but on that top side, really, it looks like Innocent has been doing a decently good job, but I don't think it's created a level lead, but he's completely zoned him out.
Oh, look at this. Unfortunately, the minions does go inside the turret, so it's going to be an unsuccessful freeze by Innocent. Riz4T should be able to grab those minions. Nemo so far has been quite a nuisance, and looking at this, I really don't think Rune Eaters has the damage profile to actually deal with the glue here, so Yumes might end up just being, if not unkillable, just generally very annoying.
It's gonna be extremely annoying, and I think their primary targets is Uni. Stormy would be really nice to get, but now that he also has the Holy Baptism, it might not be the primary target, especially since the Quad Shadows only go in straight lines, unless you get a little creative with it. And even then, you gotta have some fast mechanics. Conceal comes through, Detonator's Welcome is being used, and they disengage.
Oh, King Verb forced to use his ult, but it's all on the longs, and now King Verb gets taken down. Cram even with a penalty zone just to stop his escape. Olvin tries to get away, has to use the flicker. Now it's only Zuki as well as Tastic. Selangor Giants, they're completely okay dealing with the front line, but still getting King Verb there, very good for SRG.
Really, really good stuff. And I mean, 4-0 currently, and the turtle falls into the hands for Selangor Red Giants. We're seeing movements across the map, and Rune Eaters just, I don't know how they can help this Claude. I think right now, I feel like they need to start sacrificing resources, but King Verb on this Hayabusa just can't afford that either. So there's two people who desperately need farm to try and keep up with SRG. If not, it's going to be just another, you know, simple turret steals like this down on bot side.
Well, Zuki's gonna get focused down by 4 members at this point. Gonna get taken down. And yeah, something I noticed, he didn't actually take a lot of damage from Uni. Most of the damage actually came from Cram. Oh, Innocent go away. Not sure what's up with that, but Cram able to get one. Innocent gets a kill onto Tastic, and King Verb tries to get away, able to dodge the Holy Baptism. And now, looks like he's able to get away. No, Yums figures forward. Tries to get King Verb. King Verb gets taken down by Uni, double kill. And now Rune Eaters is only Zuki and Riz4T on the map.
Oh man, I understand the Innocent's reaction to it. It's like at any point, you're not 100% sure whether they're going to like go for the all-in dive. So might as well just use the go away for me. It's not like he's going to need it later on anyways. And considering that the team is already doing this well, wait, are they going to be able? No, he should be fine, right? I mean, they're juggling the aggro here, but it's getting, oh god. Oh.
Well, looks like able to eat Stormy. Stormy's gonna die for that one, but they get a kill in return, and I think that's a-okay considering who died. Rafa, who cares?
No, if only she could revive herself. Oh no.
Hey, only Paramis does that.
Only Paramis does that. Ah, there's got to be counterparts here. Oh, looks like Uni is opting to go for a very bruiser style build, concentrated energy into the brute force breastplate. Despite being 6-0-3, I would have imagined that he would have gone for like a ultra damage build, but no, he's keeping it safe. He understands his role in this particular game, and if he can poke out and bait out reactions, that's just going to be good enough because God, they can't stop Yums.
Yeah. I think Uni had to start talking by Becky. Becky is like, Innocent's the man. You're just there to be a distraction. I'm like, okay. I'll build defense. I'll build bruiser. I'm fighter Harley.
You are the choir boy. These are the men. You got to protect the men here. Choir boys, everybody needs to work together with this.
You're the new kid. Oh, Hayabusa looks like he still got caught. Godlike for Uni. Yeah, after this, Uni's gonna take a screenshot of the results and shows the Becky's like, see, I'm a man.
Please, trust me, Becky, please, I swear I'll carry the next game. Now, attacking the T2, at least they're gonna trade for T1 up on that top. Oh no, Cram actually gets there in time. They don't even get the trade, I think. Is there the T2 gonna be able to break it? Nope, too much health.
Yep. And Yums, again, like, kind of predicted, they just don't have the damage profile to do with Yums. They don't even have that. Like, Yums does not get on top of the hero with a lot of dashes. Tactic almost dies there, coming from behind. Uni secures another kill, 8-0-3. King Verb gets onto Yums, but Yums took no damage. And King Verb jumped back in. Yums got on top of that Hayabusa. Uni tries to get a kill there. King Verb is just walking to his death. Innocent secured the kill. And now, Rune Eaters. They really have no one that can tank the damage from SRG. Actually, no, they can't tank it. They can't run away. This is like the previous game where there's so much slow, you can't escape.
Yeah, and the worst part about it, it's a siege composition. So now that Innocent is online, he is just punishing them. Yeah, sit underneath your turret. Wait for the wave to come on in. Try me, sir. Try me. Try to make a play on your side because at the end of it all, he still has the go away. As long as he doesn't get hit by at least one of those quad shadows, he's going to be fine. Or gets like really unlucky with the Oki shadow kill, you know? We saw what happened the last time. It just bounced onto him in game number 1. But oh, man, is he finally in trouble now?
No, he fights back. He fights Tastic all alone. Tastic gets taken down. Killing spree for Cram. 3-0-5. And now, jump up. Oh, pull back in. Disrespectfully gets a kill on Suzuki. And now even King Verb gets taken down by the Harley. Selangor Giants, they're maintaining a 16-1 here. Only Stormy died. What a bum.
I mean, if only they had the perfect game, but I think that Selangor Red Giants just want to get the revenge after getting caught off guard, you know, the leg sweep. Oh, penalty zone.
Oh, even the Holy Baptism hits onto Oven. He's dying from the revenge strike. I gotta say, SRG, they have two heroes that can have this effect. The revenge strike as well as the death magic. This is also a cool comp where, you know, cool guys just run away from explosions.
They don't they run away. Oh shit. They don't look at explosions.
Oh, right, that's one. I feel like cool guys should run away from explosions. Innocent gets hit by the Hayabusa, gets stunned up, dies. Krem goes in with the penalty zone, and now the relentless damage coming in from Innocent. Innocent does not stop. ONIC gets another kill now. Krem joins Stormy as the one that dies, but he instantly gets respawned back. Selangor Red Giants, 4 members strong. Said they're gonna end the game now at 10 minutes and 30 seconds. I think they tried to end the game faster, just unable to. But hey, still 10 minutes.
Still 10 minutes. They will not take this level of disrespect. 22-2 as the final kill score. And man, Rune Eaters unfortunately wasn't able to try and pull themselves back from the game. Their signature early game style this time getting hard hit by this Rafaela, being whipped out at the very end by SRG. So again, brawl upon brawl upon brawl. SRG still feeling themselves and utilizing their identity very, very well. But goodness, I like the ideas that Rune Eaters are putting here. I just think that unfortunately for them, there's just too many picks that need to be comfort for them to perform at a high level.
Yeah, because I really feel like, you know, between SRG really just outdrafted them. The glue made it so that he's unkillable. The Rafa just doubled down on that. And now we can definitely see there's another counter towards the Barats, and that's going to be this Terizla, right? Because Terizla can handle the damage coming in from the Barats, and that Revenge Strike just does much more against heroes that don't heal back up.
Making it extra difficult to actually survive. I mean, it's a good way to punish, considering that Zuki decided to go for tank emblems rather than fighter emblems as well, so he doesn't even have like the raw sustain until he gets some form of a kill or an assist. But in the laning phase, none of that matters. It's about just the base amount of stats you get from your emblems anyways that will make the difference. That's why we're seeing that some teams and a lot of players are opting not even to bother buying the boots and go straight into raw stats, whether it be a leather jerkin, whether it be a dagger, doesn't matter. You get the boot second after that. But man, what a great game here coming in from SRG and as well as Rune Eaters. They put on one hell of a show.
But yeah, I really feel like moving forward, if we see an EXP laner that doesn't have either a movement speed up or a dash, I think even movement speed up you can deal with, but if they don't have a dash, that might be a good matchup for the Terizla now, because I think that's one of the reasons why Barat suffers so much against the Terizla, because he can dodge it, right? I mean, like, Uranus has a dash, so he can kind of dodge it. The Esme has a sudden speed up, so she can kind of dodge it. But if you're a good enough Terizla, I think that doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we need to deep dive a little bit more into the laning phase of Terizla and as well as the Barats. I totally get where the Terizla is coming from here, but I don't think it's impossible for the Barats to completely lose out in that lane. But then again, it's something that we got to test out. The meta is ever evolving, ever changing, and ever innovating. And I really like the fact that Rune Eaters were still able to show, you know what? Yes, it's 0-6-0 on this Hayabusa, but it showed up great in game number 1. They had a lot of great coordination, and I think that's the real synergy coming out from Rune Eater's side. I gotta memorize these names already from Rune Eaters because I'm expecting a bright future for them in the MLBB space, assuming that, you know, they continue to develop.
Yep. And I feel like they really will, because I think they're still involved with ongoing tournaments like Asian Games. So I want to see how they perform there, because again, they have the raw strength for it. I think they just need more experience to get the habits of every other team, and then they're locked in, because I really feel like they got the strategy down, they got the mechanics down. They just need to understand everyone's habits and then try to counter that.
With that being said, though, this does finish our very last game of
SRG Pro.
the day. Yup. SRG move on to the next round, but so do a couple of others. Foot will be facing off against Team Spirit. DianFengYaoGuai will be facing off against Vamos. Geekay will be facing off against Aurora. And SRG will be facing up against Pro here. And I mean, it has been a crazy number of games, and yet somehow we got the 3-0s. Sorry, we got the 2-1s.
Gideon, that's gonna be a revenge game for SRG. Pro defeated SRG in their first match. Oh my god, that's gonna be interesting.
It's going to be very, very interesting, in a matter of fact. But hey, you know, I mean, we need to see who's going to be able to qualify for the very end here for Figital Games. And it's really tough. We've got some great competitors all across the board, and everybody, and especially for some of the staple teams that we see at the internationals consistently now getting a better grasp of not only the meta but also counterplay against it. It just feels like we haven't discovered absolutely everything just yet, and I'm glad that the Rune Eaters are here to show us, like, hey, we can't be forgotten as a region, but also the meta is wider than we think.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's gonna be interesting to see how tomorrow really plays out, because yeah, I feel like even the favorites coming in, they're not unbeatable, they're not untouchable. So yeah, we're really looking forward to see what other things that the teams here have to show for us. So good luck to the teams that unfortunately have been eliminated for today, but for the teams that still survive, hopefully they did give a very entertaining show.
I really think that they put one hell of a show as well. With that being said, from us here at the commentators desk is me, Geekay, as well as LaFell, signing off for today. Thank you so much to the audience who've been sticking around from the beginning all the way to the end to catch all of these games. We absolutely think that you guys are Chads and beloved, and hope that the rest of your year is going to be great. We're closing things up here for the Figital Games of the Future 2026 presented by Freedom. Thank you so much for watching, and good night.
Welcome aboard Air Astana. Our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax as if at home, with satisfied reflection throughout your flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey.
The premium family plan's connected, that is FLCN. Got a smartphone absolutely free, that is FLCN. Hooked it up and no longer problems with home internet.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with the premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.